Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantell, Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it was raining, it was pouring here at MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts yesterday as the tail end of the hurricane that hammered the South gave us a small sample here in the Northeast, but by the end of the day, there was sunshine and I still made it to the Red Sox game, who defeated the Philadelphia Phillies at Fenway Park. As I took a few hours to try and enjoy myself, I didn't realize there were issues with the video of John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays. It wound up premiering instead before tonight's program. Another stellar job from Mr. Cena, even if it was, I guess, a fabulous Saturday. I apologize to you fans that were looking forward to that at 10 p.m. last night. It has been corrected, obviously, and it was enjoyable tonight. We welcome you to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Saturday, July the 10th, 2021. It was 23 years ago tonight that the World Wrestling Federation was live at the Fleet Center in Boston. For all of you locals out there, WWF World Champion Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Undertaker took on Kane and Mankind. The format here on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review is simple. We bring you all 5 of our weeknight shoot interviews and one-stop shopping and hang out with the fans and friends on the Premier Chat. Your Super Chat tips right here in the Premier Box are greatly appreciated and much needed if we want to keep these shows on the air. I hope you've seen the plugs for our Wrestle House 2 plans in Tampa the first week in August as we bring together 9 featured superstars for as many as 36 Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes, but we simply cannot do it without your help. The Indiegogo campaign is ongoing, and the results, they were as rough as the weather yesterday morning so far, to be honest. We have great rewards, live experiences, and even advertising opportunities available for you to truly immerse yourself and become part of the show. You are our tag team partners when it comes to producing these programs. Again, we need your help to make it happen. Please check out the Indiegogo campaign tonight. You can find the link in the blue bar at the top of the Premiere box, or if you're not watching the Premiere, in the description box below. On America's birthday, July the 4th, last Sunday, John Cena Sr. and myself had some big news for our Back to the 80s WrestleFest endeavor as part of our 20th anniversary live wrestling event in Fanfest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, as we announced that we'll be joined by America's hero, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the greatest tag team in WWE history, Axe and Smash Demolition, Jake the Snake Roberts, and a host of others as we present an event, not a quote-unquote show, that you'll never forget. On top of that, we're working around the clock on giving you an action-packed live event that will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall in Melrose. The emails, the texts, the social media messages have been coming in nonstop. It's exciting. I love it. So much going on here in Boston Wrestling, so much I'd like to be able to share, but can't at this very moment. This week we should be having some MWF Extra programs online where we discuss the fallout from our recent Board of Directors meeting. It was the first in person with everybody together since coronavirus. It was the first with the former and the first Boston Wrestling MWF Heavyweight Champion, Tiger Mulligan, as a member of the Board of Directors. Many interesting trains of thoughts on a variety of subjects. Interested to hear the fans, you guys, weigh in on what we have going on. Don't forget, fans, there are plenty of ways you can help grow these Wrestling Insider shows without spending a penny. Please, if you enjoy the content, simply give the video a Hacksaw Jim Duggan size thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Both are free, and it helps let YouTube know that you enjoy the content, so they'll share our videos with the millions and millions of fans that have no idea we exist yet. And I say yet because I continue to believe when they find us, they will love us. Millions of wrestling fans left after the 80s boom. Millions of fans left after the Attitude Era and the Monday Night Wars. They might not like what's on Raw right now, but they will love our labor of love. And that's very important because if we don't keep growing, not a good thing. Not a good thing. Also, if you're watching the premiere, share the link on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, anywhere. There could be fans that would enjoy 80s and 90s and current wrestling event talk. Share the link so they can check out what we do, and hopefully we'll make some new friends. That's what we need to keep being able to do this. Have you guys had the chance to check out the brand new Iron Sheik Studio Shoot interview DVD that we added over on Patreon? Many of you loved it. We're looking for more of you to join the Boston Wrestling family over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, where you get access to our acclaimed Studio Shoot interview DVD library, seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusives, plus you help keep wrestling legends working. Again, you can join the Boston Wrestling family over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The link is also in the description box below. Die-hard wrestling fans, try it out. You will love it. It was another crazy, insane, busy week in the world of professional wrestling. Let's kick off Wrestling Insider's Week in Review podcast style with Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former tag team championship manager shoots on the latest with Marty Jannetty, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, the passing of the Patriot Del Wilkes, rest in peace to the Del Wilkes, and his best to his family, Viscera's wife, and more. Check it out. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, you just sat through a hellacious 3-hour installment of WWE Monday Night Raw. They only have one more to go before the fans are back deep in the heart of Texas live at Raw. As always, trying to bring some common sense to the world of professional wrestling. It is your Monday night tradition. Men on a Mission, Oscar, the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager's point of view on the world of wrestling here on the Monday Night Mission. As Raw comes to an end, we try and enlighten you podcast style, or maybe more in the not too distant future. We'll talk a little bit about that, but I am very happy to be joined by the Vice President of Boston Wrestling, MWF, the one, the only, the man on a mission himself, Oscar. That's quite an introduction for a man whose name is only 5 letters long.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm not doing good, Oscar. I'm still pissed off, just for different reasons this week. I don't know if you saw that link that I sent you.
Yeah, I saw it before you. I saw it when. I
you already know.
I ran into it a few days ago.
What do you think about what's going on? You know, let's just jump right into it before we get into the real news of professional wrestling. The tension and the headaches and the drama that have gone on in our world. To those that may not know what we're talking about, Marty Jannetty did what looked like almost one of those found footage movies podcast interview with a couple of guys in New York. They, as the 80s song goes, they wear their sunglasses at night. And you know what? They put out this, what I'll call an edited hit piece with a little clickbait title, Boston Wrestling, and, taking advantage of poor Marty Jannetty and so on and so forth. And, usually I'm the type, I don't care about things like that. People are going to say what they're going to say. They're going to do what they want to do. But, the title of it kind of got me curious. So as I was here Saturday night, the night before the 4th of July, when everyone out was having fun, celebrating fireworks, barbecues, and so on and so forth, I said, I'm going to watch this thing. And I did. And I was so pissed off at what I watched it a second time, and every time there was a mistake or a note, or I thought that these two guys in their sunglasses at night were trying to lead Marty on, egg Marty on in some way, I jotted that down too, and I made a video response about it. I don't even know if Marty has seen it yet. The fans seemed to, I think it had 97% positive feedback, so the fans seem to resonate with what I was saying, at least. My problem is this. You know what? Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That is fine. If people have an opinion about what went on that disastrous Father's Day with Marty, cool. But if they're going to deliberately put out false information and try and mislead people into thinking certain things, I do have a major problem with that, because I have kids. I don't want them to come across that, whether it be next week, next month, or 10 years from now, and say, geez, did you really take advantage of this guy, blah, blah, blah. No. So I decided to lay the Marathi hammer down on the spot, so to speak. You know what? As I have stated many, many, many times, it was not a hit piece on Marty Jannetty, what I did. I like Marty Jannetty an awful lot. I consider Marty Jannetty to be my friend. As you know, and as Marty knows, since June 20th, I have spent a great deal of time trying to line up help for him that he thus far has chosen not to accept. He's an adult. He made adult decisions. But, even on this podcast, I'm learning new things, Oscar. And it was edited, I want to note. So, what anyone can do anything with the magic of editing. But, Marty said on the Saturday when he was here, which was a taping day that went well, he was in pain. And that is something I'll always sympathize and resonate with due to my own physical issues. That's probably the reason why I haven't officially cut the cord on the Marty Jannetty experiment, because not only do I like Marty, but I understand that the man is in pain 24/7, not only from his body of wrestling work over the past 36, 37 years, but he's had 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year, and he's not getting a heck of a lot of help for it. So the human being in me sympathizes and empathizes with Marty a great deal. I don't want to see that man hurt, and I don't want to see him in pain. But it was painted as if we were like Russian Gestapos forcing Marty through these taping sessions, when it was anything but. Anytime Marty wants to take a break, anytime he's here, we take a break. He can go freshen up in the restroom, he can have a drink, a bite to eat, whatever it is he wants to do, we do it. You've been with us enough times in the studio to know how we operate as far as that goes. What I never knew was that on Saturday night, after he got dropped off at the hotel by our good friend old CW, Marty had a female companion show up at the hotel with some kind of a substance. And then at that point, Marty forgot everything from, we probably dropped him off Saturday night around, 9, 10 o'clock, probably closer to 10 o'clock. So Marty said he remembered nothing until he came to the studio the next day. So whatever this woman brought to his room, whatever he took, drank, whatever it may have been, this substance, it knocked him out of reality, being able to remember his life for the better part of 16 hours. And then, like I said before, what showed up on Sunday was unusable. He continued to try to use that line that I tried to block the door so he couldn't come in. You know where my desk is here at the studio. I'm a good 50 feet away from the door. I can't block anyone from coming in, and as I've noted a million times, due to the cost and the expense of having someone like Marty in, we need to tape as much content with him as possible to make it financially feasible. So I certainly did not want him out, and even though there is no video security footage, the staff here that he ran off, due to his condition, where we had to spend 4 hours trying to sobering him up, they saw that I didn't block the door with him coming in. And we also taped in his horrible condition, where he said he was good to go. We taped a watch-along to his WrestleMania 5 match when the Rockers took on Akeem and Big Boss Man, the Twin Towers at WrestleMania 5, and he could barely speak. So, I mean, if I blocked the door, how did he ever come in to tape that? Nonetheless, he also admitted on this podcast that when we took the break, after we sobered him up for 4 hours, we did tape a couple of episodes that were so-so. You know, they weren't great, but you know what? At least he could speak. At least he could think. At least he could respond to the questions. And as we, with no technical help, I had to get everything ready for the live episodes. So as I was doing that, I got everything ready to rock and roll, press the magic buttons, and then Marty vanished again. Well, Marty, on this podcast, this found footage movie style podcast where he was sitting inside of a car in the dark, which was just kind of a bizarre ambiance, if nothing else, he admitted to not only taking more pills, but drinking more before we went on the air, which led to the implosion where I actually got angry on the air for the first time, and he threw out that accusation that was the straw that broke the camel's back on that day, that weekend, whatever you want to, however you want to look at it, where he said, oh, yeah, you just didn't want to tape with me and pay me my money. So I tell you, again, to some, this may be a repeat. To some, it may be new news. But I went to the area where I stored his payday nice and safe, and I went back in that studio as quick as these dilapidated legs would carry me, and I threw that payday at him like a ninja star. I was so pissed off. And so, you know what? I didn't like the fact that these two men were trying to provoke Marty into trying to put me down and put the experience down. If anyone was taken advantage of, I'd have to say it was me and us at Boston Wrestling. Again, much like the Sunday in February when he showed up in very bad condition and then wound up angry at us because we taped episodes in that condition. Now, we didn't tape episodes this time, and we're still supposedly the bad guy. And I'm just sick of it. I don't know why these gentlemen in the sunglasses have such little to talk about on their program than what goes on here at Boston Wrestling. I know they tried to provoke Tony Atlas over the wintertime when he put up that ridiculous post that over the past 4 years, every time he's come to the studio, he's walked off with $55. And when I was alerted by the fans that Tony was doing that talk show, even though Tony still doesn't have the balls to speak to me for the money he stole, I did send him a text stating that if he said the wrong things on that podcast, the response was going to be one he was not going to like. And to Tony's credit, he was pretty reasonable on the podcast from what I'm told. But I just want peace, tranquility, and harmony, Oscar. It was a holiday weekend. I would have loved...
The best way,
let's hear this, brother.
The best way to get peace, tranquility, and harmony
is to leave wrestling.
When these, well, that's a way to go. But when these things come up, no matter how they come up, no matter who they come up, your best course of action is to ignore it, because all you doing is raising your blood pressure, and you giving them the satisfaction by basically putting them over.
Well, that's why I won't mention them by name.
Even when you talk about no, but you still doing it because
by saying they wear their sunglasses at night.
All the wrestling fans that know who did it and know who wears sunglasses and all that, you putting them center stage.
Well, what I want to know is,
let me finish.
All right, I'm fired up, baby.
By them being able to upset you and using my show, let me point out, for the second week in a row to talk about all this. I mean, they winning. They got you all upset still after since the 20th over the same thing. I mean, you gotta let stuff go. It happened. We know what it is. You know that you're gonna try to maintain your relationship with Marty. So I mean, you gotta let you gotta let this go.
It was let go until these two assholes again.
There's no until.
All right.
See, that's the thing. It happened. Don't act like people ain't gonna talk about it.
Well, I don't wear my sunglasses at night. If they're such great friends of Marty, why don't they take their fucking sunglasses off and try and get him some help? The help that he needs,
They
like
not
I
great.
have.
See, that's the thing. They're not great friends of Marty. That's the whole point.
Well, they're sure trying to present themselves that way.
Okay, that really ain't your business.
When they include my name in it, and when they include Boston Wrestling
Still,
in it, it's our business.
No, it's not. People are going to include your name in bullshit until the day you die.
Well, you might be right.
You gonna go out and swing at every battle presented on your across the street from where you at.
Well, you know what? You make a really great point about that. But I know in my heart and in my soul, I have tried to do right by Marty Jannetty. I don't understand why these two guys, every time, whether it be Tony, Marty, whatever, they're creating episodes with clickbait content, trying to make us look like the scum of the earth. Don't like it. Again, this was, I noted last week, the guy that hosted the show wanted the footage of Marty in that horrible condition, and I would not give it to him.
All right.
And I tell you this, let me finish this. No, let me finish this, Oscar. I'm on a roll, brother. To Marty's credit, Marty was hip to the blade, and Marty called them out on it. He goes, why did you want to try and do a hit piece on me with bad footage? And they said, oh no, Marty, we cared about you. We just wanted to see what happened, where so many fans contacted us about it. Like so many fucking fans are contacted, I wear my sunglasses at night, about what Marty Jannetty did on Father's Day Sunday during a Hell in a Cell watch-along in Boston. Give me a break. I'm going to start wearing my sunglasses at night to feel like
wear your sunglasses in the studio. Matter of fact, go get them now.
All right, Oscar, it's your turn, and then we'll move on to other things happening in the King of Sports.
I am prepared to talk about something else. Anything else.
Anything else. All right, I like that. Do you have sunglasses on?
Yeah. I put my sunglasses on.
You know, Oscar, before we went on the air, when we were texting earlier, you told me something pretty interesting. Can we share that with the fans, what you were doing today, or is that kind of no for now?
Nah, it's not confidential.
No, we'll share it with the fans. I thought it was really cool.
No, in my Casanova Ace persona, I'm a political group that's very positive, and I have been working a year and a half on an album, and the album is full of peace, tranquility, unity. That's the whole idea behind it, which is something you need to hear.
I should have had you sing to me this afternoon.
Peace, tranquility, and unity. All the songs are geared toward that. They're very, very good, and it's amazing, and it's finished, and it's going to be on every platform because they got a distribution deal. And I ain't gonna get specific to this, but out the clear blue, they sent me an enormous, they sent me, an enormous gift the other day. I'm real happy about. So
was it one of Reese's Pieces?
No, it's better than Reese's Pieces.
Real? Wow, this must have been pretty good then.
No, it is better than Reese's Pieces.
Can you disclose what the gift was?
I ain't gonna do all
fine. That's fine.
Just a pretty big gift to show their appreciation.
Now, how many songs did you sing? Is it an entire album or is it just one song?
No, 14 songs.
Oh, wow. Oh, so you were a busy beaver.
Yeah.
You were a busy man down there. All right, that's cool.
It was a labor of love because I did it through heart problems. I was having heart problems in the studio, a few times during sessions, and it really took God to get me through it. But I got through it. The album is finished. They going toward the finishing touches right now.
You literally put your heart and soul into it.
I put my heart and soul in it. There's going to be a big press conference about it.
Oh, wow.
In L.A.
Wow. When do you have any idea when?
It's going to Be this sometime this summer.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Yeah, so it could be
If it was close to the cauliflower time, maybe we could go out and tape it. I think that would be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge press conference this summer. It's gonna be a big listening party. Where there actually gonna be some celebrities in the house.
Really?
I'm excited about that. And then there's gonna be some concerts coming up.
You're actually going to do live concerts to coincide with this album?
There's gonna be some shows coming up to coincide the
Wow.
release of the album, and then after the album is released, and then we'll see what happens.
Now, how long has this been in the works for? Now that you mention it, I do recall you maybe giving me a tidbit about it a while ago, but maybe it just slipped the mind with so much going on in our universe here in Boston Wrestling here at the studio. But how long has this been in the works for?
This fall, I want to say I've been on this project 2 years.
2 years? Wow. Okay, cool. And it's finally coming to fruition.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited about it. I love your music. Maybe we'll surprise the fans, Oscar, that maybe aren't longtime listeners, but what is the famous movie where you sing the end credits to?
The Jetsons.
The Jetsons.
Yeah.
So you're a man that has been around the block in the entertainment world. As we've noted many times, something we haven't really gone into great detail on it on the podcast because we have a bigger platform we're going to release, hopefully for the Cauliflower Alley Club, if you have a booth out there for that. But we'll talk more as we get closer to the great month of September, as we get so much going on here, folks. If you missed the little plug in the beginning of the show, we are creating Wrestle House 2 after everything we did WrestleMania week in Tampa. We're trying to do it all over again, and we need fan support to make it happen. Thanks to President Reese giving us the green light. Where the talk shows are kind of my baby as opposed to the live events, which is a lot of hands involved in it. But with the talk shows, between the great rewards and prizes we have for fans, live event experiences for them, advertising opportunities, it's a great way to keep Wrestling Insiders on the air. We certainly don't want to stop doing these talk shows. We have so much fun, but it's such a time-consuming proposition. This is a great way to do it. It's very difficult for me when I have to stop my rhythm and tape for a couple of days here at the studio. As is well documented, it's not a lie. I am here 7 days a week, usually 9 to 10 hours a day, up until I took those 2 days off to work remotely, as we mentioned that Southwest situation. 71 consecutive days, Oscar. I was a tired man, and I continue to be a tired man, but I am motivated to give these great fans the best in professional wrestling talk, and that's a great segue into our 20th anniversary live event Fanfest, Saturday night, November the 13th. Boston Wrestling MWF celebrates its 2 decades with Back to the 80s WrestleFest. John Cena Sr. announced already that with obviously life has changed an awful lot since the event was originally going to be. Road Warrior Animal has passed away. Paul Orndorff is in a state when he can't be with us. I think we'll talk about that a little bit more later in the program. Lanny Poffo has left the country. Tony Atlas stole the money like a thief in the night. And Brutus Beefcake is celebrating a birthday. So a lot of work had to be done, but John Cena Sr. announced that in addition to WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, the greatest tag team in WWF history, Axe and Smash Demolition, a newbie that wasn't with us originally, and what a great weekend to announce it, July 4th, a man that personifies Americana, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. So what a great four to kick off the announcements for this big live event. And again, that doesn't even include the hot in-ring action, President. It's a great time to be a part of what's happening here. It seems like there's news breaking daily, which is why it sucks when we have a situation like what we opened the show with, when there's so many exciting, positive new things going on.
Now, is John Cena Sr. going to introduce his new venture in November with some of those matches.
It certainly is not going to be November the 13th. Let me tell you that. Marty Jannetty talked about someone blocking the door. I will chain myself to the door of Memorial Hall before we have women's matches involved on our 20th anniversary event. It is not going to happen if I have any involvement in it. I will fight tooth and nail. I am not against John Cena Sr. Creating this platform on his own. If he wants to have these fabulous women of wrestling, trying to incorporate it into the hard work that we have put together over the past 20 years is something I don't agree with. And that's not, and I know a lot of fans think I am awfully down on the women. And you know what? I'm down on bad women's wrestling. Good women's wrestling, I have no issue with. Long before WWE main evented WrestleMania with women, long before they had their women's only pay-per-view, back in 2002, 19 years ago, we actually main evented a live event that had almost all male matches with Talia, who went on to become the exquisite Velvet Sky in TNA Impact, took on Mercedes Martinez, who is now on the WWE NXT brand. That main evented a live event we had in Wakefield, Massachusetts. So it's not to say that we dislike women's wrestling. That's not the case at all. We just like good, solid women's wrestling. So, you know, John Cena Sr. is the type, you know, he goes by the theory, go big or go home. He wants all women. And you know what? If that's the case, I think it needs to be separated from what we're trying to do. I know you and I were going to do an episode more about Boston Wrestling MWF Board of Directors meeting. Maybe we could tape that later in the week after we have a chance to, you know, share notes before we go on the air. But based upon what we're discussing right now, do you agree or disagree with that thought process?
No, I disagree with the fact that if John Cena Sr. really wants to have it, he's going to have it. No matter what you say.
Well, but do you think he should? And do you think it should be kept separate if it
I
happens?
don't think. You know, in moderation. If he wants to do one or two of those matches to introduce the brand, I don't see nothing wrong with that. I mean, he can't have a FFW takeover. Oh no, I wouldn't even let that happen. But to introduce the brand and let the fans know what's coming, because obviously he's going to do it, then there's nothing wrong with letting them do that.
John Cena Sr. has so many issues right now going on here in this organization with Cam Zagami and the Uprising faction, Dylan Cage down in North Carolina, and those bizarre videos that he put together pre-coronavirus that almost seemed like, I'd go as far as to say a dark cult. So Johnny's got some issues he's got to worry about beyond these women. I think him and Reese right now both have the same thing on the mind, but that's a different story for a different time. Again, I think it would be good if we actually did an episode, you and I, discussing a lot of the MWF happenings, because there's a lot of cool stuff going on. And even with these talk shows, this is a stressful time, but it also is a great opportunity to find a new Tuesday host. It's a great opportunity to bring the fans more content if they're willing to support it, which is why we created the Indiegogo campaign. Again, there's great autograph prizes fans can get their hands on. There are live experiences they can take part in, one-of-a-kind experiences. And there's also some really cool, reasonably priced advertising opportunities. So, you know what? No one is getting rich off of this proposition, believe me, but we certainly do need to pay the bills and keep the lights on. So we are going to try and light up Tampa all over again for the second time in 2021. I have a feeling it's going to be a little warmer in August than it was back in WrestleMania week, but you know, hopefully we won't be blown away with the big storm they had down there in Tampa the week of WrestleMania.
Well, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I did a little research. I'm gonna be. I don't know if I'll be moved yet, because I'm moving to Atlanta. For those that don't know, but I'm definitely gonna be there at the end of the month for my brother-in-law's birthday party.
Oh wow!
And then I'm just gonna segue on an Amtrak and get into Tampa. I just took a look at hotel rooms, and they're really, really, really reasonable. So I'm all set to come.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to have a hell of a couple of days down there. It's not going to be as lengthy as WrestleMania week, but it's going to be a great chance to get a lot done. And then we can exhale for about 5 minutes, and then we come back to Boston and we prepare for the Back to the 80s live event. But the exciting thing is, Oscar, and we can't let too much out right now due to what President Reese stated at the meeting that we all had together. But, this is a great chance there may be live events long before November 13th. So there's a lot going on here. Many reasons why I never have a day off. And even when I go home after I eat and sit down and put on some lounge clothes for about 5-10 minutes, I fire the computer back up and I'm already back to work, just in a different place before going to bed to get up early and come back here to produce the great content for the greatest group of fans that I know, Oscar, and that is not the WWE universe. There's a lot of them. I'm talking about the Boston Wrestling MWF fan community. Those of you that have been with us and joined us over the past year, we love you to death, and it continues to grow, and it's a great thing, but we really need your support to make Wrestle House 2 a reality. Right now, I'm getting a cue from the back. We're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, Oscar and I are going to chew the fat in the world of professional wrestling. Stand by for more Monday Night Mission. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/RedRose. /Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, we are back. Jack Sy down at Red Rose and Melrose has always got this man hungry. If you are in the greater Boston area, trust me, you're going to want to check this out. He's a great guy, great friend, great supporter of the show and our charity endeavors. Over the past couple of months, as you know, we did a fundraiser for Make-A-Wish. It was great to send some money to them to try and help the kids out, some of whom that have been waiting over a year to have their wishes granted. One thing we didn't publicize, on the shows, but we were also able to send a nice donation to the Wounded Warrior Project, which helps out the veterans. So, you know what, you guys helping out with what we do, we're putting some goodwill into the world, and I know we're going to do a heck of a lot more of it before the end of 2021. I know the charity work we've done here over the past 20 years is very important to me, and I know as Vice President, it's also very important to you.
Well, yeah. I mean, no, the Make-A-Wish is, near and dear to my heart. I love this work that John Cena Jr. has done with it. He's one of their biggest supporters, if not the biggest. A whole bunch of stars and celebrities and things that have been done to make these kids whose future seems bleak, but they have that bucket list they have. And when they get it, it makes them forget all about their problems. So just give them that happiness. And there's nothing more exciting than that. There's nothing more altruistic. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, we have of course, what'll now be the 10th Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive later this year, and we have some other initiatives that we're going to discuss this fall. And now is not the time to get into that, but you talk about things looking bleak, Oscar. Let's talk about a man that was originally slated to be a part of our Back to the 80s WrestleFest endeavor. A man that joined us in studio, a man I consider a friend, a man I consider a man's man, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. Did you have a chance to see that video that was posted on YouTube of him?
No, I couldn't look at it, but I
heard about it.
I did hear about it, and I'm just saddened by it. I hope that his faculties come back. I hope that I hope that he gets better, because it's just far too many of us that have died. They actually do news stories on major news outlets about us, and they're not flattering.
No.
They stories about how we die more than any other sports figures, in the whole sports and entertainment realm.
Yeah.
About how we don't last. And it was just so depressing. And not only was it depressing, it was scary. You got to look at your own mortality, especially when you have heart issues and medical problems. They make you drop down on your knees right there and be like, God, don't take me yet. But the good news is I've lived to see, 58 years
58?
On this point. Yeah, I'm 58
You're
years
not
old.
that old.
Yeah.
I don't believe it for a second.
Nah, happily I am.
Well, then again, I don't believe I'm 40, so there you go. As Linda Moratti says, I'm the world's oldest 12-year-old, so take that for what it's worth, I guess. But, it's sad, but you know what? There is maybe a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. A photo surfaced for the 4th of July, and apparently Paul is out of the hospital. He is being taken care of at home by his son. There's a nice photo of him now with a haircut, no more mustache,
Good,
and Paul's drinking a cold one. Paul's drinking a cold one.
Praise God for that. So so that's just that. That's good. I tell people, God can do anything. When people saw him in the state that he was in, I know a lot of people wrote them off.
It was. Let me
or
tell you,
had
it
them in
was.
a downward spiral towards the end. But when you drinking a cold one and you get a haircut, then that means that you do it a whole lot better.
Yeah.
And, I'm just thankful for that.
He's not in a hospital gown. He's in a T-shirt, and it looks like maybe a pair of sweatpants or something like that. And it looked like he enjoyed in whatever mental capacity he may be in right now. At least it looked like he was enjoying the day a little bit, and he looked much healthier. And it was good that he's home instead of being in the hospital.
That's great. Speaking of enjoying the day, switching gears, what'd you do yesterday?
I was here working.
Oh, okay.
I was here producing great content for all of our great fans. I was only here for 9.5 hours. I kind of took it easy. I took the easy way out. We produced our Sunday night talk show, Wrestling Insiders, Stern but Fair, with the former and the first Boston Wrestling MWF Heavyweight Champion Tiger Mulligan, which premieres each and every Sunday night at 7 p.m. on non-pay-per-view weekends. And then we had those big announcements about the November 13th event and the Wrestle House in Tampa. And so there's never a slow day around this place. Every time I think I have a minute to catch up, there's some kind of a bomb dropping or something unexpected good, sometimes even in a positive way, comes our way, and we have to hit the pause button on everything planned for that day. But I'd love to be able to get a week or two ahead, you know what I mean? Especially where with Marty we tape multiple episodes at a time. With Cena Sr., we usually tape at least 2 or 3 when he comes to town. Right now with Tuesday, we're doing those retro episodes with Tony Atlas. On the Wednesday...
Wait, come to town. Wait, slow down a second. Cena don't live in Boston no more?
Well, he does, but, he's a world traveler.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes, he flies in on the private jet, and then he takes a helicopter, and it lands on the roof of the studio.
Now, did you get any barbecue?
No, and I am a man that loves, a nice cheeseburger or a steak or some chicken on the grill. I had nothing. Nothing. You want to know what my lunch consisted of for the 4th of July, Oscar? I had a peanut butter sandwich, carrots, and a devil dog. That is my reality. As I slave away here, still at this miniature little table, as I wait for them to give me the new desk and the new computer that they promised, I'm at this dwarf-sized table that has the podcast station, 2 computer monitors, the computer itself, 3 hard drives, 2 big giant extension cords, my phone charger, 2 microphones, my bottle of water, a bottle of, I don't know what that is, some kind of Gatorade-like drink, my mouse, paperwork. It's just all on this one little tiny table. Maybe I'm getting used to it. I don't know, but it drives me nuts.
Well, on the plus side, you can't damn you for eating healthy, even though the temptations was out there.
Well, no one invited me either. So, I guess that maybe if I was invited, I would have snuck out even earlier. But
well, they didn't invite you because they thought you was going to come to their house and talk about the Marty Jannetty situation.
Either that or they knew. They say, you know what? If the guy was at that studio on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, he's not leaving for the 4th of July, and they may have been right.
Yeah, no. So,
I hope someday when my time comes and the fans and people that I know look back at my body of work, if nothing else, they can say, you know what? That damn guy tried awfully hard to produce a hell of a lot of good content for us. He did a lot to try and keep the wrestling legends working. And that would mean a lot to me.
Yeah, no, we can't say nothing opposite of that. I mean, you're gonna have about 20 people that want to eulogize your funeral. I'll be one of them.
I'll be lucky to have 20 people show up. Never mind eulogize.
Oh, nah, your funeral's gonna be crowded.
Well, I have a feeling I'll be there in spirit, but that's just my faith. But anyway, I know Baby Marati, he had a nice time. He saw the fireworks out at Six Flags, so I was glad that they at least got to have a nice day. It's just everybody but me. That's all. But
you didn't. Why you didn't go to Six Flags with your kids?
They didn't invite me.
They didn't invite you?
They didn't invite me. They figured I had enough last week when we had 3-night excursion. When the day we left, I was at the studio, and the day we came back, I came to the studio. I had 2 days away after 71 consecutive. I'm going to wind up in the home like Paul Orndorff was in at this
you went
rate.
to backtrack a little bit. You went to Orlando, right?
No, we never made it to Orlando. That's where the
that's
tickets
right.
were.
That's right. You went to New Hampshire.
We wound up in the White
That's
Mountains.
where you wound up in the White Mountains of New Hampshire.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Speaking of, unfortunately, another great segue to a passing. We lost a man, big-time superstar in All Japan Pro Wrestling.
Patriot.
Had a stint in WCW where he held tag team championship gold that he traded back and forth against Paul Orndorff and Paul Roma back in '94. And again, he had an Attitude Era stint in WWF. The Patriot Del Wilkes.
Yeah, the Patriot Del Wilkes. See, that's just
I believe he was your age.
That's just not what I was just now talking about. I don't know what the answer is, but hey, we just gotta take better care of ourselves. And I don't just mean eating right and exercising. I mean, that's why I was telling you what I was telling you at the beginning of the show, to drop that whole situation, because we gotta have positive thoughts. We can't have things that constantly upset us and make us mad, because stress is the number one killer of it all.
Then I'm lucky I'm still here at this point.
Yeah, stress is the number one killer of it all. Stress will take you out faster than anything else, because stress segue to brain aneurysms and heart attacks and VTAC episodes and and all kinds of bad things. That's why the answer is you have to. That's why the answer is you got to stay as stress free as you possibly can. Now, I don't know what Del Wilkes' situation was. I don't know, I don't know his life or nothing like that. But what I am saying is, if I look at the trend of a lot of my brothers and sisters in the business that have fallen, I do know that they were under stressful conditions, be it directly from the business, being directly under working at the business at the time, and then worried about the aftermath of their life, once the business say, screw you. That's what, my program, one of the Equilibrium was about, really, to have a program where you showing people how to relieve some of that stress, how to focus your energy in positive directions so that you even want to be around for the next 30 or 40 years. And that's another problem. That's another problem that we even got. Once wrestling is over for us, we don't know what we're going to do.
Right.
So our
fear comes into play.
Fear comes into play. So our wanting to, live diminishes exponentially. And then when that happens, when people feel like they don't have nothing to live for, and this is an old man, told me this a long time ago. When people don't feel like they don't have nothing to live for, death will come creeping at your door faster than a jackrabbit in a cornfield.
Well, it's an interesting phrase, I guess. I've never heard that one before, but I agree with it. I agree with it. I think, once you stop being an active person, I think it really does more to the mind than we, as us just being average people, even realize. Maybe even more than doctors. There's so much that's in the universe that's unknown that we certainly can't explain, despite how smart certain doctors and scientists may be. I mean, I'm not going to get into a conversation about the philosophy of life, but, there's a lot that we don't understand as we sit here chatting back and forth. So, I tend to agree with you. I think once people lose their purpose or lose their people, I mean, look at how many folks you see, an older spouse dies and then, they're all alone and, the second spouse goes not too long after the fact.
Right. That's the one thing, and I didn't understand that. I thought he was being an asshole But that's the one thing my cardiologist tells me every time I see him. Lose weight, but besides losing weight, what the losing weight is the number one thing he said. You're too fat, lose weight. I mean, basically. But he's like, be active. Get active, do things. Don't just sit around. Get active and do things. And he's saying that to say being active is gonna help. Number one, help get your heart going. But even more than that, being active is gonna give you that extra oomph to want to live and do stuff and doing that. So, I mean, yeah, you cannot sink into it because I was in a depression, and I'm gonna tell you this and share this with the whole MWF universe.
All right.
A few years ago, I was in a depression. I mean, a really, really bad one. I mean, it was bad. I almost lost my marriage because of it. And I didn't have nothing to do. I had nothing to do. And I didn't have no reason to want to do nothing. I mean, I was never going to commit suicide or nothing like that. But at the same time, I wasn't doing nothing to fortify living.
Mm-hmm.
Fortify my life. So that was bad, and I had to snap out of it.
And how did you snap out of it? David Reese?
I don't know how I snapped out of it, to be honest, but I did snap out of it, and I'm happy I did. I mean, I have much more of a zen for life now. And I feel a whole lot better, and it feels really, really, really good.
Well, good. We need you around. Hopefully retirement isn't in your thought process anytime soon as we continue to try and build the biggest, best, baddest Boston Wrestling MWF possible. I know we continue, much like Tony, sometimes it's a slow process when you kick off a podcast to grow the crowd, but you know what? It's been shown that it can be done. More and more fans come to enjoy your stories and the old classics and so on. And, again, your insight where you live the life, you're not just someone that watched it on television and observed, you live the life of a full-time professional wrestling superstar. You have a lot to offer the next generation, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I really don't mind doing that. But you know what? I was talking about this with my wife last night. You could offer the next generation the diamonds and jewels and gems of knowledge for the ages.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem that we face now, and not just in wrestling, in entertainment and probably in business at large, I can't speak for them because I'm not out there. But for some reason, this generation is so they so egotistical and narcissistic. They act like they could teach you. They act like they really, really act like I was gonna make it whether you made it or not. You didn't have to trailblaze the trail for me. I was gonna get here anyway. I don't need your advice. I already know everything.
Well, it's unfortunate if that's the response that you've received when trying to offer insight to the younger talents.
I've had some of the younger talents just blow me off like I was a damn fan.
Wow.
Which, to be totally frank with you, they shouldn't treat the fans like that anyway.
Exactly.
It really. I'll give you a good example of what I'm talking about. This is what I saw with my own two eyes when we were in the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw it up close because, when I go for WrestleMania week just to hang out, I take it upon myself to stay at the WWE hotel at least for a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
That's that Saturday and that Sunday. Because before that, I'll stay at the WrestleCon hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Because, all right, when I stayed at the WWE hotel, and I'm not going to mention no names because I'm not going to put nobody on Front Street, it almost made me cry to see how not all of them, I'm not going to say all of them, but a nice enough size handful of them treated the fans.
Mm-hmm.
The fans would be yelling and screaming, and and they would have like they would have like a barricade, to keep the fans away from getting into the hotel. The hotels are really secure. If you don't have a key or WWE credentials or whatever, you can't even get in the lobby, and that's fine. That's understandable. But when the fans are out there calling your name and all that, take a minute, go out, go over there, sign 5 or 6 autographs. There's a lot of them that will. There's a good size of them that will not bother. I seen one guy who was the most famous talent of the most famous talent of the territory. I mean, he got out the SUV and didn't even look over at the people. I looked at him and I was like, "You got to be kidding me! You're not even gonna look and acknowledge or smile and wave at the people?
Even a hello.
Even a hello. He didn't even look over there." I'm like, "You gotta be kidding me!" And then the situation in the hotel was worse because you had a lot of fans that was in there that paid $500-$600 a night to stay at the hotel, and they would just walk by the people and wouldn't even acknowledge the people up close, walk by them, go to the elevator, and then and go upstairs. But here was the kicker: your Bret Harts, your Undertakers,
Legends.
all your legends would do just the opposite. And I'm like, stop, look, listen, learn from the best, learn from the legends. Look at how they handle the fans, and look at how you handle the fans.
Exactly. I agree with you on that 110%. As we've noted many times here, I can't speak for any WWE talent that may love to engage with the fans or may hate to engage with the fans, but without professional wrestling fans, we don't have professional wrestling, and we should always try and keep that in mind.
And they do not seem to understand that or even believe it.
I think that's disappointing. I think, I hate to... Well, you know what? Sometimes I speak too much, but, I think WWE, it's something they should address at the Performance Center early on. The fan base is the lifeblood of what we do.
Not even at the Performance Center. It's something that they should address in a meeting, or even, if one of the agents or senior staff see it, that's something they should pull them aside and address right then and there. Because to what you just said, without the fans, we don't have anything.
Nothing. If we don't have fans come out and support us on November 13th, it's going to be an awfully quiet night at Memorial Hall. That's for sure. You got to give the fans TLC. You got to recognize that in the end, no matter what the wrestling promoter or booker may think, they can be in charge of what's being presented. But if the fans don't come out and support it, it means absolutely nothing.
And you would think that it's common sense among everybody, but like the old saying go, a lot of times common sense is not common. I mean, for me, it was just in my heart when I was coming up in the 90s to do it as much as I could do it. You can't go out and sign 30,000 autographs, obviously.
No.
But if a fan is in a hotel or they stop you outside, or like the story with Luke Gallows got inspired by that little kid that I stopped my phone conversation and said hello and signed an autograph for. He never forgot that.
Wow. Well, it just shows sometimes even the smallest moments can create, a lifelong impression.
The smallest moments, because you you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it,
You sound like me at the beginning of the show. What's up?
I was talking about the entertainment business at large.
Mm-hmm.
Your rappers, a lot of them are worse than damn wrestlers. And guess what? I'm talking about rappers that haven't even made it yet. We would have music. We would have music conventions where you would have a lot of wannabes, and they don't talk to nobody. They have an arrogance about them that you would not believe. And there is something that I tell young cats, and I've been telling them this in the rap industry, in the music industry, my whole career.
Mm-hmm.
Do not do that for one simple reason, and I learned this a long time ago. You never know who the hell you talking to.
Right. That's a great point too. I mean, it could be the son of some major executive or something like that, and they're gonna
not the son. It could be that executive because you don't know who the hell those executives look like.
All right, fair enough.
You don't know who they are. I'll give you an example.
All right.
There's a guy named Grandmaster Flash.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him how much it was for him to do a show. And he said, my manager's name is, and I never forget this ever, my manager's name is Norby Walters. That's who you have to call.
Oh, your good friend, Norby.
That's the first time I heard his name.
Oh. Okay.
When I met Norby Walters, I thought I went through the years whenever I heard the name Norby, I thought he was black. I meet a Jewish guy 15 years later at the music convention, and I'm talking to him and rapping for him and all that other kind of stuff like that. And that's when he told me that he was Norby Walters. I almost swallowed my tongue. And from that day to this one, Norby has been my manager and my mentor my whole life since the year of 1989.
Wow. It's a long relationship.
Now, had I walked by and been like, oh, he Jewish, he ain't no damn body, my life would be in a different direction. It's because of Norby Walters that it all happened. It's because of Norby Walters that I was at this because of Norby Walters that I was in Las Vegas that fateful day and met Vince.
And ultimately, if it wasn't for Norby, we would have never met, because if you never met Vince, you would have never got involved in wrestling.
And if you look at the whole chain, we never would have met because my career would have went in a whole different direction.
Right.
To a mediocre rap star, big rap star, or nothing.
Well, it's interesting how what's that game called? The Seven Shades of Kevin Bacon. But if it wasn't for Norby, David Reese, you probably would have never met the president of this fine organization and all the interesting characters you've come across over the past, my gosh, 28 years now.
Before I got in the entertainment business, to feed my family, I was a security guard. So I would have gotten the security guard business, and that's probably what I would still be doing today. To tell you everything about security, entertainment business, nah, that's not for me.
Well, unbelievable, Oscar. Before we go, any final thoughts, memories of Del Wilkes? I know your careers really didn't cross paths, but did you come across him at conventions and things such as that?
I came across him about 5 years ago in Charlotte for the first time at the Mid-South wrestling convention.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I met Del Wilkes, the Patriot. Really nice guy. We talked for a few minutes and that. But as far as, let me tell you, that you would be surprised. There are a few people that I did not come across during my wrestling career. One of The Rock, John Cena, Stone Cold Steve Austin, who I met at the first time. I actually met last year in New Orleans. Not last year, year before last, in New Orleans. And yeah, there are quite a few notables that, I know who they are. And then come to find out, they know who I am. I'm like, really? Wow.
Well, you're a man on a mission, brother.
But I will tell you, because this is no secret.
All right.
I will tell you one sad fact that I just found out. I looked on Facebook and they had a list of the 50th greatest tag teams of all time.
Oh, I know where you're going with this one. Okay.
Men on a Mission not mentioned nowhere. I almost wanted to cry.
Do you think they belonged in the top 50?
Oh, absolutely.
I'd need to look at the list. Now you've got me curious.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the top 50. Come on.
That might make an interesting topic for the show.
Yeah, it might. I'm not sure how game I am to really talk about it.
Oh, you're that upset?
It's really hurtful.
Wow.
It was really hurtful. I mean, I really want to know, and I really want to know if we've been blackballed for some reason. And I can't think of nothing I ever did to upset anybody.
Well, I know there were issues with Mabel's widow after he passed. I don't know if that would have anything to do with it.
Yeah, no, yeah. That could have a lot to do with it, because I have actually spoken to Triple H about that situation over the past few years. And I told him, do not get involved with that situation.
You warned him.
I warned him because I know her. I know how she is, and I know the grief and pain, and I know that she's not a nice person. I know that, I'm trying to say something, but I'm trying not to say it really public. Nah, hell with it. It's true.
Shoot, brother.
She didn't really love him. She didn't love him when he was alive.
Now, why do you say that she didn't love him?
Because of the jacked up things she did. I mean,
what would she do?
She was a jacked up individual.
What do you mean, jacked up?
When I say jacked up, I'll give you the example. But this happened after he was dead. She got high and dropped his ashes all over the garage, for one thing.
Oh.
Somebody told me he went to buy his boots, and the dog had one of his boots in his mouth, walking around with it.
Yeah.
And my favorite story, my favorite. How could I forget this? We had a funeral that I drove all the way from Indiana to what was it, Memphis? To Memphis to be at.
Mm-hmm.
And Lawler's son, the one that died, Brian Christopher, he told me, he said, Oscar, why is she asking me, do I know any other wrestlers that I could hook her up with? At the funeral.
At the funeral?
At the funeral.
Oh, my God. Well, as we noted on that three-way podcast we did with Marty, I have to be fair and say I was not the man's biggest fan, but from the business we did with him, but I think he deserved a better fate than to have his widow looking to hook up with wrestlers at his services.
Yeah,
did she ever offer her services to you?
Nah, you know what? I wasn't in her presence that much for it to even go there. And when I seen her, when I saw her 2 times, when I saw her the first time, Nelson was with her. So, and then when at the funeral, my wife was with me.
Oh,
so
okay. All right. Well, that wasn't gonna happen.
So she couldn't.
Maybe Mo. I don't know.
She couldn't get the chance to do nothing like that.
I know she caused a lot of grief for WWE for a period of time, and to WWE's credit, they, from what I know, extended some help to her.
They did. They gave her $10,000.
All right, well, there you go.
And I told them that was a big mistake, because I told them, give a mouse a cookie, he gonna want a glass of milk. So if they thought it was gonna stop there, once they opened that door, they was dreaming.
They're going to think there's more and more. But what the residual checks are like with WWE. You know how long it would take for them to make back that $10,000?
Yeah, no, exactly.
A long time. They have made a couple of action figures of them, so maybe WWE recouped the advance on his residuals that way. I don't know. But you know what I thought was disappointing, Oscar? During Marty Gate, when I continued to have my conversations with them, they weren't even aware that Del Wilkes had passed away.
Oh, really?
I was really surprised by that. Yeah, I don't know if they just didn't have communication, if no one from the Wilkes family reached out to them. That's why their announcement that he had passed was a little bit delayed compared to what you'd usually see. But I was glad that someone told them. But what are you going to do?
They don't have, I'm going to tell you why. They don't have a strong pipeline from former talent goings on straight into their bloodstream.
Mm-hmm.
They got to hear about stuff the same way me and you hear about it.
Well, I was glad I could at least pass the information along so they could do, a social media posting. I don't know if it appeared on one of the television shows, at least as of yet.
Well, I would hope, I would imagine it would. It should.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it don't, but it really, really should tonight.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We're taping this episode before Raw airs, so we don't have the answers to that question yet, fans. But, Oscar, as we run out of time on this yet again very engaging episodes, any final thoughts on the week at large? And what is to come in the next week?
I know what's not to come. We're not going back on the Marty Gate next week.
All right.
So
you think we're going to get the cash from Tony back this week?
No. You can forget it.
I was kind of being funny with that one.
Yeah, you can forget it. Tony ain't even got the cash to give you.
But like you said, hopefully, we can move on from what happened on June 20th. Hopefully,
No, ain't no.
Wait a
Hopefully,
minute,
you
wait a
are
minute.
not going to spend another 5 minutes on my show talking about that. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's over.
All right. Well, I will.
The only thing I want to hear. Wait, I walk back. Only thing I want to hear is Marty that got some help. Now, you want to talk about that? Then we can spend an hour talking about that. Anything other than that, no.
That would be a great story to tell. And again, I continue to hope that happens. I spent a lot of time trying to set up avenues for him to use beyond WWE's rehab program. And just unfortunately, he's a stubborn guy. He feels that once his ankles heal up, he's going to be good and ready to go. And I don't know. Knowing his history, I worry. And I say that because I care, not because I'm trying to put him down. I want to stress that because there's a lot of people that think I'm out to bash him, and I'm not out to bash him. I'm very mad at the situation. I am not mad at the human being. I know the human being, was in so much pain. He didn't know what he was doing, and he made some bad adult choices.
All right.
And we'll leave it at that.
And with that, that's it.
All right, fans, again, check out the Indiegogo campaign. The link is in the description box below. Help us bring WrestleHouse 2 to life. WrestleMania week, we brought you 7, what was supposed to be 9 superstars. We have merchandise rewards for you. We have live experiences, I should say, available to you if you want to participate. If you want to advertise on these great talk shows, this is the best way to do it because we are going to try and line up a plethora of superstars for another great week down in the Sunshine State. It's going to be hot. I'm going to pack very, very, very light. Hopefully, I won't have a repeat with the Southwest luggage. That's a different story for last week's episode. But for my partner in crime, Oscar, I am Dan Marotti. The announcements are coming. Jim Duggan, Jake Roberts, Demolition, and so many more are coming to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s, Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. Why don't you join them? We're going to have a heck of a lot of fun. Ticket information is coming soon, fans. For my partner in crime, Oscar, I am Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. More important, stay healthy. We love you. Good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Veterans Memorial Auditorium in Des Moines, Iowa, Friday, July the 5th, 1991. In the opening contest, the Berserker beat Jim Powers. British Bulldog with the win over Typhoon, who replaced Intercontinental Champion Mr. Perfect via countout. The Bushwhackers defeated Paul Romer in the Brooklyn Brawler, who replaced Hercules. Jake the Snake Roberts with Andre the Giant, victorious over Earthquake. The Dragon beat Colonel Mustafa. The Warlord with the win over Jim Brunzell, who replaced the Texas Tornado. And in the main event, the Ultimate Warrior defeated The Undertaker via disqualification. If you were in Des Moines live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join Rotating Legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst of times. The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition Autographed posters signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Include signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission is back with new episodes every week in its traditional time slot of Monday night at 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. As we continue with Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, don't forget to check out our Wrestle House 2 Tampa Indiegogo campaign, where we're trying to bring you another week of Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, cyber autograph signings, and more from the Sunshine State. You can find the link in the description box below, or if you're with us during the premiere, in the blue bar at the top of the premiere chat. Don't forget, you can also help the cause using the Super Chat button, that little gray button with the $ symbol below the premiere chat. It's open for business, and like I said, after a lackluster April and May, I guess what we'd call a fair June, we need all the help we can get. Like any fine, upstanding human being, like if you were at a restaurant or a bar, tip the waiter or waitress, tip the bartender. For hours of great entertainment tonight, it is truly appreciated, along with your viewership and being a friend of the show. Speaking of friends to the show, I hate to say it, but I think we lost one of the friends of the show. I was sent a screenshot by some nasty things that one of our moderators had written about yours truly, and I tried to reach out kindly on social media, and it was responded coldly. Even to that, I tried to say, well, even if you don't like me, you're always welcome to tune in and join the show and hopefully enjoy the content. And I got the old block. That's not nice. Come on, guys. Let's all be friends. Let's all be nice. Let's all be respectful of each other, whether it be your everyday life or whether it be the live premieres of our Wrestling Insider episodes. I have to say my feelings were a little hurt on that one, but you know what? I will live. I will live. I have had many arrows shot in my direction in my 40 years of life, and I'm sure many more will come my way. But my goal, again, is to keep Wrestling Legends working and to keep you guys happy, because without wrestling fans, we have no wrestling talk shows, we have no live wrestling events, and so on and so forth. And I have never, ever lost track of that. Again, folks, with the Super Chat, every dollar helps. Again, as we prepare to return to Tampa for Wrestle House 2 in less than a month's time, to find you a brand new co-host for Tuesday night, since Tony Atlas chose to take the money and run. He still will not respond. Can you believe that? Maybe we should give Tony a call. Maybe we'll give Tony a call when we come back. Let me think about it. Speaking of old Tony, coming up next is another classic Wrestling Insiders at your house, as Tony Atlas shoots on the WWE Evolution All-Women's Pay-Per-View, Wendy Richard, Sergeant Slaughter, Nikolai Volkov, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner and around the world, welcome to another installment of our hit series, Memories and Legends. I'm Dan Marati, joined by
Mr. USA Tony Atlas.
Tony. The feedback has been tremendous. The fans love what we're producing. They're enjoying you more and more each and every week. A whole new generation of fans out there are becoming familiar with Mr. USA.
Oh, that's good.
It's real good. Remember, we had a very successful endeavor with our Corners Cure raffle last month. We have our Paul Bearer holiday headlocks coming for Christmas time because in the world of kayfabe, Santa Claus's GPS can't find every kid. So we need to update Santa's GPS to make sure he finds every kid. We're going to talk about that Thanksgiving night. That's a different story for a different time. Tony, this weekend, history is being created. WWE is presenting the Evolution pay-per-view in Long Island, New York for the first time ever. It's an all-women's WWE pay-per-view event. It's historical.
Long overdue.
Long overdue.
Long overdue. You know, I've been in this profession for over almost 50 years, if not more. And I hate to say it, but the women's never really got the same opportunity as the men. You know, history would tell you that. You can go on a lot of shows. You may see 2 women's and 20 men. Even when they make action figures. I mean, the hardest action figure to find is a woman action figure. They are, so they don't receive the revenue as far as royalties and stuff. So the men. So what the WWE is doing with women's, in my opinion, is long overdue. They're the first organization that ever try to do anything with women, which is strange to me because 54% of the electoral vote is female. There's more women in America than our men's, and we don't give our daughters heroes. When you look at comic books, I think when I was coming out, they had one woman superhero, and that was Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
And that was it. Everything else was male. So we put this stigma out for many years that the male was the hero, the dominant one, and the woman was not so heroic and not so dominant. But now that Vince McMahon is shining a new light, the WWE is shining a new light on women, and I'm kind of proud of the move.
How do you think the fans are going to react to this, Tony? The tickets didn't sell out immediately. They didn't get off to the best of starts. It wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I think there's a large percentage of the general population that really don't like to watch women fight. And I also think, as far as wrestling fan goes, they still use the women's matches as a bathroom break. It certainly has got better over the past 3 years since WWE really started to push the women's evolution, the name of the pay-per-view, as a matter of fact. The athletes continue to improve that they bring up from their developmental program. Ronda Rousey has certainly become the face of the division, a movie star and a UFC superstar. Charlotte Flair is an exceptional athlete, represents them well as a champion, amongst others. But and I'm one of them, Tony. I think it has been overpushed. And my fear is that these great athletes at some point are going to get a John Cena or a Roman Reigns treatment.
That's because you're an old fogey.
I'm an old fogey.
You're an old fogey.
Why is that?
Because if you look back in 1890,
I'm not talking about 1890,
the transportation was horse and buggy.
Right.
And there was a lot of old cowboys that was against the machines and the train and against cars and against a lot of things of the turn of that century, the last century. Now we're going to have people in this century. Remember, this is the beginning of a new century.
Correct.
By 2020, 2050, it's going to be more and more acceptable. When I remember in 1980, when a woman walked into the weight room for the first time, there was no women lifting weights in the 70s. Bodybuilding for women started in the 80s. Women came into the world of bodybuilding. There was a lot of people that even today, believe that women should not lift weight. When I met Chana for the first time, I told her, I said, man, you look great. You must have worked real hard to get that physique. You look fantastic. She started crying. I got scared because I thought that I would, say something wrong and scold and say, oh, don't worry about it. He said, that was the nicest thing anybody ever said to her since she's been here. So what women do when women start moving up the ladder, they kind of mess with a male ego a little bit. For many years, we got this certain thing of where a woman should stay in her place, pretty much. Deep down inside, a lot of us, we don't realize it. In a way, we're sexist. And the most sexist people I've ever met in my life, believe it or not, is not men, but women. My wife believed that a woman shouldn't lift weight. She said, what do they want to do? Try to be men's? if they go to the gym and lift weight. You hear women now, oh, she want to be a man. Anything that a woman do that is physical, she gets associated with being a man because we've been programmed that a woman place is to do this and a man place is to do that. So whenever women started moving, like in the world of wrestling, I mean, women have been having this problem for years with people with the mentality that women should not be. There's wrestlers probably in the WWE right now that feel that instead of having an all-woman event, that they shouldn't even have women in the ring at all.
Well, here's my philosophy. I think good professional wrestling is good professional wrestling. I was at the WrestleMania show in New Orleans this year, and they had Charlotte against Asuka from Japan. And I said to the person I was sitting with, I said, you know what, this wasn't a good women's match. I said, this was a great professional wrestling match. When you get the girls in there that can have a good match, where you don't look at the gender, those are the girls I want to see get in there and go.
Of them all over
But
the
no,
world.
Tony, there's a lot of them. Their offense is pathetic. If the man executed the moves as bad or as weak looking as some of the girls do, the men would be crucified. It's almost like a lot of the women. It's like they're going to get a participation award. You did good. You tried. You worked very hard. Cry. Now it's your chance to hold the title, and everybody will get a chance. And I'm not a fan of that.
Well, no, not now at the beginning. Well, you know, if you watch a plant grow, you know, that rose bush don't look too pretty when they poke his head up out the ground, just like a little stem sticking up there. But then a couple months go by, you got big, beautiful roses. You have to give it time to grow.
Well, I've been watching wrestling since 1986. I've seen it grow.
I don't think that the WWE would take a chance on anything without getting the data first. You see,
that's John Cena Sr. right there. Once he heard women,
well, see,
he's piping right in.
We have to do something to help our daughters.
And I'm for that.
I mean,
I'm for that. What I'm saying is I think it dilutes the two programs, Raw and SmackDown.
No,
I think there's too much of it. I think the ratings speak for themselves.
Oh,
you know, a lot can be said for the reason why WWE's television ratings are down, but I honestly think if there was a more aggressive male style and the women were given their own individual platform, I think the fans that love women's wrestling would flock to it. I think it would be successful. I think Evolution is going to be a very successful pay-per-view.
WWE is going down because it's becoming too commercialized. I could be sitting watching a match and a commercial come on. I could go in the kitchen doing that commercial. Now, you ask anybody to watch it. I could go in the kitchen doing that commercial. I could fix myself some pea soup. I could bake a ham. I could bake a cake. I could even eat it during the commercial and not miss a lick of it. When I was wrestling, we had interviews, but the interview wasn't 15 freaking minutes.
Right. Too much.
I mean, you know, if you sit and watch how long a match is, and then when they do get a good match, they cut it to put a commercial. They start off the first 30 minutes of the program
the long interview.
Talking.
Yep.
People want to see some action.
Right.
It becoming too. It ain't got nothing to do with the women.
I think it's a fair statement to make is that just other than someone like Brock Lesnar and Undertaker, everybody on the roster is overexposed. There's too much access to them on free television. There's not enough incentive to go out of your way to find them if you know you can find them each and every week.
Well, you know, it's another old saying too. Once a book been read is old. You see, at one time the WWE main object was to put every promotion out of business, which left no competition. See, when promoters work together, you could bring a guy from Charlotte that was very, very popular in Charlotte, North Carolina, but have not been seen in New York City. You could bring him to New York City and do vice versa. So you're always able to swap off on talent.
Right.
Now you don't swap off on talent.
There's very little places WWE can go.
They're limited to how many employees, how many people they can put on that within that in that program. The reason that we became legends, when Tony Atlas was wrestling, Tony Atlas was on TV every week. There are employees right now with the WWE that probably been there for a year and nobody's seen them.
There are undercard guys. That's a problem. There isn't enough of a mix. You have the guaranteed top
guys. How often you see a big star like Randy Orton? How often you see him? And plus, the rating is falling down because he can't feed the monster. In my state of Maine, Vince come once every 4 or 5 years.
That's not true.
He come once every 3 or 4 years.
He's in Maine every year.
No.
Yes.
No.
I'll debate you on that
What
one.
you talking about? What 300? What we gonna do? Think about wrestling for 355 days?
That's a good point.
In the olden days, we was in Boston how many times? You look
every month.
Just about every month.
One Saturday every month. Yep.
We kept feeding the beast. You see that there's a lot of stuff what they didn't participate that had happened to the world. You have other things to watch. You have other things to be interested in. When I was at the start, it was boxing, wrestling, football, basketball, baseball. They were the 5 big major sports events on TV. Wrestling was one of them. Now with cable television, you got 100 and some station to watch. Back when he was making his big thing, he don't have the revenue. He don't have the people to keep everybody fed. People lose interest in it because they don't see it enough to stay interested. How can you be interested?
Well, there's a
in
difference
lifting weights?
between live events and watching it on free television. There's plenty of free television for people to digest.
But it's not the same thing.
Well, we're talking about two different things.
We was on TV every week too.
You were in enhancement squash matches.
Yeah,
and you did 2-minute
but
promos.
still, we was on TV every week too. But the thing is, it was a different that we was able to go to these towns, talk to these people. These people was able to go out to see the match.
I understand
It's just
that.
like Foxborough here. If the New England Patriots played in Foxborough once a year, how many fans would still be interested in the Patriots?
Fair enough point, but we're talking about two different things.
No, entertainment is entertainment, brother.
Well, I'm talking about a television product. You're
But then
talking
we're talking
about a live event product. They're two different things.
The MFL is a television program.
They are
is it not?
correct.
But if they came to Foxborough once a year, I don't think too many people are interested in the Patriots.
Well, how about this? If they played on TV every week, would there be as much interest?
Yes.
You think so?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You're
We
a football
disagree.
fan? You're a football fan.
I'm a football fan. I
They're
wouldn't
on
want to
every week.
watch
I
it.
just watched the Patriots play last night. Was it Thursday night?
Thursday night.
Yeah, I just watched them play. You know, I stayed up to watch them. I'm a Patriot fan. But they feed the audience. They feed the people go to Foxborough to see the Patriots because they know the Patriots are going to be there. How many people are going to be running to the gardens here wanting to see WWE? It comes once a year.
Well, you could make the argument that would build the anticipation.
No, because there's other things going on.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a different world right now. It's a faster moving world.
The world is constantly moving. They're looking at UFC. They're looking at this. They're looking at that.
You can make that argument, but at the same time, if it's good, people are going to watch. If it's good wrestling with good storylines and good characters, the fans are going to watch. There's been proven time and time again with every time there's a boom in the business. Out of sight. If it's good, the fans will watch.
Out of sight.
I hate those arguments. Oh, it's Christmas. It's this, it's that.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Fair enough. I guess we'll sum up this part of the conversation.
Because that's what made the people wrestling fans. You know, if you go somewhere with me, you hear somebody say, Tony Atlas, I remember when I met you at this match, and you signed my autograph, and you did this, and you did that. These are stories that these people kept them
right
for since they was little
kids.
Mark Henry told me a Tony Atlas story. Stone Cold Steve Austin told me a Tony Atlas story because they was able to meet this wrestler. Now you go to the WWE, this guy only gonna be here once this whole year, and he got a parking lot that is far away from you, and the only thing you do is wave at him, and he wave at you. No memory.
Unless
nothing to soak into this person. So the experience was not as great as it would have been if he had met a Bruno Sammartino, who would have gave him a hug, would have signed his autograph, would have talked to him, would have joked with him, and he would have met and touched Bruno. That what made wrestling different than football player, basketball player, and baseball player, because they could actually come in contact with us. Now that the wrestlers are separate, it's a difference. Kind of looking at a girl in the Playboy magazine and then looking at a lady in your bedroom. You don't think there's a difference?
There's a difference.
Same thing with the fans.
Well, like I said, Tony, I'll sum it up with this. I hope WWE's Evolution pay-per-view is a giant success.
They need more wrestlers.
I hope they're going to have 50 women wrestlers in Long Island, New York. When your good friend, your fellow Hall of Famer, Mark Dustin, and the board of directors found out about 50 women in one place in one night in wrestling, Gary, He's headed to Long Island now. But I'd like to see it be a success. I'd like to see it be separate.
Yeah,
I would enjoy it more separate if I knew that's the content I was going to get.
When he bought these companies, he should never close them, in my opinion.
Correct. Oh,
we had WCW, keep WCW going. Because that way people in the South got to see more live wrestling. Let WCW run CW territory. Don't close it down and then try to run it, show up once in a while and thank the fans not happy with that.
Right. And it was a
They
flop.
may be happy with it. They may be saving money. They may be making a lot of money the way they're doing it. But as far as the fans are concerned, they want to, like a stock car race. They go to a stock car race, and they're not losing fans for years and years and years because they never change what they do. You had the Indianapolis 500, right?
Yeah.
But what if the Indianapolis 500 be the only stock car race in the world? People will lose interest pretty soon in that. What if the New England Patriots and New York Jets are the only two football teams in the world? People start losing interest in that. It's not enough to grasp everybody. Everybody want to feel what it feels like to be in that arena and cheer the hero on. And he took that from them. And they could cheer, but in the state of Massachusetts, they got maybe 3 days a month to do it. The other 20-some days.
Very fair point.
Yeah, and people in Maine used to get to see wrestling at least 3-4 times a month.
Oh, it was a regular pit stop for them every month.
Pit stop. Yeah, Boston was regular. Madison Square Garden every
3 weeks.
Every first Monday.
I thought it was every 3 weeks.
No,
Maybe they
3
changed
weeks,
it as time went on.
Every 3 weeks was our TV.
I got you.
Yeah, we did TV tape every 3 weeks. But we did the Garden the first Monday of every month. So the people in the 5 boroughs got to see wrestling and experience wrestling. They experience what they go there for. They got to experience wrestling 12 times a year. Now Madison Square Garden would be 1 time.
MSG usually gets 2 or 3 house shows a year now. I mean, it is what
Why
it is.
do you think it was so easy for Coley Rose and them to get that garden? Couldn't nobody do that for years?
We're going to be talking about that. That's a very interesting topic.
But the reason is because it's vacant.
All right, well,
the garden need to make money.
We're going to
People
get there.
want to see wrestling.
We're going to get there, brother.
Vince left it vacant, so Cody said, well, what the hell is vacant? Every arena, believe it or not.
I'm going to get you there, don't worry.
I know you're in a hurry. But believe it or not, in my opinion, now I could be wrong, Vince is more vulnerable now than he ever been in any time of his life.
Absolutely. They have more money coming in than ever before.
Well, it's because he's leaving so many starving fans. You can't feed everybody with 1 loaf of bread like Jesus did. See? He got to get more loaves. The only way he could save his butt, let Sean run WCW, get that up and going again, open up some of these territories. We got more wrestling going on. And when you do that, people will be more satisfied. I don't want to see a hamburger on TV and then go looking for it. But why is I'm watching this commercial? You know, we don't have a McDonald's in our town. Like when I see these Red Lobster commercials, I don't like them. I love Red Lobster. You know why I don't like the commercial? In Lewiston, Maine, there ain't no Red Lobster.
I like the rolls.
The Golden Corral. How many times you see the Golden Corral?
There aren't any around here.
Ain't none around here. So you're not interested in it. Because people don't want to tease themselves.
All right.
What they see, what Vince is doing on TV is giving up a tease, showing them something they could never have, that they're not going to get.
So let me ask you this. You think the interest would be up if there were more live events on a regular basis?
Yeah, because you're teasing them.
That's a very interesting philosophy.
You show them something every week. How many kids would come up and you could ask people how many people met Tony Atlas? You put a thing on how many people met Hulk Hogan? How many people met Stone Cold Steve Austin? You know, and then you say, well, how many people met The Undertaker? How many people met Brock Lesnar? They hadn't.
I have not thought about it from that point of view.
They just get teased. Look at what we got. But you can't see it, you can't touch it. You go on and look at it from a distance. And where we didn't tease the fan, we showed them, we showed what we got to offer. Then they was able to come into our place of business, which was the arena, which would be, if I was selling food, would be a restaurant.
Right.
They would come into the restaurant and sample the food. So when they see a live match, they get to feel the excitement in the air. You can't feel no excitement with the wife and kids screaming and you're watching wrestling, and then the commercial pop up that is longer than a freaking match?
All right, you know what? I have never thought about it from that
team.
point of view. That's why these conversations are so great, Tony. As far as we need to wrap up this segment, I can hear the music in the background. I hope the WWE Women's Evolution pay-per-view is a success.
It will be.
I hope at some point WWE really looks at giving the women maybe their own hour on Raw or their own individual program on WWE Network, because I personally might not be a fan of it, but there's a lot of fans that are, and I really think they'd appreciate it.
I got a dream match. See,
what do you got?
With that woman match, they should put me in there, put tennis shoes on them girls, and let them all walk on me.
You and Mark Dustin, the two of you. All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief timeout. Back on Super Showdown weekend, we did a Hall of Fame name game with your buddy George the Animal Steele, Jimmy Snooker, and Bobby Heenan. When we come back, we're going to look at 3 great WWE Hall of Fame legends. We're going to get his input on what he thinks of them. It's going to be very interesting and very fitting at first for this weekend. Stand by.
I wonder what size shoe Ronda Rousey wear.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by 2-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Memories and Legends. It's WWE's Historical Evolution Weekend. I'm Dan Marotti, joined by my buddy Tony Atlas. Tony, People love when we play the Hall of Fame name game.
Okay.
They love when we run through these different legends from different eras. They love your opinions on them.
I've tried to be honest.
The first one tonight, I know you have some experience here. Fitting for the weekend we're at with Evolution. A WWE Hall of Famer in the class of 2010. One that caught a lot of people by surprise, considering how she left the promotion. Wendy Richard.
Wendy Richard, I first met her in Georgia. She paid her dues. I don't know why people were surprised for a former woman world champion. If it was a male world champion, there'd be no surprise. But she would have, she brought. She was at the time when music, when WrestleMania really was part of the foundation of what we see today. With her thing with Cena and Captain Lou Albano and it was the beginning of music video.
The rock and wrestling connection.
Yeah, the music, MTV just started during that time. So she was in the right place at the right time with the right people, and she was the right person to do it with. She was big, beautiful, very good wrestler, very hard worker. She has some problems with, as we say, the office, because due to the fact she was a pioneer in the women's division, when a woman spoke up, she was not looked upon as a businesswoman. She was more looked upon about, she was a B. I hate to say it, but that's...
You mean, I'll say it, you mean a bitch.
Exactly.
Okay.
So any woman that spoke up about her money, spoke up about anything, she was automatically classified as a B. And Wendy Richard, one of these type of women that when she see an injustice, or she felt that she should be given opportunities, that she was denied these opportunities, she was scorned for having a voice. So Wendy Richard is a very strong, intelligent woman that spoke up not just for herself, but for other women. I know the last time you talked to me about Moolah. If it wasn't for Moolah, in my opinion, half of the women wrestlers would have been pregnant. They would have never had a
Moolah
career.
kept them on the straight and narrow.
Moolah kept everybody on the stiff and narrow. And nobody, now here's the funny thing, Mae Young, as great as Mae Young was, and as great as Moolah was world champion for how many years? 20-some years?
28 years, I think.
28 years.
In the history
books,
at
Nobody knew who in the hell this woman was as she hit her 60s.
Right.
That tell you about women. But if a man had been champion for 28 years, we know who was champion that was only champion for 1 year. Tommy Rich, not even a year.
A week.
Me and Rocky Johnson, we were champion for 1 year. People know about us. But if we were the first female champion, black champion, female tag team champion, me and Rocky would not even be spoken about. That's why I say what they're doing for women now, I think it's a great thing because they've been held back.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony.
And we never see what they could do because we never turn them loose. Like for a long time, when black athletes came into sports, people had their decision that, they can't catch the ball. You can't have black quarterback. You can have running back, but not quarterback. You can't have black coaches because their brain don't function. Even in the U.S. military, where you can't give them guns because they won't fight. So we always had these stigmas of what a person can and can't do. But the best thing to do is give them a chance. Give them a chance.
All right. Well, we'll go back to that time frame, Tony. MTV was a phenomenon when it launched on cable television. And I think professional wrestling was a great fit for it, the way it was presented in the mid-1980s.
Yeah, that's right.
The larger-than-life characters and personalities.
Right.
Do you think Wendy Richard was the right choice to kind of make the face of women in WWF at the time?
Of course she was. At the time.
She would have been your choice.
Yes, she would have been my choice. We didn't have a lot of women that was interested in wrestling because there was no place for them. Mm-hmm. They didn't get work. Like I work the independent shows now. I may work a whole month of independence every week for a year. And within a year, I may see one woman match. Name what promotion, you look at all the promotions, Go on the computer. Anybody out there, go on the computer, look at all the promotion. They don't use the women. So women don't get interested. They lose interest in becoming pro wrestlers because the only people that will use women wrestlers are Vince. That's it.
Well, he does the best job with them by
He's
far.
the only one.
Well, no, Impact has a women's division. Ring of Honor has
They
opened
don't
up
use
a
the
women's
way Vince
division.
use them?
No, but like in the
Well,
earlier
you see
segment,
one match on
over.
Impact.
Well,
one
I
match.
think I think one match
see
on a
this old
2-hour,
dried up-
3-hour
you
show
see
is
this-
plenty.
Yeah, you see this old dried up guy. I'm challenging him right now. What's his name? Jay Letha.
Yeah, what about him?
Jay Letha need to get in a wheelchair with me.
What?
Where my cane? Put the old Jay. OJ.
What about Jay?
He's too old.
Jay Lethal?
Jay Letha, old grandpa.
He's younger than me.
You old grandpa too.
Well, that's a different story for a different time. We don't want to talk about that on the air,
You let
Tony.
me tell you,
It's a sensitive
I
subject.
challenge.
I'm not even 40 yet.
I challenge Jay Letha
Well, what's
right
the
now.
problem with Jay Lethal?
I could do a moonsault better than him.
Where is this coming from? Why do you have an issue with Jay Lethal?
Because Jay Letha should be manager now.
But did you have some kind of an interaction with him that went wrong?
I just
or-
know I can out wrestle him.
He's a former MWF television champion.
I'm former WWF champion.
Well, you know what? That ranks a little higher
And
than the
NWA,
MWF by a
And
smidgen.
AWA.
But I don't understand.
And Puerto Rico. And Japan.
Is there something in the ring that you saw that you didn't like?
No, I like his wrestling. I think he's an excellent wrestler.
Is it
he's one of the best wrestlers that best wrestling Impact should do. I think he should have been in the WWE years ago.
Is it a personality conflict?
No, it's just that I know he's getting old. How old is Jay Letha now? He got to be at least 60.
32, 33?
Well, he got to be in his 60s.
Tony, I don't know.
How long Jay Letha been wrestling?
Since maybe 2003,
Oh,
2004?
he would go back further than that.
No, he's not that old of a guy, Tony. He's in his early 30s.
Jay Letha.
Jay Lethal, he did the Black Machismo gimmick in TNA,
Why he looks
imitating
so old?
Randy Savage. You'd have to ask God and Mother Nature about that. I don't know the answer, but he's a young guy.
He's about as old as Ric Flair.
He did a great Ric Flair imitation.
See? How he know how to do that? He's old.
All right, Tony. We're talking about Wendy Richter,
Okay,
the Rock
Wendy
and Wrestling
Richter.
Connection. I certainly don't think Moolah would have been the one to try and resonate to that demographic
No,
on
but
MTV.
the point is, look how long she had to wait to get recognition.
Right.
I mean, she had to wait 28 years in order for someone
Well,
to
and that was
notice
just
her.
to show the power and control that she had over the industry, to keep herself as the champion.
If she had more power and control, she'd been booked on more shows. I've been on a lot of shows with the NWA, Mid-Atlantic, Georgia Championship Wrestling, AWA, and she wasn't on none of them.
Well, back in that era, the women and the midgets were used kind of an attraction that would only come in a few times a year, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Well,
And Vince is the first person that uses women on a regular basis. Every SmackDown show, every house show have a woman match. And that have never, we just looking at this one item.
right.
But he don't only just do it on the television. He do it on in the shows too. When I travel with ECW, me and Mark Henry, you know, Nat and Lightheart and all the women, they travel with.
She's
I went
great.
to Europe.
She's great.
We had a woman match in Europe. Vince always had a woman match. WCW can't say that. AWA can't say that. NWA can't say that. And there's not an independent organization out there that can say that either.
Well, no, there are some independents
That
nowadays that are
use a
focused
woman
more on
every
women's
show?
wrestling. Sure.
I ain't been on one yet.
All
I've been
right,
on
well-
the independent circuit since for 30 years.
Book him. He's great. He's
30 years
fantastic.
I've been on
Visit
the independent
BostonWrestling.com.
And
We want
once in a
Tony
while-
working every night.
Once in a while, I would see a woman match. Once every blue moon.
Well, let me ask you this.
That's why the women don't go for it no more, because where they going to go when they get the training? Who going to book them?
Fair point. But Tony, Cyndi Lauper was white hot in the world of entertainment and music. Do you think any female could have got over strong with Cyndi Lauper attached to their hip? If it was, say, Velvet McIntyre, do you think she could have got over as strong as Wendy Richter did?
Nope.
Or do you think it was something special about Wendy?
Yeah.
Well,
For that time, she
Yeah.
fit. She fit. See, Velvet McIntyre was probably about 5'6". Wendy was like 5'10". You see, back then, we came up close and personal. And when they saw this 6-foot woman walking towards her, she's a wrestler. She fit.
pretty woman.
She beautiful and she tall. She fit. When Hulk Hogan came out, at 6'7", 350 pounds, when people saw him go, whoa. Like, look at the impression people got from Hogan when he did a Rocket thing.
Right.
And Stallone looking up at him. That gave people
Put him
that
over
wrestler.
big.
See, Randy made Hogan and Randy made wrestler look bigger than life. She was taller than all the female athletes during that period of time. Hogan was bigger and taller than all the male athletes. The only person you can find that was bigger and taller than Hogan, you got to go on a football field or a basketball court. But there was no baseball player as big as Hulk Hogan back in them days. There was no women. There was no women's tennis player as big as Wendy Richard. So they had to do a lot of personal appearance. So a guy like these little Pete Squeaks they got now, you put them around, average women, and they would say, they got a little bit of the old thing. They'd be like little.
It's a very valid point.
Yeah, so that's why you got to keep the wrestling now separated from the fans, so the fans don't see how teeny tiny they are.
Well,
if they look very impressive on TV unless you see someone like Brock Lesnar or The Undertaker or Kane or Mark Henry. You got some very, McIntyre, he's a monster. But then you got some that is not that impressive in person.
correct. There's a lot of people, they look like, when you see them on the street, they look like average Joes.
Not even that good.
Well,
Some are
phenomenal athletes, but the sport itself has lost a lot of size. And it's lost a lot of, just guys that look like tough men. Tough men. You know what I mean?
When you meet a person in person, you want to feel impressed by that person. You met your hero. Like when I met Muhammad Ali for the first time, I was impressed.
Right.
He impressed me. Great big hands, good shape, well dressed. He was taller than me too. He was like 6'3", So I was impressed.
Right.
When I met Mike Tyson not too long ago, I was impressed. When I meet these people in person. And then when you meet somebody that you always were so impressed with on TV, and you meet in person, oh man, what a disappointment.
Well, let me ask you this, back to stay on topic with Wendy. She came from, as we mentioned earlier, the women were pretty much a side attraction that would go territory to territory, almost like the circus. Wendy went from being a girl that fit that classification to was a mainstream superstar on NBC with Saturday Night's Main Event, with MTV, which was for the 18 to 34 demographic. That was the cat's meow.
Yeah.
How did Wendy handle the stardom? Did she get a big head? Was she still low-key? Was she the same person, same personality?
She never changed. When did she never change her position? She was always sweet and lovable and everything. I remember I was in 1989. Mario Savodi took me to this program out in Los Angeles where you go bid from television.
Mm-hmm.
I met Michael Landon. Wonderful, 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 wonderful person. I met guys like Dick Clark, and the guys are not even around no more. And they had Hulk Hogan there. They had Lex Luger there with WCW, and they had Wendy Richard there, and they had lines of people getting autographs.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy had the same amount of people in her line.
Wow.
As Hogan did.
Wow. And that was a couple of years after she left WWF.
Because young girls has no one to look up to. Look at the last Olympics. The women tore it up. They won just about every medal. How many of these women you see on TV making commercials and doing stuff? Look at the Wham sister. I mean, my God, they ain't never had women like that before. How many times people are using them for anything? Now
Fair point.
You take a Michael Jordan or a Tom Brady or Gronkowski. Oh man, can't wait to sign them up to advertise my product. Can't wait to put them on the cereal box. But then with the women, we still as a country have to come to grip that women could do whatever a man could do, only she can do it better.
All right. Well, Wendy Richter's time in WWF, as popular as she was, as her rise to fame came, it quickly went. Apparently, she didn't want to sign a contract that was presented to her at Madison Square Garden back in November of 1985. She was scheduled to wrestle the Spider Lady, but in a play similar to the Montreal screw job with Bret Hart and Shawn
They screwed
Michaels.
her that night, yeah.
The fabulous Moolah was surprisingly the woman under the mask.
Yeah.
Hooked Wendy Richter for the quick 3 count.
Yeah.
Unmasked, it was Moolah.
Yeah.
And Wendy Richter was bullshit in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
Were you there that night?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what happened, Tony. Take us into the locker room.
Just what you just said, and then when they came out hollering and screaming at Vince, she cursed him out right in front
What did
of
she
all the
say?
boys. I can't remember the exact words what she said, because us wrestlers, we been hearing stuff, but we kind of act like we don't hear because we don't want to get in trouble. Because one thing about wrestling, you can overhear something and lose your job even though you're not involved.
Right.
So what
Was
she
this
said-
in a private room?
Well,
Was it
she
in the
called him
hallway?
a backstabber, a liar, and she said he was a liar. That you screwed him, you screwed me. Why you screw me? We were shocked too. Me and SD was there. We were shocked too because she was making good money. I mean, Cena Lofter said because of Captain Lou Albano on her video, she got all the wrestling fans buying her video. And so it really opened up that channel.
It was a real connection.
Right.
It was a real
and
connection.
nobody could understand why.
Right. If you were Vince McMahon, would you have done that to her? I mean, you would understand if she wouldn't sign the contract, what would you have done if you were Vince? Would you have not put her on the show? Would you have stripped her of the title? Would you have done what Moolah did?
I would probably. It's hard to say because I have to know Vince's side of it too.
Well, I'm looking at it from Vince's point of view. He needs her to sign a contract to make sure she's with the company.
Maybe that wasn't the time or the place, trying to get somebody who didn't before go in the ring to sign something. If you're going to sign something, you should have a lawyer look over it.
Right.
I mean, she could be signing away to be a surrogate mother to Vince's child. You don't know.
Right.
I mean, you get somebody in the dressing room and they're concentrating on their match. Then you come up and say, look, we want to redo your contract. We want to do it now.
Right.
Maybe
wrong place, wrong
Garden
time.
was not the place to do that. But I know now if Vince has his contract, he give you the contract till you go home and have a lawyer look over it. He does that now. But maybe if he had conducted business the way he do now,
it would be different.
It would have been different.
As far as you know, though, she was not difficult to do business with.
No. She made every show. She worked her ass off. I was overseas with her. Great girl. Wonderful girl.
Is it true that after she had the altercation with Vince in the locker room at Madison Square Garden the night they screwed her out of the title, she left the venue in her wrestling gear and drove off and went home?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that fascinating?
When women get angry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Logic don't play a role.
Well, I got to ask this, Tony. The people love the stories. We had our good friend, the Iron Sheik, Khosrow Vaziri, in your seat here, in the infamous shoot that's been seen by millions online and wound up on the Howard Stern show. He was very angry with Wendy Richter because apparently a few nights Wendy would come to his room and share in some of his cocaine, but she wouldn't give the Sheik any sex, which led the Sheik to think that she was a lesbian. Rose, and even though he didn't know who Rosie O'Donnell and Ellen DeGeneres were in 1985, he thought Wendy Richter was like that. No. Did you ever travel with Wendy at all?
I traveled with Wendy.
Any fun memories? Any stories?
No, Wendy, like I say, she was an old Southern Texas girl from down south. She wanted to keep her respect. Why would she want to go to bed with that Sheik? For what reason? Just because he was a wrestler?
So is she.
Yeah, but the thing about it, he wasn't attracted. She wasn't in love with him. You know.
But she took his cocaine.
What do you think? Just because she's a woman, she should spread her legs for him?
She took his cocaine.
Well, I don't give a stuff. A guy would take it too. What, he want to go to bed with the guy too?
No, he didn't want that. He wanted a little Wendy. He wanted to make her humble.
If I was him, I would be ashamed to admit that I was a sexist.
You think the Sheik is a sexist?
Yes, I would tell him. Anytime you expect a woman to lay down for you and don't expect it for no one but a woman, what else are you going to be a sexist? He sees her in that perspective. He didn't respect her as an athlete. He didn't respect her as world champion. He didn't respect her as one of his professional companions. He saw her as one thing and one thing on, a booty call. So he overlooked everything she stood for, to satisfy his own needs, which is wrong. I got daughters. If he had said that about my daughter, I'd knock him out of his wheelchair.
All right. Well, Tony, I think it would be great if Wendy Richter made a surprise appearance at
It'd
this
be
pay-per-view,
wonderful.
wouldn't it?
It'd be wonderful.
You
That's why I
talk
say-
about someone that really is if you were to look at the history books and say who was the first women superstar in the history of that company, when you look at what a superstar is by
Yeah.
their definition, Wendy Richter was the first
Yeah.
women superstar.
Yeah.
I think she belongs at the Evolution
Well,
pay-per-view.
even if you look at China, I mean, how many times you seen a woman look like that?
Right. Well, that's China's. We'll get to her at some point.
And how much? And what was done with her? She was kicked to the curb like a bad habit.
Well, she didn't help the cause.
Well, there's a lot of guys. See, there's guys did a lot worse.
Well,
That's where the problem comes in.
I was around WWE when that went down, and she did not help her cause whatsoever. But we
Then
should
what
say,
she did was so wrong.
well, just from the financial point of view, what she was trying to hijack the company for.
What? Just ask for more money?
She wanted Austin and Rock money. She wasn't worth a fraction of what they were getting.
She didn't want that much.
She wanted Austin and Rock money. She was very difficult to deal with. And like I said, from 2000 into 2001, I was interacting with them on a regular basis. And that went down, I think, with her in maybe May or June of 2001.
I don't think she wanted that much money, but I see.
Well, we can talk about that at a different time.
Right.
I just want, go ahead.
Every wrestler wants to make enough money
Sure, absolutely.
to live up to the standards that they put you in. For example, let's say if the WWE give me a contract right now
Right.
for $100,000 a year.
You're looking at maybe 60.
Not even that, because see, on the road for one day, the average wrestler, he got to get his rental car. That's $90. You got to get a hotel room. That's $200. You got to pay for gas and food. The only thing that WWE pay for them guys is the plane ticket. But unless you somebody special like Undertaker or somebody like that, you got your own expenses. But not only you got expenses on the road, you got expenses at home.
Oh, sure.
So they got to save so much money home. They got to keep 2 homes at once.
Right.
So $100,000, you are lucky if you save 10 of it out of 100.
Well, we talked about wrestlers'
so
pay
this
back
guy,
on
this
our
guy,
Hulk Hogan
to
episode.
most people,
Yep.
$100,000 is a lot of money. Not when it costs you $300 a day to make the show.
Right. Right.
You know, you do 4 days, that's $1,200 gone.
It's an expensive week before
out
you
of
see
the
the penny.
$2,000 that week, you spend it $1,200 to make the show. You got $800 to send to your wife and family, pay your taxes.
All right. Well, Tony, nearly 25 years after what went down with Wendy Richter and the Spider Lady, the first WWE screw job at MSG, Wendy was invited to Phoenix, Arizona to be inducted into the 2010 class of the Hall of Fame, and she accepted. Do you think it was a good thing that Wendy made peace with WWE in some capacity to attend that event?
Of course.
She was very deserving, in my opinion.
Yeah, but see, when you get inducted in the Hall of Fame and you refuse to do so, you let down all the fans. How many young girls out there would sit there and say, look, a woman made it into the WWE Hall of Fame. A woman. Among all the men. When I was there was one woman that went in, the Sensational Sherry. That was it. Everybody else was men. You look at it now, there's one woman. Every Hall of Fame, there's one woman.
Well, I don't think there really needs to be more than one woman. If you look at the history of the business.
Well, that's my point. There ain't that many women that made it to that level to be
Wendy
a Hall of Famer.
Wendy did.
And she did.
All right, Tony. Right now, I hear that music playing. We're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to continue Tony Atlas's Memories and Legends Hall of Fame games. Stand by. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Memories and Legends. We've discussed the WWE Women's Evolution pay-per-view. We discussed Tony's good friend Wendy Richard. Now we're going to talk about a man that Tony feuded with, wrestled in some of the biggest arenas in the world, a man that he teamed with on certain occasions, former WWF World Heavyweight Champion, a man not only very recognizable from the world of professional wrestling, but from the children's version of Hollywood, Sergeant Slaughter.
Sergeant Slaughter, I saw him about 2 weeks ago. We was at a convention together, and Slaughter was the type of guy that really served our country. Him being a Marine was not made up. He was being himself. But I think that Sergeant Slaughter really captured the world when he went out in the middle of that arena and he put his hand over his heart and took his hat off and did the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. That is a memory that I would say that was the biggest moment of his career. For some reason to see him do that, and you could feel the energy in that building. That had to be the best of all the stuff that they was doing during that period of time. They may have got swept over and not dealt with as much as it was. There was not one person sitting. Everybody in that arena stood up. The boys in the dressing room stood up. It was a magical moment. Also, Sergeant Slaughter was the person that gave me my finish move.
Really?
I was wrestling him in Baltimore, and my finish move, I worked with WWE, it was WWF.
Worldwide Wrestling
Right.
Federation.
My finish move was a sleeper hold.
Really?
It was a sleeper hold. And it was a high spot, I pressed down. I lift Sergeant Slaughter over my head. He was about 270 then. And the place came unglued. And on the shoulder, when I came back, he said, I told Vince what you did. He said, whoever you could, as soon as you pick somebody up like that, he wants you to pin him right there. And I said, pin him? I said, I use a sleeper. He said, didn't you hear them people? He said, when you pick a man up with your head, he said, these people go nuts. He said, that is your finish.
You didn't need more.
That what Honor Scholar told me that night. So from that night on, so Sergeant Slaughter was the first guy that I pinned with the press slam.
Really?
Yeah. I press slam people in Georgia Championship Wrestling and Mid-Atlantic, but I never pinned them with it. It was a high spot.
And then it became the new finish.
After I press slammed Sergeant Slaughter. So he was the one that gave me that thing. And plus, we did a lot of charity work. I did a lot of, at the end of his career, me and Sergeant, we got to know each other very, very well. We played golf together. He's a hell of a golfer.
Is he?
Very good golfer, very, very good golfer. And he still worked with the WWE, in fundraising. He's a good real ambassador to the WWE. But he's a hard-working man. Nobody that I know of could say anything bad about him. Whenever I was around him, he always treated me like a gentleman, always gave me the best advice possible, and tried to help me out a little fix here and there when he was an agent.
Really?
So I have a great deal of respect for Sergeant Slaughter. Now, maybe there's people out here that had different experience with him. But my experience with Sergeant Slaughter, all I can say about it, Slaughter, thank you for your service.
What was he like to work with in the ring?
Light as a feather.
Really?
Easy going, went along with every, you could call the spots and stuff. He was no problem. You know, he was all business in the ring, all business outside the ring. He didn't carouse around as much like the other boy, you know, with the girl chasing and
He wasn't a guy that wanted all the rats.
Right. No. He wasn't interested in none of that. He was, you know, he felt that McMahon paid him to wrestle and to entertain the fan. And he did that to the best of his ability. And I can't see anybody have anything bad to say about it. You know, he was down in Charlotte for a while. You've talked to Don Canuta, Sergeant Slaughter, him, they got along. He helped Don Canuta with his career. He helped me with my career a lot, you know, when I met him. So I have nothing but praise for him. You know, he's a veteran. He served our country. And, you know, and I saw him a couple of weeks ago. He's in good shape, which made me feel good. And he sat there. If you ever meet him, it's a pleasure to meet him.
Nice guy.
Very nice guy. Very nice guy.
He worked for Tony Rumble a few times on shows we were
very
at.
nice. All polite, no problem.
Yep. Very soft-spoken.
Soft-spoken guy, easygoing. Yep. Wonderful individual.
Yeah.
And he deserved everything that the business gave to him. Lucky for him, like a lot of guys, like Wahoo McDaniel was not as lucky to be in the right place at the right time when the big merge took place.
Right.
And lucky for Sergeant that he was in the WWE during the time of the merge. Otherwise, he would got swept under the rug with Klondike Bill and Yukon Eric and every other wrestler, Ox Baker, that didn't have the privilege of being part of the WWF at that time.
The Forgotten Legends.
Exactly, the Forgotten Legends. Otherwise, he would have been one.
How hot was the Sheik Slaughter feud when they did that angle when he came out and put the hand over the heart? I mean, Hogan was on top at that point. He was white hot. Snooker and Piper were going at it. You had Andre and Studd and starting up with his feud with the Bobby Heenan family, but that Slaughter and Sheik angle was hot.
Sheik was number one heel.
Right.
You know, he was the number one heel. And Sheik and the WWE owe all that money to the All Total Homemania.
But you know what? The Sheik, and I tell you, there's a lot of Iron Sheik stories to tell. But his life in Iran before he came to the United States.
He was the bodyguard for the show.
What they did to his family messed with him.
Yeah.
Big time. And that's a story you'd have to watch our Iron Sheik shoot.
But see, that's how smart Vince was. He saw how the world felt about Iran during that time. And he got this idea to put the belt on Irania. If you had beat the Sheik that night, you would have been in the same spot Hogan been. He didn't have to do nothing out of that. That was it. He was made from one match. And I never see any heel in the history of wrestling that make a superstar in one night.
You know, this is very interesting.
Never happened before.
I want your opinion on this now. You brought it up. When Sheik was here, and I had heard this from, I'm not quite sure who, but another WWF veteran, the original plan for that title change to transition from the Backlund era to the Hogan era was for Backlund to put over mass superstar Bill Eadie. And Backlund wouldn't do it because he didn't think Eadie had the credentials. So is it true, from what you remember, that Sheik was the second choice?
Yeah.
Do you think Hogan would have got over as strong as he did if he beat mass superstar for the title instead of the Sheik?
No.
I agree with you.
No, because the Sheik was on fire because of you got to realize they was holding American hostages then.
Right, yeah.
You know, and like with Nikolai contract was up. And then the Russia shot down the career airline. And Nikolai said, "Hey, guys, I'm not leaving." They said, "Why?" He said, "The Russians just shot down an airline." He said, "I'm still here." So Vince pulled him back and teamed him up with the Sheik because of that deal.
All right. Well,
because he figured that the Sheik deal popped, that maybe he could pop the Russia deal with Nikolai. Like I became Saba Simba at the same time that they released Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
So Vince still always tried to play with this world thing.
Real life, yeah.
Real life. I mean, it was there. So Vince, being a smart business man, he said, "Look how these people feel about this Iran system. We wanted to go to war with them, remember?"
Well, I was just a baby back then.
Yeah, that's what made Jesse Jackson so big. He went over there and got the hostages out.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony. Slaughter was great as a babyface, the great patriotic moment you spoke of. He was also a phenomenal heel. He cut such a great heel promo. He had that alley fight feud with Pat Patterson that culminated at Madison Square Garden. Did you like Slaughter better as a heel or a babyface? I think there was so much you could do with either one.
Well, you can't pair it that way. That's like saying, do I like John Wayne more or Sheriff or playing Chisholm. It's still John Wayne.
Right.
I like him when he played Chisholm, and I like him when he played True Grits. The character was not important that John Wayne. It was John Wayne.
All right, fair enough.
You know, I like David Ollie Cole when he sang one song. I like David Ollie Cole when he sang another song.
All right.
You know, I'm a country and western fan. So
All right. Well, let me ask you.
I like Hank Sr. and I like Hank Jr. I think I like Jr. a little bit better. I like Jr. Make it move.
All right. Come on, jeez, Tony. Tony Atlas.
I don't know why you don't like Hank Jr.
I don't know Hank Jr. Sergeant Slaughter and the Sheik we talk about was white hot. WWF was white hot. The business was reaching levels it had never seen. And then all of a sudden, Sergeant Slaughter, a man known from WWF and the G.I. Joe cartoon at the same time, vanished from the world of WWF. The reason being that I've been told by many the superstars around in that era was that Slaughter was trying to get the boys to rally together and form a wrestlers union.
That was Jesse Ventura.
Well, that was in 1986. That was after Jesse was before WrestleMania 2, from what I was told. Did Slaughter try and do the same thing in 1984, 1985? You're not aware of that?
No. He became an agent.
He didn't become an agent until the 90s.
Yeah, but I don't think he tried that. No.
Well, then how do you recall him leaving in the middle of that hot run? And they replaced him with Corporal Kirchner.
I was worried about my own ass.
Corporal Kirchner was his replacement as the next military guy.
I know, but brother, I was on the crap list at that time too. You know,
it wasn't some of your fondest memories of that period.
I don't think I was worried too much about what's going on with old SARS because I was just trying to keep my head afloat.
Well, did you ever?
That's when Vince threatened SD to kick me out of his house, or he's going to fire the SD.
We did a whole episode on that.
Yeah.
We did a whole episode on that. But Tony, did you ever travel with Sarge at all?
Oh yeah,
did you?
Yeah, in Charlotte, many times. Sarge was a great person.
Any fun memories from the younger days?
No, it's because Sarge was pretty straight laced. You know,
he was a good fit for you then.
Yeah, he was pretty straight laced. He would tell you stories about other wrestlers and stuff, you know, and the funny stuff. But he was pretty straight laced guy, you know, military. When you was around him, you knew he was military. The military never left him.
Do you think it's fair to say, at the end, he's going to be one of the most remembered wrestling personalities of all time?
Oh, of course, it is.
Maybe not one of the greatest in-ring performers, but one of the most memorable characters in wrestling history. You think so? Yeah.
Of course,
I agree with you on that.
And well deserved.
All right, Tony, any final memories of old Sergeant Slaughter before we hit the break?
All I want to do, Sarge, along with the late, great John McCain, Sergeant Slaughter, thank you for your service.
That's an order, maggot. All right, fans, speaking of you maggots, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, it's more memories and legends as we wrap up another great episode. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer, yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter. It's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back. We've had a lot of fun. We've talked WWE Evolution, Wendy Richard, Sergeant Slaughter. We're all excited about the Patreon channel launching so you fans can participate in 17 years of great in-ring wrestling, studio shoot interview DVDs, and these great memory and legend episodes we're putting together. But Tony, this one is maybe a little bit long overdue. A gentleman that, again, we noted we would have loved to have had here in the studio. A man I believe is a solid friend of yours from over the year. A gentleman that passed away back on July the 29th, Nikolai Volkov.
Nikolai, in real life, was a professional boxer that transferred. He was a boxer and a weightlifter, not a power lifter, not a bodybuilder, but what we call a weightlifter. Now, a weightlifter, they do like the clean and jerk, where you lift the weights over your head. A power lifter, they do bench press, deadlift, and squat. Them the three lift. The snatch and the clean and jerk is weightlifting. That's what Mark Henry was, a weightlifter. When people say, do you lift weight? There's a difference between a bodybuilder, a weightlifter, and a power lifter. It's the movements you do. Power lifters lift nothing over the head. And he was a great weightlifter, very good with his hand. He was a good boxer. And he told me his love for America. Because he was raised up in Russia. He's originally from Russia. He's not make-believe. And he said in Russia, under a socialist government, it took anywhere between 12 to 15 months to get an apartment.
Really?
See, when the government runs everything had to go through the government. So when your name come up, it's your turn for an apartment. Now there may be 2,000 or 3,000 names ahead of you. They have to accommodate them 3,000 before they get down to your number. Wow. That may take a year. It may take 10. It may take 15 years. Here in America, what Nikolai said, he could go straight to the landlord and talk to the landlord, pay the landlord, move in the following month. Under a socialist government, everything goes through the government. The government have to put its stamp on everything. Nothing is said, nothing is done. Television is sanctioned. If the government don't approve of the program is not going to air. That's the difference between a democracy and the capitalism and socialism. Now, I know Nikolai really was, and I asked him one other thing. I said, what else that you learned that was different than living in America and living in Russia? And this is something else I never thought about until Nikolai brought him into. He said he had to get used to eating stale meat. In America, you cannot get fresh meat. You can't get fresh meat in America.
Explain, Tony.
Well, let's say I slaughter a hog in North Carolina. That hog don't go from the butcher shop in North Carolina straight to my table in North Carolina. That hog gets shipped all around the world.
Okay.
By the time that hog hit my table, it's a month old. You take food, they would put dye in food to make it look. Go and buy a steak, wash it off under the sink like you should wash your meat. Why do it turn brown?
The coloring.
There's a coloring that makes it red, but it was red when it came out that cow. You see, most of the places in Germany, in Russia, where it's from, they use local produce. So that when you ate a cow, that cow only been dead for maybe a day at the most. At the most. or it was just fresh killed. The meat was still warm. In America, that before they even that meat would stay in the freezer there for at least a month. It may be a month before they even ship it.
Wow.
They don't slaughter a cow and ship it the same day. They store it, and when somebody orders it, they send it to her. So you may be getting a piece of meat that is months and months old. You can't get fresh. When I became a bodybuilder, one of Mr. USA, one of my perks that I got along with it was some of the sponsors that did certain things gave me like a free supply of it. So one of the things with this orange juice company, I won't call the name, but I said, "Oh, your orange juice is 100%." He started laughing. He said, "You can't buy orange juice, Tony." I said, "But say 100%." He said, "Yeah." Said we don't have to put 1% of oranges in it to call it 100%. There's a loophole to help the companies make money. If you sit down and take an orange and squeeze it out, how many oranges you think you have to squeeze to get a gallon?
Quite a few.
Quite a few. Now you think they're going to sell that to you for $2? Conversation, no. So everything, if you don't get all that you get, like supplement, like protein and vitamins, none of that stuff is FDA approved. None of it. You can't go to GMC and get any protein that is FDA approved. When I was bodybuilding, they tried to get us to sign a piece of paper to say that we wanted FDA approved, but of course, as bodybuilding, we fought against it because there was stuff that worked, and we were afraid they're going to take it off the market. So it never passed. You look on the back of any supplement, they said this is not FDA approved. You look at how they do they used to hire guinea pigs to take their medicine. Now they tell you, "Oh yeah, you take this, great for back pain. I never felt better." Then they decide naming all the side effects. But this can cause blindness. It can cause you to get deaf. If your throat swell up where you can't breathe, or you started to have a stroke, see a doctor immediately. Well, hell yeah, buddy.
All right, Tony, let's circle on back to the veteran Nikolai Volkov.
Okay,
We've gone on to
but
the
this
world
is when you talk about
Russian
Nikolai,
meat and orange juice.
when you talk about Nikolai, this is what Nikolai talked about. He always did
He had a great interest, yeah.
Where he did a comparison of how much butter, but that was his negative, the fact you couldn't get fresh food here. Everything is, it's not fresh meat. You can't get fresh meat in America, because of the shipping. But he loved the idea that we could speak so freely.
Mm-hmm.
He said his country you could not do that, and he just loved the freedom of speech. I think what impressed him more than anything that we could be so openly speak out against people, and it don't even have to be true. And it just was amazing to him that we could lie on each other and get away with it, on media. I could just write something right now and put it on social media about Dan, about you, about Hogan, about anybody, and to a lot of people, it'd be believable. And there's absolutely no consequences to my action. And he was always shocked by that. But Nikolai had another fear of being poor again.
Really?
Nikolai would stretch $1 from here to Kingdom Come. Me and S.D. Jones, we was over in Germany one time. And me and S.D. we ordered this big plate. They call it like a swine oxer. It's like a short shank, a hog shank. Like it's a shank, they call it. And it was that big around, like a small ham. We had the potatoes and all the veggies. Me and S.D. we ate till we can't eat no more. Nikolai didn't order no food. He would wait till you finish with all your plates. Hey, Dan, are you going to finish that? I finished that for you. I hate to see food go to waste. And he would take that food and rake it on his plate. One time we teased Nikolai so bad. We said, Nikolai, you cheapskate, this is our last week here, and you're not going to get on the bus and buy your wife nothing, because all of us going to go out, they're going to take us shopping, and we're going to buy our wife a gift. So everybody went out to get their wife and the kids something of the gift. So Nikolai was the last one to get on the bus. And here Nikolai coming down the street, this little bitty brown bag, holding it just like that with his fingertip. Big smile on his face. He get on the bus. All right, you guys, I'm going to tell you now, y'all can't call me cheap no more. He opened up the bag, and everybody said he must have bought a diamond ring or piece of jewelry. Small bag jewelry, right? Yeah. That's what we were thinking. He opened the bag. He pulled out 2 postcards. Now, y'all can't call me cheap no more. I bought my wife something. Then he sat down beside SD. SD, I don't think she needs 2, do you? Maybe I could take 1 back and get my money. That's Nikolai.
He was just saving everything he could.
Every penny. He would resole his shoes. He would never buy a new pair of shoes. He would buy a new sole for his shoes. The Iron Sheik and Nikolai would come from the Meadowlands one night. And they were trying to make last call. And last call was at 2 o'clock. They got there right at 1:30. The Sheik, Nikolai, come on, Nikolai, don't worry about parking the car. Leave it here, Nikolai. Leave the car here, Nikolai. We're going in to get a beer. Come on, Nikolai, leave the car. So Nikolai, but Sheik, come on, Nikolai. Nikolai goes in with the Sheik. They drink their beer. They come back, somebody stole the Sheik and Nikolai bag. Now the Sheik, we felt bad for because we told the Sheik get fake medals. But Sheik didn't want to do it.
Oh, yeah, they stole the real ones.
The real one, his Olympic medals and Pan American Games, the real one, because he would not wear the imitation. And Sheik is in the dressing room. Sheik, oh, they took me Olympic medal. They take me Olympic medal. They take me Pan American medal. They take me Iranian medal. They take the gift I get from the shore. They take everything. Oh, how I'm going to get it back. They take all the Sheik and medal. The Nikolai sitting there watching. Sheik, all right, Sheik, that's enough of it. They took my hot plate. You don't see me crying. He said, they took my hot plate. They don't see me crying. Morocco had to hold the Sheik back. He wanted to kill Nikolai. What are you getting mad about? I had to buy a new hot plate. Because he would not eat in a restaurant. Right. He would go to a grocery store and buy food and cook it on the stove.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah, he traveled with a hot plate to cook his own food in hotels all over the country.
That's right.
For a guy that was making good money.
Yep. He was complaining one time to me and SD. He said, oh, I think I'm going to get a divorce. She's spending all my money. I said, what Sheik? What? Who's spending all your money? Oh, my wife. She went out and bought a new couch. Well, Sheik wasn't wrong with the old couch. Well, every time she sits on the couch, a spring would stick her. The springs were coming through the seat. And I said, well, in case she sat, so she could sit in a different spot. And I said, well, what happened there? Well, the springs in that side stuck her too. He said, but I could have fixed that. She took that couch and she threw that couch out and she bought a new couch and he wasn't divorced from about
Well, I
couch.
tell you, the Sheik and his wife,
a wonderful guy.
And his wife and I have had some interesting experiences. We're going to have to do a special episode dedicated to the Sheik at some point because just the memories him and I have created in this studio, literally, that have been seen all over the world and even on the Howard Stern show. I've got a lot of Sheik stories, and I want to hear your Sheik stories. I think that would be a lot of fun. But back to Nikolai, those two must have been an interesting travel team.
But Nikolai had a heart of gold. I mean, he never had a bad word to say about nobody. If you're doing something wrong, he'd come up and try to help you. He never missed a show. Tell you this one thing that Nikolai told Vince McMahon Jr. before he left. He was leaving his last week there. He said, Vince, I have a story to tell you. He said, there were these 2 crows, and they hadn't eaten, crow, black crow, and they hadn't eaten for days, and they were starving for starvation. So one crow looked at the other crow and said, oh, we're never going to eat. I know we're going to starve to death. And the other crow said, ha, I have an idea. He said, you do? He goes, yes, follow me. So they used all the strength they had, and they crawled and scratched and got to the back of the barn. When they got to the back of the barn, the crow with the idea said, aha, there it is. The other crow looked, and there was a great big 2,000-pound bull. He said, what the devil are you talking about? What, you want us to attack and eat the bull? He said, we could barely make it around here. He said, no, just wait a minute. So the bull took a big old crack. And the other crow said, aha, there it is. Let's go. So they crawled over there. And they ate all the bull crap. And they felt strong again. And they flew to the top of the trees, feeling strong. The farmer came out, saw the 2 crows, thought they were going to eat their corn, and shot both of them. Bang, bang. The moral of that story is bullshit will get you to the top, but it won't keep you there. And he walked out the door. That's what he told me. Bullshit will get you to the top, but it won't keep you there.
Interesting. Well, he certainly had a roller coaster of a time there into the 80s, the success, into some of the struggles in the 90s when they ran into that legal trouble.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
All in all, Nikolai, was he stiff in the ring?
Yes.
Tough to work with?
No. But back in the olden days, that's what they wanted. The promoter would tell us, hit him, when you put a chop, let him hear it all the way up in the cheap sheets. Lay him in, kid. I mean, I don't know how many times I hear that. Lay it in, kid. They was wrestlers. Nikolai came along where you lay your chops in. When you put a hole on, you put it on nice and slug. You know? Because there were stores where a guy thought he got hit, but didn't hit, but took a bump. Like they had this one, the cowboy, tall guy, wore cowboy boots, cowboy hat. Was it Cowboy Lane?
Yeah, there was a Cowboy Lane, yeah.
Real tall, about 6'4". Anyway, he was in a battle royal or something, and somebody threw a paper cup in a ring and hit him in the back of the head with a paper cup. And he took a bump over the ring because he thought one of the boys hit him. So he took a bump for the fan over the top rope because he thought one of the boys. So wrestling, see, I came along during a time where wrestling really, George Scott told me, say, you see all them people out there, Tony? I go, yes, sir. He said, everybody out there believe that wrestling is fake. It's your job
Make them think
to
it's
prove
real.
that it's not.
Yeah.
So we did everything in our power to legitimize the sport. That's what kayfabe was all about.
Right, absolutely.
And you remember there's one thing that every wrestler in the 50s all the way up into the 90s was asked. They don't get asked that no more. I used to hear it every day from every fan. Is wrestling fake? That was the secret to our drawing power. They didn't know. They didn't come to watch wrestling. They come to catch us. They would sit there and tell their son, oh, don't worry about this. This is all fake. This is all fake. But we were so slug, and we did our job so well that guy, one minute he's telling his son it's all staged, the next minute, kill him, bring his arm, bring his leg. He's the worst guy in the
Made him believe.
Make the people believe. Wrestling in my day was turning fantasy into reality. I hit Gene Anderson with a forearm one time. He said, with them effing big arms you got, there's a Harley you can hit. Hit me, kid. So I drew back. I said, oh, you want me to hit you? I gave him a big shot. He said, oh, that's great. I wrestled Larry the X-Hennig, Kurt Hennig's father.
Great guy. Love Larry.
And he said, look, kid, I'm going to back you up to the rope. I'm going to give you the elbow. You make the chest jump. Do that thing you do with your chest. I said, oh, okay. He said, the people are going to love it. So he backed up to that freaking rope. Lift that big. He had like a 20-inch forearm. You ever see pictures of him?
We've worked with him.
Really?
We were with him in New Orleans this year.
He was a freaking monster in his younger days.
Oh, I remember from videos.
Yeah, he lifted that big forearm and hit me in the chest, and I felt like a tree fell on me. Knocked me right through the freaking rope.
Really?
Then he's getting mad at me. He think I'm doing it on purpose. He goes, oh, kid, come on now. I told you, don't go down. Come on, you're killing the thing. So he brought that arm back again and whacked me and knocked me through the rope again. And I said, if you keep doing that, I'm not getting back up. He said, what's the matter? I said, you keep knocking me through the rope. And he said, oh, how long you been in the business? It was just because he figured that I knew. That knew how he worked. That's how he worked. Big Bad John was another one that I used to tell you about. That was like a Gene Anderson.
Who's Big Bad John? That was his work name?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with him.
Yeah, out of Kansas, you got to look him up on a computer. This was
what territory?
I met him in Kansas. He worked a lot with Vern Gagne stuff. He got shot in the shower. He used to carry 2 guns on at all times.
Really?
Yeah, he was involved in some real heavy duty stuff with bikers and stuff like that. But when I first started, they got you because of your toughness. They wanted to put the belt on me. For the first time, I'm going to become Georgia champion. And I rode to the building with Rufus R. Freight Train Jones. And Paul Jones, Wahoo McDaniel, Rufus, and Blackjack Mulligan, and George Scott, they're all talking about me. I'm sitting out front, but I got my ear to the door. They said, yeah. I didn't know they were talking about me at first. They said, yeah. Before we put that belt on, how do you know if he could fight? He said, well, we said, no, he got a great amateur background, but can he fight? If he got into a real fight, can he fight? That was very, very important to them. So Sweet Hamster said, well, I got an idea. So he took me to this old biker bar that when I walked in, it was a big Confederate flag. There was Stonewall Jackson over here and Robert E. Lee here. And they had a little round table, I guess, for strippers. And they had the most scampiest looking girl you don't want to see in your life. She looked like a crackhead. They didn't have crack then, but she,
Right.
just to give you an idea of how she looked. She wasn't the most appealing looking. And all the guys was in biker outfit, and there were bikes on the outside and everything. Pickup truck with the shotgun in it. And I walked out the suite. I'll be back. Just sit here and wait for me. He left me in there. I'm like, what the hell they leave me here for? So this girl should come over. Hi, how you doing? And she'd be real nice. All of a sudden, she slapped me in the face and she used the N-word. She said, nigga, don't you ever put your hand on me. I go, what? I didn't touch you. I saw the guy at the pool table. He set his pool stick down. Another guy, I saw him be spinning his chair around, the stool, and them two started coming toward me. And I'm watching these two, and as I'm watching these two, some guy came up from the side of me and just drilled me. Boom. Knocked me out of the seat. I got up, I'm fighting all three guys. All three guys. I'm fighting for my life. I wonder, where the hell is Sweet? Why you leave me here? I'm pissed off. I'm fighting. My shirt all ripped, nose bloody. I got outside the thing. I'm waiting for them to come out the door. They came out the door, and then I looked, and there goes Sweet standing there with his arm folded like this. Go, hey, very good kid.
Passed the test, the initiation. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to haze you. That's why a lot of people didn't like Hogan at the beginning. He was never hazed.
Well, he had his leg broken by Hiro Matsuda. That was kind of an initiation of its own.
That's why they didn't want him in the business.
Really?
They didn't. That's what when they don't want you in the business. That's what they do.
They hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
You think that should be the way nowadays?
Well, but like Eddie Graham, where Eddie Graham, he was saying wrestlers to beat you up in the ring. A lot of promoters would do that. They had these shooters that when you got on land, they go to beat you up like the Briscoe tried to jump Ernie Ladd one night.
That story, I cried the
and
first
Ernie
time
Ladd
I heard.
took the jack out of the trunk of his car and hit both of them in the head because they tried to take him there. What's his name? Bob Root was known for that. He'd be the guy that go beat you up if you don't do things. They all had their little henchmen. You go with what's his name? Greg Gagne and Pat O'Connor. They would do that to you.
Billy Robinson.
Billy Robinson was another one that would do that. We had a lot of guys that would take you in that ring and just beat the crap out of you. And then you had like Bill Watts. If you had a word that between two guys having a word, like me and Hacksaw, they had them that word in front of Bill Watts, there would have been a fight. Bill would have fired both of us if we didn't fight. He said, but after you fight, it's over with. Whenever there was any words in Bill Watts' territory, Mid-South, the two guys had to fight it out.
All right. Well, again, back to Nikolai. Tough guy, boxer. He trained up with Stu Hart in the dungeon to learn the wrestling. Great family man.
Never cheated on his wife. That's one guy I can say. He never was promiscuous, never chased the women.
Even though he's with old Cosro on the road?
He didn't drink, never drank a day in his life, never did drugs, never smoked a cigarette. And even with cars, the sheep be drinking and smoking, Nikolai wouldn't do it.
Designated driver.
Designated. He would not. He didn't drink. He didn't smoke. You couldn't convince him to do it. Clean living, just a great all-around person. But the thing I remember most about him is the fact that he said that we as Americans should appreciate our freedom more. That's why he said he would never go back to Russia because he never felt free until he came to America. He said he would never leave America because the first time he know what freedom feels like.
Interesting. Well, I know, Tony, when I texted you when Nikolai passed, you were very somber. You said you were going to miss him. Why are you going to miss Nikolai?
Because when I first started in this business, they said, Tony, if you had one friend, consider yourself lucky. I had SD, Nicolai, Jim Nighthawk. A lot of guys retired with more money than I did. A lot of guys retired with more fame than I did. But very few retired with more friends than I did. The only person I ever hurt in this business was me.
You're a good soul.
I was my own worst enemy. I did everything I did to me, but I never did anything to hurt anybody's career. I did all I can to enhance your career, but I would do nothing to hurt another human being career. You even ask me to stooge on people to do something, I wouldn't do it. I would tell, yes, I did it. Well, who was with you? Well, they got to tell you. But I'm telling you that I did, that I was involved. But the other person, I leave that up to him to tell you. And they said, well, Tony, you don't tell us we're going to fire you. I said, well, I guess I just got fired then.
You're a good, loyal friend, is what I consider you to be. But that's what these Memories and Legends shows are all about, Tony. I hear the music. It's going to be an exciting fall here in Boston Wrestling Sports.
We're going to get 18 inches of snow tomorrow.
Well, please, come on now. We haven't even hit Halloween. 2 episodes Survivor Series weekend. Because it's NXT weekend, we pull out all the stops. Not 1, but 2 episodes. The first episode, we have already taped it. Tony and I discuss his time from when he left WWF in 1986 through 1989, his trials and tribulations through Texas and Puerto Rico, and some very shocking personal stories. And I'm going to leave it at that. It's a very interesting episode, thought-provoking episode. And then, to take that time period from his life, we're going to transition into a second episode that we're going to be taping with the president of the Millennium Wrestling Federation, the esteemed Dr. David Reese. We're going to talk about how Tony became homeless, his life living in a park, finding his wife.
And me making love to green monkeys.
And then finding redemption, him beating his addiction problems. And it's a great story. I want Tony to tell it firsthand. 2 great episodes, Survivor Series weekend. Then just a couple of days after Survivor Series, it's Turkey Day, it's Thanksgiving. And what does that mean here in the Millennium Wrestling Federation? It's going to be our 7th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Our friend upstairs, the man with the urn himself, Paul Bearer, we wish he was here, but we carry on the tradition we started in 2012. We're going to have a lot of fun on Thanksgiving night, too. So there's a lot for you to look forward to. Again, you got the Patreon channel. You know Tony's going to be coming back to this studio soon to produce more great content.
About my IQ test?
What was the IQ test? And the negatives?
He said if my IQ was 1 point less, I'd be a banana. He was going to give me a blood test. I stayed up all night to study for it.
All right, wrestling fans, for all the younger fans out there, we hope you have a safe and happy Halloween. For the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, trick or treat. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Spokane Coliseum in Spokane, Washington, Sunday, July the 6th, 1986. In the opening contest, Bret Hart beat C.V. Afi. Billy Jack Haynes with the win over Tiger Chung Lee. Cowboy Lang defeated Lord Littlebrook. Hercules victorious over Leaping Lanny Poffo. King Kong Bundy beat Pedro Morales. Big John Studd with the win over Cousin Luke. And in the main event, the WWF Tag Team Champions, the British Bulldogs, retained the titles over the Dream Team. If you were in Spokane live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantell Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2. Fans, you can continue to enjoy classic Wrestling Insiders at Your House episodes with Tony Atlas every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. following WWE NXT. You know what? I teased it before the episode began, but I'm going to try and call Tony right now. Let's see what he has to say. Let's see if he'll even answer. The Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. We've been waiting to talk to him for months since he took the money and ran like a thief in the night. Tony, are you going to answer, baby? I'm going to have to block his phone number, obviously, if the voicemail picks up, but yeah, it's very disappointing that Tony has put us in this position. Come on, Mr. USA, you're a Hall of Famer, brother. We love you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice
we'll
messaging
leave him a
system.
message.
207577 is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time.
Well,
Goodbye.
We can't even leave Tony a voicemail. I guess he's not listening to mine. Either that or he's very busy. All right, folks, back to the business at hand. As noted, the Indiegogo campaign for Wrestle House in Tampa next month is open for business, where you, yes, your fine self, can help create our next Tuesday night tradition, I should say. Who will be the next weekly co-host? This is fan interaction, fan ownership at its finest. We can't do it without you. We want you to tell us who you want. And if you guys are willing to contribute, we will make it happen. I promise. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a thumbs up, subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free with access to over 2,000 videos. And guess who produced all 2,000 plus of those videos? This crazy guy. It's the best way to show YouTube that you guys are interacting and enjoying what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premier chat or some comments in the comment section below. Again, I guess that shows YouTube how engaged you are. And as noted, that Super Chat button is open for business, baby. The gray $ symbol, just like the service you get from a waiter or a bartender. Recognize the great entertainment we are bringing to you on this Saturday night and 7 days a week. Every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great talent to share their stories with. Coming up, it is our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition with the return of our longtime friend, Dutch Mantell, a.k.a. Zeb Coulter. In this episode, Dutch shoots on signing with WWF in 1994, the landscape of the company in 1995, managing the Blue Brothers, Ron and Don Harris, Diesel is the WWF World Champion, Justin Hawk Bradshaw, and tons more. Enjoy. Wrestling fans, welcome back to another Wrestling Insider Special Edition, the Wednesday Night Delight, warming us up for our Thursday night party with Marty. But Dutch, it is a pleasure to have you back. The first full-length episode we had with you was a little deep. This, I think, a little lighter, a little bit more fun.
Good.
Talking about some of your memories throughout the King of Sports. WWF is one right now. Nostalgia is cool. The fans love to talk about the 80s and 90s, where there is such a decline in popularity across the not just WWE, but the entire industry right now. Whether you look at television ratings before coronavirus, television attendance, merchandising, licensing, almost every aspect of the genre that you look at, it is
so changed.
It's bad. Even yesterday, I think you, as I heard when I was showering back in my luxury suite, even yesterday at the Universal Studio Amusement Park during the biggest week of the year, WrestleMania, I saw one person with a wrestling t-shirt on, which blew me away.
Well, it's definitely changed over the last, well, it's changed in the last 3 years, but talking about 20 years ago, totally different outlook. And but see, wrestling changes through the decades anyway. And you know, pro wrestling is really not that old. It's less than 100 years old as a sport, as a entertainment form. So, and it is constantly changing because it has to, and we end up with what we got today. It's mostly, I don't know what it is today.
That's a great way to put it. There's a lot of, as Kevin Nash says, a lot of Abercrombie and Fitch looking models on.
Yes.
Little smaller guys.
Yep.
That is not the direction we're going to go here. The fans had wanted your recollection, your memories of the time that was 1994. You had spent some time in Smoky Mountain. You had spent some time in Puerto Rico. Very late in 1994, what led you to open up discussions to come to WWE, then known as the World Wrestling Federation?
Well, in 1994, I was primarily working as a booker in Puerto Rico. And it was, you could only go so far there with making money. And I thought I had reached the peak of what I could do, and I was kind of burnt out anyway. So I used to make a call to WWF headquarters about once a month.
Oh, really?
I actually called so many times the receptionist knew my voice. I say, hello, is Vince in? Oh, hi, Dutch. I didn't have to say who it was. She knew the voice. And she said, well, you know the drill. He's not in. And I knew the drill. And I said, well, can you tell him that I called? Because, you know, when he looks who called, he's going to see Dutch. So I happened to call one day, and I was at home. It was around Christmas, 1994. And I called and left a message. And I got a call back from Jim Dillon. That is
J.J. Dillon, yep.
J.J. Dillon. I got a call back, and he says, Dutch. I said, yeah. He says, well, you know, we were just talking about you. Really? And I says, well, before you talk too much, I have an idea. And this is where I learned that if you want to go somewhere, have an idea that they don't have to think about too much. I said, you're bringing Ron and Don Harris in, because they had already told me. I said, what about if I come in and manage those guys? He says, that's not a bad idea. Let me run it by the old man. So he went in there, and I guess he talked to Vince. It had to be short. And he called me back 30 minutes later.
Wow.
He said, great idea. He said, can you start this date? Give me a date. I said, okay. And that's how it was said. That quick.
That quick? That easy?
Oh, that quick.
Wow. Now, did they have you come up to Connecticut to sign a contract or do vignettes, or you just kind of showed up?
I just showed up. Then I signed the stuff.
At the TV taping?
Yeah. I didn't go up there. They didn't fly me up there to sign this and that and the other. And I just showed up, and you mind signing this? And I said, yeah, I signed it. So I managed Ron and Don Harris as the Blue Brothers, and that's how it started.
How did you find out that the Harrises were coming in?
Well, I was talking to them.
Oh, they told you, okay.
I lived in Nashville then. They lived in Nashville. And they called me and told me. And I actually suggested it to them, and they liked the idea. Because Ron and Don are not good talkers.
No.
So they actually needed somebody. I actually liked the gimmick. There's two mountain guys, and they looked as mountainy as you could get. And I was their uncle, who was really, the story was I was really kind of leeching off them by taking them to the big city wrestling. And that's the way it started.
Wow. Interesting stuff right there. I think that was a team that they could have done more with, but we'll talk about that as time goes on.
Well, they could do a lot more with everybody they bring up there if they wanted to. This is what a lot of people don't realize, how many talents that WWE has under contract at one time. I will say today, they probably just on the major roster between SmackDown and Raw, they got probably 80 or 90 guys that they can call upon. And that's not counting NXT.
Right.
So, and NXT is actually a pretty good version of what they really want WWE to be. I haven't watched any of it, but I hear good things on the NXT.
Yeah, I mean, as far as a show that's aimed more towards adult men, I would say yes. I would agree with that. I think Raw and SmackDown are more aimed towards everybody. And when you try and make, what's the old saying goes, when you try and make everybody happy, you really don't make anyone happy.
No.
And that's why I think you've seen such a free fall in so many popularity metrics, whether it be the TV ratings, the licensing, the merchandise. You can't gauge live attendance right now, but even with WrestleMania taking place the weekend of this event, even that's not sold out with the allotment of tickets they put on sale.
Well, it's an unusual situation.
It sure is.
Because they limited the tickets they could sell.
Right.
And then at the last moment, within the last 2 weeks, we're right here at WrestleMania right now, so we'll be doing this interview. In the last 2 weeks, they lifted the limited condition they had them under. And now they won't be full, but they'll probably be half full. Would it?
Oh no! I mean, it's only
set at 20-something
25 right now.
25. I think they'll probably have 40.
Well, we took a sneak peek in the arena the other day, and there were a lot of cardboard cutouts sitting in chairs. So we'll have to see what that looks like when it actually takes place at Raymond James Stadium again. The weekend we're taping this, it'll be the first. I can't think of such a long gap when I had not been around promoting or witnessing live wrestling ever. And since the first time I went.
It may be a new experience for you.
Well, the little guy he's not so little in the Nike shirt over there. He's never seen WrestleMania.
The one who used to weigh 300 pounds.
No, that's Glantz. He's a shooter, but he's not a little Marathi. He may be in spirit, he is. But
hey, this is an energy drink, people, not a beer.
All right. This is.
I wish it was a beer.
This is not an energy drink, people, but it's not a beer.
That's straight up wine. About 20%.
It's not wine. It's not wine.
Oh, okay.
A little vodka.
I'll take your word for it.
All right. Thank you. What did you think initially of the Blue Brother concept? I mean, when you spoke with Ron and Don, did they have an idea what they were going to be when they came into the WWF? Or did they just know they were going?
No, they had an idea. But nobody knew how to make it work. I don't even think they had an idea how to make it work. But sometimes to get to Vince, that's a chore in and of itself. I used to go try to see Vince, and you'd sit out, and it's like in a waiting room at a doctor's office. And you sit there and you just look around, and there's Bill down there, and there's somebody else wants to talk, and who's the most important one out of that is who goes first.
Right.
And I sat around a couple of times wanting to see Vince, didn't get in. And after a while, you say, well, I'm not going to get in. There's no need to even go down there. And they would tell you sometimes, well, he's only seeing so-and-so today. Or I said, okay, whatever. So, but it's hard to get to see Vince unless you're a really top name and he's got time for you.
And to be fair, on the day of those TV tapings, he is a man that is overwhelmingly busy trying to prepare for it.
He's covered up.
Yeah.
Not only is he dealing with talent, he's dealing with production. He's dealing with this. He may be dealing with lawyers. He may be dealing with legal, or some incident came up, or who knows what he's dealing with. And he doesn't have time to sit down and lollygag for 10 minutes with somebody with an idea, especially if you're not really kind of high on the hog anyway. You're not going to get to see him.
Do you recall your first meeting with Vince? Your first impression of the man when you got face to face with him?
Well, it was like, I'd met him like in Memphis shortly.
Oh, okay.
Because he did
when he did that heel gimmick?
He did a little Memphis run. But I never really sat down, and my last run in WWE, I kind of talked to him a little bit. Nice guy, very business oriented. I mean, he's not going to chit chat and, kid around with you. It's all business. That's why he's worth $2 billion.
Right.
It's all business with the guy.
That's why our show is worth so much less. We have too much fun, I guess. The Blue Brothers, early on, they were being fed squash match after squash match after squash match. Did you have high expectations for what they could do with Ron and Don Harris? Or Jacob and Eli Blue, I guess?
Well, they could have taken them higher.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember the first WrestleMania we were on. I'd been in the business at this time over 20 years. So I remember the first WrestleMania I was ever on. I think it was 11, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Connecticut.
Hartford, Connecticut. The first one I was at, too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
So we go out there, but I mean, before we go out there, we had this meeting, and Tony Gurria called it. Let's go and let's find out what we're going to do tonight. That's the finish.
He was the agent for your match?
And we went in there and sat down, and now I'm not in the match. So I'm letting them try to work it out. It was Lex Luger and Davey Boy.
Right.
So they started talking back and forth, and I'm listening. I'm going, God, this and that. About an hour went by, nothing. It's like an 8-minute match. I went, what are you going to... I mean, in Memphis, we'd have had an 8-minute match put together in like 45 seconds. I mean, do this and this and this and that, and we're gone. But see, I didn't know what they could do or what they wanted to do, so I said, okay, let them work it out. They sat there for over 2 hours. And finally, and Tony Gurria would come in, well, we got anything? Well, not yet. He was going, what the hell? How long is it going to take these guys? Finally, it got to the point I just said, guys, look, why don't we do this? Why don't we get heat on, I forgot what the finish was. Let's get heat on Davey Boy, do this, 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 and then do the finish. And they went, that's good. That's good. That's what we'll do. It's a simple finish. It was a small package anyway. I mean, how much you got to go through? And Lex kept saying, I don't think Lex would do that. He kept talking about himself in third person. I went, I don't know what Lex would think. I hope he likes it. So we went out and we did it. And a funny thing happened. We went out, when they turned the lights out, we went first. Mm-hmm. And we got in the ring and sold out. And they were wild, loud fans. And I remember, here come Davey Boy and Lex, the spotlight on them. And I was standing in the middle of the ropes watching them. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know at the time that Donnie used to hit the ropes all the time. He hit the ropes the other side and come running toward me. And he hit the ropes and I went flying out.
Did you?
I almost hit the barricade. And I'm just so glad it was kind of dark in there.
Yeah.
And I got up.
Saw it, unless they were up close.
Damn. And I already had a hurt ankle anyway, because we had some kind of promotional deal at Times Square. Mm-hmm.
Just a few days before, yeah.
In New York City. And you remember the steps they used to put around the corners?
Yep.
Well, they didn't put it around the corners. They put it like on the straight edge of the ring. Mm-hmm. Of course, it's got a big hole for the pole. So, and I'm half blind anyway. And I remember when we got out of the ring, we did promos against Davey Boy and Lex. Of course, you can imagine how Lex's interview was. Just about dry and toast.
Absolutely.
So anyway, and when I stepped out, they would say, get out, we gotta go. Because, they're constrained by time. I stepped right through that hole.
Really?
But my right leg went through, and I almost broke my ankle on the left side.
Jesus.
I said, damn. But anyway, that was just leading into it. So I remember we also had like a banquet you remember that?
Before WrestleMania?
Yeah, it was some kind of banquet for the super fans or whatever.
That I don't. I know they had a fan fest all weekend.
Well, that's what it was.
Okay.
We had to go to that and sit down and got to eat with these people and talk to these fans, which was okay. It's fine. But my ankle was hurting so bad, I almost couldn't hardly go to that. And I said, nope, I'm going to make WrestleMania. If my leg is broke, I'm still going to make it. So I went through all that to make this show that you went to.
Did you have any aspirations maybe at that point of trying to morph your way into the office?
Well, I kept hearing horror stories about it. I kept hearing these horror stories from these writers and not the agents, but the writers they kind of put the show together. That Vince, if you were like on the road, He'd call you at 6 o'clock in the morning and say, be in my room at 8 o'clock. And they'd rewrite the whole show. So he would call you, and sometimes you get back to the hotel, he'd call another meeting. And listen, and I'd see those writers walk in there like this. They're going, God damn. I said, you get drunk? He said, get drunk? Hell, I've stayed up all night. Because he pushes everybody. See, Vince only sleeps like 3 hours a night. And that's how he goes. He was like Trump. You know, Trump didn't, he thought about business all the time. That's why he's worth a couple of billion, or was. I don't know what he's worth now. And Vince thinks everybody needs to work as hard as he does. But I need my sleep. So I kept hearing these horror stories. And some of these writers, they don't even know wrestling. The agents,
nowadays, yeah.
Well, even back then, they still didn't. They knew wrestling, that kind of, the outer model of it. They kind of knew what they were trying to do, but didn't understand how to get there. See, wrestling is a strange entertainment form.
It sure is.
And I also, another thing I didn't want to kind of be involved in is, you remember the movie, who said this? It was, I want the least amount of responsibility possible. Who said that? Who said that in that movie, guys? Remember it? It was Stacy or who?
I want the least amount of responsibility possible.
I can't remember who said it.
In my next life, I want that to be tattooed on my tombstone.
But I didn't want to be, also, if you was on creative, they want you to come and stay in Stamford.
So you didn't want to move.
Hell no. To Stamford, Connecticut. It's cold as hell. Nothing wrong against the town. But then it's like being on call 24 hours a day. I didn't like that. I mean, if he'd have paid me enough money, yeah, I guess. But I didn't see these riders driving around in damn big cars and whatever, because they'd drive around with a little damn 6-cylinder damn Fiat or whatever, a rental car. And I just didn't want to do it. Because I could, committees are this. Because I've been on committees. I hate committees. It's like if I'm pitching an idea, I got to convince you and this other writer and that writer and this writer and then Kevin Dunn and then Vince and maybe Pat Patterson at the time. That's a big order.
It's not just one person, right?
And even and the thing about the writers, they write this stuff out. This is the story. One time I was talking to this writer. I said, "How long have you been here?" "Oh, I've been here like, I don't know, 6 months or whatever." And I'm thinking, and Vince doesn't like writers that are wrestling fans. You know that, right?
Yeah.
He wants writers that have they're really journalists, I guess. So he wrote this interview for me, and I went, "Brother, where did you work before you came here?" And he said, "Oh, I worked back at the Albany, Poughkeepsie, Times Journal, Gazette Daily, or something." And I just looked at him. I said, not to be disrespectful, but to work for the Poughkeepsie Daily Journal, Gazette Daily, or whatever, does not a wrestling writer make. I said, this is the shits. He says, "Well, what's wrong with it?" I said, "Well, it'd be quicker to tell you what's right with it, which is nothing." So I corrected a few things and we went on. And this is another thing. If you have an idea, you can't give it to a writer, even though it's a great idea, because he doesn't understand wrestling. He understands, I guess, writing, because if they went in there to pitch it to Vince, they wouldn't pitch it, first thing, because they don't know what they're pitching. And if Vince calls upon them to defend it or answer a question about it, they can't even do that.
They don't even know how.
They don't know what they're doing, to tell you the truth. And even some of the agents don't see that. They know how to put a match together. They don't know how to tell the story, the overall story. See, that's why I was so successful in Puerto Rico. I put the whole story together. And there was one creative guy there. That was me. I didn't have to ask anybody else, "Hey, you like this?" I didn't give a crap. If I liked it, I did it. And I had nothing but success there.
All right, wrestling fans, I got the cue from our partner in crime, Mr. Dave Willis, in the back. Right now, I'm going to take a brief time out as he moves on up. Just like George Jefferson, will be back in just a moment. Stand by. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Very happy to be joined by my longtime friend Dutch Mantell. We've had some fun, many WrestleMania weekends, and instead of bringing you to us, we kind of came to you for this one, now that you've relocated to the Sunshine State.
Yeah, I've been down here about 2 years. I like Florida, I really do.
Now,
how's this mustache look?
It's unique. I don't think mine could twirl that far yet.
Well, it could.
Well, I'd have to really stretch it. It'd be like trying to stretch a penny into a...
That's what she said.
Well... Vicente Ray has a little bit more flexibility in certain areas. But that's
I got it.
That's all right. What was the landscape like to you when you entered the world of WWF in 1995? It was probably the worst year in company history.
Brutal.
As far as box office. You had
Brutal.
on top Kevin Nash, who got over very strong as badass, kick-ass Diesel. And then they decided to put all 3 championships on him within the course of less than a year. He beat Bob Backlund in 8 seconds at the famed Madison Square Garden. And then within a week, he went from this badass, kick-ass individual to a man that found a new theme song, great humor, jokes, fun. They went from a kick-ass pro wrestler to the sports entertainment version of Diesel, and he went on to become probably the worst drawing world champion in company history.
And it reflected it in the paycheck. Because contracts were written, very few guys had guaranteed contracts.
I guess you weren't one of them.
No, I wasn't one of them. And let me just say that the utopia I thought I was entering didn't turn out to be so utopian. It's more like a dystopian experience. Probably one of the, not the worst experiences I've ever had, but the travel was brutal. We'd go to the shows, they'd do a half-ass. There was, where they might expect a $100,000 house, it'd be 50. And on 50, they'd lose money. So you're not going to make any money.
Right.
And a lot of guys were actually living off, you got a $200.
Draw, yeah.
You lived on, you got to draw $200. It took you $200 to get through the day. So you had to take the draw, and that was, and when you got your check back, of course, everything was taken out in draws. Unless you had a big Madison Square Garden show. I think I had a Madison Square Garden appearance, and I swear to God, this is no wrestling saying, I could have stood in the middle of the ring and shot a shotgun off in the place and not hit nobody.
When MSG
it was like 5,000
bad,
people there. It was terrible.
That's even now the litmus test. What was Vince McMahon saying? How goes the garden is how goes the state of the industry at the time. And when you're drawing 5,000 at MSG, things aren't going very well at all.
Well, if he used that as a barometer, he kind of knew that the fucking business was horrible. So I don't know how long it took him to decide that Kevin wasn't the answer. But who did they have Kevin working with?
First Backlund, which were very uninspired matches, rematches from the championship win that he got at MSG. He did the pay-per-view shot the night you debuted at Royal Rumble 95 against Brett in a double babyface match. They built up Shawn as an opponent for him at WrestleMania 11, your WrestleMania debut. But, the fans were really taken to Shawn, and they turned him babyface the night after WrestleMania 11. Then it went on from to feud with Ted DiBiase's $1 Million Corporation. Sid was his opponent for 3 straight pay-per-views, which weren't exactly in-ring classics as they're remembered. He battled with Jim Cornette's Empire of Heels with Yoko and Davey Boy, who wasn't exactly a white-hot heel at the time, and Owen, who, a lot of great things can be said about Owen, but I don't ever think you would look at him as a guy that was, a main event top heel, in my opinion. And then after just about a year of Diesel, they decided to go back to the safety net that was Brett. And the funny thing was, when they went back to the safety net that was Brett, almost immediately they went back to the Diesel Kevin Nash that got over in the first place. The guy that was just badass, kick-ass, took no prisoners, and the fans liked him again.
Well, what surprises me about that, it took him so long to realize it.
That the sports entertainment
See,
Kevin Nash wasn't going to click.
Once you get that big machine rolling, it's hard to put the brakes on it overnight. Because now you got publications going out and cards booked and this coming and merchandise ordered and this. Now they're 6 months ahead. So to try to pull all that back in a short amount of time is impossible. So you just got to suffer through it.
And there was a lot of suffering going on, as you could tell by the houses. Now,
hey, I've been in some houses. I would tell the guys, if we have a riot, somebody help the fans, because we got them outnumbered.
Yeah, a 95 was a bad year. Now, were you on the road full time with the Blue Brothers, or did you just do TVs?
No, I was on the road.
You managed full time on the road. Okay, so you suffered through it like everybody else.
Oh yeah, I did.
Some of the managers I know, they would just do the TV shots, and that
I was on the road with them. And the funny thing, when the Blues quit, I didn't even know they were going to quit.
They didn't even tell you?
No, they didn't tell me.
Really?
Ronnie come up to me and says, Donnie come up to me. He's the younger one. And he said, Ronnie just quit and walked out. I went, what the hell? Now I don't have the guy, right? And then and you know, like what one twin does, the other twin does.
Right.
And it was a week or two later, then Donnie was gone. Now I'm sitting there not managing anybody. Which then that entered Bradshaw.
A man that you share the same birthday with.
I sure do. So he came in on the first night. I forgot where it was. I was doing nothing. I went to the show for no reason. I just went there. I guess to collect $200. I guess. Pick
It's
that
almost like
down.
Monopoly.
Pick up that magical payday, and Bradshaw was in the room, and I'm thinking. He told me the story. He had come from Germany, and he's there for the tryout. And I says, well, let me throw an idea at you. He said, what? I said, what about me going to the ring with you tonight? And he said, hey, fine with me, you know, because it's not going to affect him anyway. So then I run it by Bruce Pritchard, and he said, hey, pal, good with me. And sometimes you don't know they like it till they see it. Mm-hmm. And then they saw me with Bradshaw, and Vince liked it. So they put me with Bradshaw, and that's how I got with him.
Oh, we're going to get there as the timeline goes on. I thought that was actually a really good grouping. It gave someone that was a newcomer the credibility of someone that had been around for quite a while. You know, even if fans that knew you from outside of WWF, from your stints in WCW, Memphis, and other parts of the country, and so on and so forth. But we talked about a kind of softer, funnier Diesel, kind of a sad story on January the 22nd. We lost a man, I don't know if you would have crossed paths with him, but the Crusher, Jerry Blackwell. Any memories of him?
Oh, I remember when he started.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Oh, yeah. He was from, I spent most of my time in Tennessee, and Blackwell, he was from one of those mountain towns in Georgia. Where did they bill him from? Was it Georgia?
He was billed from Georgia, yeah?
Yeah, he was from there. He's one of them. He's one of those, what they call the mountaineers, I guess, in Georgia. And I mean, that's what they had a name for him down in Georgia. I can't remember what it was. But, and he talked just like them. He had that southern drawl. And nice guy. And actually a very, very good worker.
Yeah, for a big guy.
He was so heavy, but he was actually very agile to be so heavy. And he was always that way. You never caught him in the weight room, other than you catch him eating maybe. But yeah, I knew him pretty well.
And sad to see a guy so young go, but the element of sleaze that went along with it. WCW caught a lot of flack for it. It actually wound up in TV Guide magazine back in the day when that was a pretty...
What was that?
Popular publication on WCW Saturday night.
Yeah.
Mean Gene Okerlund teased that a former heavyweight champion that recently retired had died. And this was just probably 3 months after Ric Flair lost his quote-unquote retirement match to Hulk Hogan. And a lot of fans were under the belief that they were going to learn that it was the Nature Boy that had died.
Yeah.
When in fact it was Jerry Blackwell, who a lot of WCW fans didn't know, you know, an apple from an orange from.
Yeah.
So they got a lot of flack, and that's where the kind of the Scheme Gene name came from him for a while on his hotline.
I never heard that before.
Yeah, it was. He'd do a pitch on the TV show 900-909-9900. Former.
I see.
He didn't say.
So
world,
he was doing the hotline.
Yeah.
I
He
see.
didn't say world heavyweight champion. He just said a former heavyweight champion that recently retired has died. Call the hotline.
That was phone bait, not clickbait.
Phone bait.
Phone bait. They get you to dial that. And how much was it?
$1.49 for the first minute, 99 cents each additional minute.
So you go, and then you just hear all this.
What a sleazy thing to do, though, you know? To try and make a money off the guys passing like that. And,
It is.
And by the wording, they didn't really lie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jerry Blackwell held championships, and he was a heavyweight. But again, someone that recently retired heavyweight champion, who's the first guy that's going to pop into your mind, is Ric Flair, where he just lost that big retirement match to Hulk Hogan just a couple of months before that. But
Excuse me, let me check my encyclopedia. Will, do you remember that? See, my encyclopedia doesn't remember it.
well,
So,
Will is your encyclopedia.
I've never heard of it either.
All right. Well, maybe that's why it's good I'm here then. Taking the meticulous notes. Even if I can't jog your memory, I'll...
So you were saying there's parts of wrestling that's a little bit sleazy. Really? That much? Yeah.
A smidge.
I agree with you.
A
Yeah,
smidge.
I
Just
do,
a smidge.
yeah.
Royal Rumble 1995 was your official TV debut, even though you had worked some TV tapings. Your memories of probably the worst Royal Rumble in the history of the company, but it took place right here in Tampa, Florida.
What's the date on this?
January 95.
Probably before I started. I didn't start on the road to mid-month or later.
Well, you had done a couple of TV tapings
I done the
before,
tapings,
but they
yes.
hadn't aired yet on TV.
I hadn't added me on the house shows.
Right. But for the Rumble, weren't you with the Blues at the Rumble?
Nope.
Oh, so they just came out themselves for the Rumble.
Were they in it?
Yes.
I wasn't here. I don't remember.
Really?
I think I was still. They were here by themselves. I'll tell you where I was. I was still in Puerto Rico.
Oh,
I was finishing
okay.
up there.
So you were trying to finish up business in Puerto Rico before you came to
Yes.
WWF. I gotcha. That was the same night, maybe more infamous than a kind of a boring Royal Rumble itself. The big angle they shot between Bam Bam Bigelow and NFL Hall of Famer Lawrence Taylor. Any memories of one of NFL's all-time greats getting involved in the king of sports?
I remember the WrestleMania between Bam Bam and Lawrence Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
And I met Lawrence Taylor. He played at the University of North Carolina. I remember when he played. Tremendous football player, tremendous pro, and a nice guy. And I remember that match. I didn't know how it was going to be, but surprisingly, it wasn't that bad.
No, not at all.
It was because Lawrence was an athlete.
Yeah.
And all he has to do is be instructed a little bit. If you can do a football play, you can do this. I mean, but you couldn't remember a lot of football plays in a row, which is what wrestlers have to do. See, what a lot of people forget about wrestlers are stunt men, but they only have one shot at it.
Right.
Stunt men can do it over and over and over and over. We can't do it in wrestling business. You either do it and it looks good, or
it's the shits.
Or you botched it.
Do you think that even though Lawrence Taylor was an NFL legend, certainly a mainstream celebrity in the New York area where he was on the New York Giants, was he the type of guy to try and replicate the magic they were looking for from 10 years earlier, from the first WrestleMania with Mr. T, Cyndi Lauper, who were worldwide phenomenons at that point? LT was kind of, even though an NFL great, I would say he was regionalized, and I don't think they really got the...
No disrespect intended, but Lawrence Taylor had nowhere the coverage that Mr. T or Cyndi Lauper had. Because now with those two people, you're covering TV and music, so you're having those different genres, like melt right onto them. But Lawrence Taylor's only football.
Right.
So there was a lot of women who didn't know,
right.
A lot of female fans didn't know who in the hell Lawrence Taylor was. They could care less. But they knew who Cyndi Lauper was.
Yes.
They knew who Mr. T was.
And even you look at the sport, a lot of the time his face was covered by a helmet on top of it, as far as even the facial recognition would go,
Right.
They might have remembered him, I believe. Was he number 56, Dave? Yeah. LT? Wow, geez, you knew that too? Wow, I'm impressed by that. I can't believe you even know who Lawrence Taylor is. You're so young. But I thought, like you said, they got through the match fine. I mean, for a guy that had never worked a pro match, it was actually, fair. You had Pat Patterson in there giving him the spots and so on as the guest referee. But like you said, as far as trying to get the mainstream publicity, when you look back 10 years earlier at the first WrestleMania in 85 as opposed to 95, I mean, WrestleMania 1 was everywhere. It was all over MTV when that was becoming the popular cable channel amongst that young demographic. The night before WrestleMania 1, Hogan and Mr. T co-hosted Saturday Night Live, which was one of the most popular shows on television. So you really couldn't turn anywhere if you had a television set and not have some kind of an idea that Mr. T and Cyndi Lauper were getting involved in this wrestling thing, quote unquote. Then you have this big guy with the blonde hair and the big mustache all muscled up, and you learn he's Hulk Hogan, and he turned into a household name, and it just...
Well, I want to ask you this.
Sure.
If they hadn't have found Hulk Hogan when they did, if they'd have found somebody else with a good body and did the same thing the Hulk did, would he gotten over the same way, you think?
I think so.
I think so too.
I think Jimmy,
I think the machine got him over.
I think if Jimmy didn't have all of his problems, he could have been right up there. He was so over before the national expansion began. He was so hot in that territory, but he had all of the drug problems that he did. There was the murder or the death, however you want to classify it, of the Nancy Argentino, his mistress.
Talking about Snuka.
Snuka, yeah. I mean, he was so, they talk about, we took wrestling out of smoky-filled rooms and so on. And to be honest, WWF, when it was more of a Northeast-based territory, on the weeknights they did do a lot of small clubs. But that didn't mean they weren't selling out the Boston Garden, Hartford Civic Center, New Haven Coliseum, Madison Square Garden, Philadelphia Spectrum, Baltimore, Washington,
how often did they run the Garden?
MSG was every 3 weeks.
Okay.
So it was never an
every week. What about Philadelphia?
Thing. That was probably monthly. I know Boston, we had one Saturday a month.
That's okay.
So none of them were weekly towns. Probably the same thing, monthly.
Baltimore.
Monthly.
Okay. So you had a lot of big clubs that did well, but the rest of them were circled by smaller towns.
On the weeknights, yeah.
And how many of those smaller towns did they sell out? Most of them?
Did good business. Not everything is the magic that they try and recreate in their history, which was, sellouts here, there, and everywhere, because that wasn't a fact. Even at its peak, when they tried the national expansion in the 80s, when they tried to go into different territories, towns, I don't know if you'd remember this, but...
I do remember this.
And, I know you remember, but I'm just talking about one specific show. Right after WrestleMania 3, they took Hogan and Andre to Greensboro, and instead of 93,000 they did in Detroit, they did 1,200 people in Greensboro. So there were some places it took a while for the WWF magic to really take hold. There were some places that resisted
a lot of
that
places,
enjoyed their territory.
What you ran into was territorial jealousy, I guess, because fans, and this was the fan side, they didn't accept WWF.
Right.
And it was almost like you're coming in and trying to take something from us that they really weren't. They were trying to give them something, but they didn't want it.
It was almost like a kid being given a step-parent,
Yep.
Someone they weren't used to, someone they really didn't want around. They wanted the wrestling that they knew.
Because you even find that today with WWE and AEW. You found the same thing with WWE and TNA. It's just those WWE fans are just hardcore fans, and the AEW and the TNA fans were hardcore.
There's some fans that like everything. There's some fans that like some groups. There's some fans that are just diehard specific to that one promotion, that one territory, however you wanted to classify it. But it wasn't all sellouts everywhere. I mean, it continued to expand and do well, as you know, everywhere they went as time went on. But, in the 80s, as much as they try and say, again, we were in these smoke-filled clubs and so on.
And they were.
They were in some smoke-filled clubs, but they were also selling out the biggest buildings in the biggest part of the country.
That's something else that a lot of people don't understand. We used to work in these small clubs, these National Guard armies, and these gyms. Everybody was smoking.
So they really were
smoke-filled. No kidding. And when you go out there, the whole arena is full of smoke, and you're trying to suck oxygen out through that smoke. It's a damn wonder we didn't all die from damn lung cancer ourselves.
Right, yeah.
Because, when you talk about some of the things we had to go through, that was one of them. Because those people out there, I would go out sometimes, it's just like just a white cloud. Everybody smoking. And nobody thought anything about it.
Right.
And especially when we got in the ring and we couldn't get oxygen, we could have died out there, I guess. Nobody would give a crap.
Well, I tell you, when I started to go to the Garden, I was 6. And it was just such a great experience. I remember, I could tell you the lineup, at least the top 3 or 4 matches from all of those monthly Boston shows, from the first time I went in, not even the first grade yet, from August of 86 through the building closed in May of 95. And I couldn't tell you some of the matches on Raw from a few weeks ago. You know
I was
what I mean?
on the last card in the Boston.
You
Garden.
were.
And I think that was the last event too, wasn't it?
No.
But I was
the
on the
building
last.
was open through September.
I was on the last card, last WWF F card in the Garden.
We're going to get there because I remember it well. And that was the last really big, the first, other than Survivor Series, the first big house they'd drawn in several years because the business, as we noted,
Okay,
was
where the
dead.
Garden is now.
Yeah.
Was that built? They tore that building down and rebuilt it right
What
there?
is there right now is first where they built the new garden behind the old garden that you were on. And then they tore that down and they put the parking lot there for the new building.
I see.
Now they've redone it where the parking for the talent or for whatever the performance may be, they now park underground.
You can go in the building.
And they actually built a very nice mall where the old original garden used to be. And there's still the train station underneath, and then there's the new Boston Garden. It was that signal number 1 and number 2 over there, Mr. Willis. That was the second one. So again, as we continue this trip down memory lane, so much to talk about. We haven't even made it through your first month there yet, but we have to wrap up the show for this episode. Again, folks, if you're having fun, you're enjoying it, the premiere chat is going on to the right. Type some messages. Let us know what you think of having Dutch with us. The super chat button is always open if you want to tip the bartender, but I wouldn't put that on camera. Also, if you're not watching the premiere live, you can leave your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, if you really want to help keep Wrestling Legends working, share these memories and stories that WWE often forgets about nowadays. The best way to do it is over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For the price of a cup of coffee, you get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. You can check out our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions on the Howard Stern Show. We give you some Patreon exclusives. And again, you get guys like Dutch out of the house, Marty out of the house, Tony for his $55 paydays, and so on and so forth.
Did you pay him $55?
Of course not. Come on.
I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna tell him you said that about him.
What did I say?
I'm just gonna tell him.
Did I tell you that I actually ran into him this weekend?
No, you didn't.
Oh, that's a fun story too. And of course, the eBay store. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, but the eBay store is open 24/7 around the globe. Get some great wrestling merchandise for your man cave. And again, every time you make a purchase, not only do we give you that on-air shout-out for helping us keep the family rolling, but you get some great merchandise for your man cave. For my friend Dutch Mantell, all of the great people in this room helping out, whether it be an animal like Lance, a man, well, I'm not even going to say anything about poor Vicente. He's been the brunt of a lot of jokes. The junior ambassador's here for the first time, and everybody else, even Dave Willis back there, monitoring not only 70s Jefferson episodes, but keeping the time on the show itself. I'm Dan Marotti. We will see you next week on Wrestling Insider Special Edition, and tomorrow night, 10 p.m., the no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll show that is Party with Marty continues. I tell you, Dutch, a side note, I took the man in the gray T-shirt over there to Universal Studios in the amusement parks last month, and I kept my computer on, and he came across one of the Party with Marty episodes as I was in the shower, and I said, what is he talking about? And he said, things I've never heard before in my life. So,
is that true?
I think Annie the Ass Eater came up from the old Hilton at the Boston Garden.
Oh my God.
All right, well, for Dutch, I'm Dan. We'll see you soon, folks. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Providence Civic Center in Providence, Rhode Island, Sunday, July the 7th, 1996, the night the NWO was formed at WCW Bash at the Beach. In the opening contest, Duke the Dumpster Droese beat Leif Cassidy. Salvatore Sincere replacing Owen Hart with the win over Barry Horowitz. In a non-title match, the Godwins defeated WWF Tag Team Champions the Smokin' Guns and the Body Donnas. Jake the Snake Roberts victorious over Justin Hawk Bradshaw, replacing Davey Boy Smith. The Undertaker beat Mankind via countout. WWF Intercontinental Champion Ahmed Johnson retained the title over Goldust. In a no DQ match, Stone Cold Steve Austin defeated Savio Vega. Mark Mero with the win over Hunter Hearst Helmsley. And in the main event, the WWF World Champion Shawn Michaels retained the title over Vader. If you were in Providence live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE Authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Don't forget, fans, the first week in August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2 to find the next great co-host for our Tuesday Night Wrestling Insiders program by bringing you more Wrestling Insider tapings, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings. The Indiegogo campaign is active now for this very, very expensive proposition where you can get to help us bring the show to life with some great rewards, live experiences, advertising opportunities, get your name in the credits and on the screen during the show, and so much more. The link can be found at the top of the Premier chat box or in the description box below. You never know who or what to expect on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite. A lot of great content headed your way this summer. If you're looking to add to your wrestling man cave or collection this summer, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7 with great wrestling collectibles from superstars of every era. Along with your purchase, where you help keep wrestling legends working, you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured Wrestling Insider superstar hosts as our thanks to you for helping the team. You can find the link to the eBay store in the comments section below. Up next, please, ladies and gentlemen, put the women and children to bed. It's time for Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty is Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. This week, Marty's back looking at WWF 1990, where he shoots on early issues between Hulk Hogan and Shawn Michaels, along with their SummerSlam 2005 match, Scott Hall's 1990 WWF tryout, the debut of the Orient Express, Greg Valentine's hair going black for rhythm and blues, and much more in this supersized episode. Wrestling fans, the summer is heating up here on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. We're back in our traditional time slot. We got a lot of great talk coming your way throughout the summer, as Marty and I have discussed. Some old friends, some new friends, as all roads lead to Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, Saturday night, November the 13th, for our Back to the 80s WrestleFest, which doubles as our 20th anniversary. Jackie the Joke Man is in the booth right now. He's ready to set up a sleeping bag out front so he can be the first one in the building, even though he's going to be there helping, I'm sure. It's going to be that big of a night.
It's going to be sold out, though, for definitely.
Well, from your lips to God's ears, baby. We continue to roll through the year 1990 as these great fans continue to join us on Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If they are Patreon folk, they may have seen this episode before the premiere on Thursday night.
Is that how that's happening? You can actually see the show from Patreon?
They get it early, yeah.
Oh,
they get it
I didn't
early.
know that.
And they don't get the ads on the screen. They get the full screen.
Oh, is that right? Oh, that's what I got to do there.
Yeah.
Because I hate all that crap around it.
Well, that's what, if you're a member of the Patreon, if you're part of the family, no ads, early free access, Patreon exclusive videos, you get treated like a king or a queen because we love you. Yeah. Even if you're a fan that watches on YouTube or other platforms, we love you too. But if you're a Patreon member, there's a little bit more in the heart, baby. Just a little bit more. The link can be found again in the description box below. But we continue to plow through the year 1990 in the world.
To say,
wrestling.
How the guy, there's one dude in Australia keeps telling me stuff. Then I'm like, oh, what's that about? And then I'll see the show and I'm like, how did he see it before it aired? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Michael, I believe. Yeah, Mike, a good man. Yeah. He's been a long-time fan of the show. And, of course, we have to thank our moderators. You know, we forget to do that sometimes, but Slick Rick B. up in Maine, Maria Davis, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's finest, and your good friend, a woman that goes by many aliases. Some call her Tina.
Tania.
Some call her Tania. Some call her Smokey. And I accidentally, for many months on here, called her Stony. But you know what? We're going to figure it out.
She does have. And
we're on to you.
One, too.
We're on to you. What's that now?
She got another one done on Facebook. I forgot what it is.
She has another alias?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I always worry about somebody, on Facebook or something like that.
Do you think?
With 5 or 6 different, sites.
Should we take away her moderation privileges?
No, she's pretty good.
All right. Well, I think she's first class.
I do too.
But you might know her better than I do.
We ain't gonna let that out here.
Oh, all right. We don't want to get Annie jealous.
You're Annie.
Not my Annie. Please. Not my Annie. All right, back to the WWF in 1990. We discussed the Royal Rumble in your backyard. Yep. About 4 hours south in Miami, Florida, hosted the WWF Superstars taping the next day. No major angles shot for you for TV, but a very interesting dark match. You guys took on the Powers of Pain as you had been working the loop with them, but...
That was that next day?
You worked a dark match with them at the Superstars taping the next day. After the match, as the Powers of Pain beat you down, you and Shawn were saved by World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion Hulk Hogan to set up a future match in Miami with Hogan and the Boss Man.
That one that's all over the internet right now. They got a picture of Hulk picking me up.
It must have been, as I can't think of any other angles that you guys did.
I'll send that to you. Remind me, though, to insert.
How the hell do you see all these things?
The same way you do somehow. But, that was all over the internet recently. Where there's a picture of Hulk helping me up and Shawn's on the other side helping me. But for some reason, I thought that was in either Philadelphia or the Gardens, but, I know...
Well, not to say that this didn't happen, but this one angle was shot in Miami because they wanted to build the next house show, which was Hogan and Boss Man against the Powers of Pain, and Hogan came out to save you guys. What was it like, at least in that instance, to have the power of Hulkamania come to your side? What was the energy like in Miami?
You know what? We probably did, because I've said before that we did this a lot. If you had a TV taping come up that was going to be, you were going to shoot a pretty good angle, there 3 or 4 or 5 days, sometimes even longer, according to how long it took you to get it down, they would have you doing that thing, either that match or that little episode, little skit, whatever it would be, to get it down good for the TV. So the TV wasn't your first take, basically. And I know we did it in Philadelphia. Sean and I were out in the match. We had gotten over, and the cheer from the Spectrum. Remember, it used to be the Spectrum.
Yeah.
That the crowd, just at pop. We were like, "Oh, this is nice. This and that." And then they called Hogan. We came out. There was our big pop. And then Hogan, and oh my God, our hair would stand up on arm and everything, because it was unbelievable how loud. And you could actually feel a little electricity going through you. Like, you take the old 9-volt battery, put it on your tongue. It was like that. You feel it through your whole body. That's the energy that was being fed into the ring. And Sean and I looked at each other. Do you feel that? I said, yeah. I mean, it was.
You did a 6-man with Hogan?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, in the Spectrum, and I would imagine that's what was the setup for, you're saying?
The setup was for nothing. The Powers of Pain.
That was just a one-time.
In Miami, at a TV taping, Powers of Pain beat you guys down pretty bad after the match, and Hogan did the save, and to set up the next house show in Miami, which was Hogan and Boss Man. No, it was Hogan and Boss Man against Powers of Pain. I haven't come across in my research this match you speak of, but maybe we'll get there as time goes on.
I'll find it too, yeah.
We'll figure. We always figure it out, Marty. That's one thing about us. We're like two detectives.
But I do know the feeling, though, that was a one. I've never. Sean probably has, since he went ahead and climbed so high. But that was the only time that and a little bit, but not as much, the time Sean and I wrestled each other in Denver. That one I always talk about. You could feel that little vibration going through your body. But when Hulk, and that was just to come out to the ring. It was, we were amazed. We were looking at each other like, you feeling that?
Well,
you feel it?
They had their issues when they wound up working together in 2005. That didn't go over so well. What was supposed to be a long program, which turned into one match where Sean looked like one of those bouncy balls you get at the supermarket.
But
he almost made Hulk to look foolish.
Yeah, I thought so. No, because he did. He was taking exaggerated bumps.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. Did you give him a boot? And then Sean jumped like 3 feet over the top rope. I'm like, come on, man. But that's their thing.
Well, you know what? Based upon the way it was explained to me, I could see Sean being insulted by that. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. How was it explained?
Well, originally it was going to be a 3-match series at the SummerSlam, the September pay-per-view, and Survivor Series. Hogan was going to go over at SummerSlam. At the September pay-per-view, it was going to be a cage match with Kevin Nash interfering to help Sean win. And then they were going to do the blow-off at Survivor Series. I think Hogan was going to go over again. Hogan didn't even want to lose any. Hogan wanted to go over all 3 times, and that's when Sean said, well, we'll stick with SummerSlam. And you know what? They lost out on I imagine, some good paydays. That pay-per-view did a very good buy rate back when pay-per-view buy rates were important before the advent of WWE Network. So, it was kind of a dream match that kind of turned, I wouldn't call it a nightmare, but it was just a little awkward.
It was a lot, actually, for me, because I know what I'm supposed to be seeing, and that wasn't it,
Yeah.
And I can't say why, because I know. That was, what year was that? 'Cause Sean,
2005.
Yeah, I should have been when he'd already changed a little
bit.
Oh yeah,
he did.
He had changed by then?
He was a man of faith at that point, but
he didn't want to
take.
That don't stop certain.
He didn't want to eat his vitamins, I guess. He said his prayers, but.
I just know Hulk. At one point, I don't know. He wasn't too fond of Sean, and maybe that's because Sean had already been making the fun poking fun of. Remember when he went to NWO? In WCW, and they would dress like him and make fun of him and stuff like that. Him and Hunter when they were doing DX. Or do I got that time?
Well, no, you have the timeline off because it's funny. Their pissing contest, it actually kind of culminated the following SummerSlam in 2006, which was here in Boston. After DX, of all people, they went over the McMahons. And on the way back to the locker room, Hunter and Shawn Michaels were doing the Hogan pose and the Cupping of the Year. And then, what I thought was kind of pissing on Randy Orton, in what was Hogan's final WWE wrestling match. He went over on Orton, he did the big leg drop, but instead of pinning a guy half his age that was in, the future of the company,
right.
Instead of going for the pin, he stood up and he did the DX thing, and then, at his age, he slowly got down and he pinned him. I thought that was insulting to Randy Orton.
Yeah,
one man's opinion.
I could see Randy getting upset about it.
I don't know if Randy was. I'm just saying I thought it was, from my point of view, I thought it was very insulting. I know Reno Chastain wasn't very happy about it either.
Reno Chastain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a little hot. But I mean, why involve Orton in a situation like that?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I just, but sometimes and this was where they still, yeah. You're getting back at the wrong person, basically, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
You're getting back at the wrong person.
I mean, he just as easily could have done that on his entrance, on his exit, but why?
Or,
if Randy's going to put you over in his mid-20s, when he, in reality, would probably take Hogan pretty easily.
Wasn't he doing the Starbreaker thing by he was beating all the veterans?
Oh, the Legend Killer.
The Legend Killer.
Yeah.
By then, or was that?
That was a little before, but it was still part of his gimmick. So I thought that was in poor taste. I think there's many ways he could have gone about trying to get a little.
Well, and I thought it was like you could have done that with an extra, but I thought about that and like, wait a minute, Hulk never and ever's wrestled with as Hulk Hogan. He's never had an extra, has he?
It's funny, as a trivia question, maybe to the fans in Boston if they want to throw it. I mean, to wrestling fans if they want to throw it out. At the end of Hogan's first big run in '93, his final WWF match in the United States was a house show here in Boston, him and Beefcake against Money Inc. And then his final match ever in WWE was that match we just mentioned at SummerSlam '06 against Randy Orton. He went on to do some things in TNA. But as far as WWE goes, his first big run, his final U.S. match was in Boston. And as far as WWE as a whole goes, his final match, period, was in Boston. So,
and what was the trivia question?
That was it. If someone ever wants to ask. Where was Hogan's last U.S. match for his big first run? And where was his final WWE match ever? Both were in Boston.
Did you go to them both?
I was at both of them, yeah. I was at both of them. I'm a good friend of one of the Hulkster's best friends.
Who's that?
Pat Catino. Do you know Pat?
I know that name.
He ran some gyms in the area.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was a good friend to the boys over the years. The Hulkster used to take good care of him. And I'll tell you this, and this is the side of Hogan I like an awful lot. When Pat rebranded...
There's one side you don't like?
Well, there are things you hear about business-wise over the years. You say, just what a scumbag and things like that. But from the personal side of things, when Pat rebranded his two gyms in the area, Hogan came up with his baggage handler, Jimmy Hart, and he did not one, but two free autograph signings at these gyms. He didn't
Those were the Worlds or Goes? Worlds?
No, he
was... At one of them.
He was... I think it was World's. I think it was World's Gym.
Yeah, that was a nice one too.
I don't know I don't know the whole story about how the franchising and whatnot goes, but he rebranded them by the city name. So in the afternoon, we did about I helped Pat promote it. We did about 1,700 people Hogan signed for. He stayed. It was supposed to be 2 hours. He stayed almost 4 hours.
Really?
Then after it was over, got in the limousine, went up to Tewksbury, Massachusetts. And probably about another 1,200 fans showed up to that one. And he signed late. He stayed for everybody. I don't know if it's on the set, but he must have signed 20 of those 11 by 14 size pictures for us for the toy drive and our charity endeavors. I thought he was fantastic. He was very, and it was tough to be personal. Personable with the fans when there's that many, but you want to hear a funny story.
Sure.
And if he ever sees it, he'll probably be embarrassed. But do you remember the enhancement talent, Mario Mancini? He was kind of a regular in the Northeast for a long time.
Dark-haired, well, of course he'd be dark-haired.
Dark-haired guy with a mustache?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I don't know why.
Thick,
yeah,
height.
he wasn't in good shape, yeah.
No, not, yeah, I didn't mean.
Perfect enhancement guy.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, honestly.
I know what you mean.
He came to the autograph signing and waited in the line to see Hogan. But, I mean, we're talking about 2 hours. He's plowing through 1,200 people. He wanted to sit there and talk to him. And the security guards were, he wouldn't go, so they had to kind of push him out.
Was he already established as a worker?
Oh, this was in 2014. He'd been done for 25 years.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was that Signal 1, Jackie? Yeah. Thank you, brother. See, that's why we love Jackie. Nobody tells jokes and gives signals better. But so they pretty much had to throw Mario Mancini out of the autograph signing because Hogan was just too busy.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you got 1,000 people, that's just the thing. You can't say much.
I don't even think
Hogan. Other people are gonna be cussing.
Hogan didn't even realize it was him. I mean, it was pretty much, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing?
Like that.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing?
It's just push, grab side,
and again, you know
you're
what?
Gonna get all of them.
Where there may be some things that we say that aren't the biggest or most complimentary towards Hogan, I want to pass along another compliment. The year before that, when TNA Impact, they did their Slammiversary pay-per-view up here, and they asked us to help promote locally. The day of their Fanfest, they invited me as a guest, and they didn't have enough help, so I had to wind up pitching in quite a bit. Hogan had his own private session that day when he was with TNA, and they had me do the printing of all of the fans. They paid like $200, and they got an autograph and a photo, and they had me do the printing. Well, I was probably from me to Hogan and Hogan's wife, who was just massaging his poor back the whole time, and Hogan again stayed a couple hours late. And then when he was done, I said, would you mind signing a couple of things for our charity work? And he goes, sure, brother. And, and I gave him what we had. He goes, and he had these nice pictures. He goes, no, take these. And he probably gave a dozen pictures he probably gave us. So, you know what?
But see, that's the one I know. That's
business-wise, I didn't have to do business with him. I don't know. But personally, watching him interact with the fans, he's one of the finest I've ever seen.
He's, and every experience I've had with him, there was, it affected Sean more so than me, but only time that I've actually, because you're going to hear stories. So a lot of people, if they don't get what they want out of a business negotiation, the other person's an asshole. That's just human nature, I guess. But the one thing, and it wasn't, Hulk apologized for it. It wasn't even on purpose, but it was right after, what was that, the Gulf War thing?
Oh,
it was during the Gulf War.
91
it was
with
during
Slaughter?
Yeah, something like that.
The next year, yeah.
And that's what it was, building up for the Slaughter thing. And we were
I think that crossed the line a little.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we'll get there in 91, but you
Well, no, this was just me and Sean and Beefcake and Hulk were in the room, and it started bombing over there, bombing away, and it looked like it would be over in one day. It kind of almost was.
It was quick.
Yeah, and we're sitting in the room and we're hearing it on the news, and I think we was waiting around to go to the show, whatever it was, we was hanging out, and Hogan's like, "Oh no, brother," and we're like, we're watching, we're doing good. Americans are, or whatever. I don't know if you want to say that's doing good, but they're getting,
we're going over.
Yeah. And I think Beefcakes might have said, "What's the matter?" He goes, "Well, you know what they say, red makes green, makes green, to say." And he goes, "Need this thing to last till," was it WrestleMania that we're going to? Need it to last till,
I love it. That's hysterical. Only in wrestling. He wanted the program with
wanted the war to keep
with
going.
Saddam to go a little longer.
Yeah, just so WrestleMania would be a better crowd. But then Sean's like, "Fuck you."
Really?
And we all got quiet.
Well, and his dad was a military guy,
his
right?
brother was over in Riyadh at the time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And Hogan didn't understand him. He looked at him, like, "You just gave me a fuck you? What?" And you see, Hulk starting to get bigger, and he goes, "My brother's over there right now, and you're wanting the war to last long?" And Hogan put his head there and goes, "I am so sorry. I didn't even think about that. I'm so sorry." I mean, he really shouldn't have been thinking about the other thing, but just because it was more personalized now, but he apologized, and that was that. And that's, that was the only bad thing I might have ever seen with Hulk. Everything else has been great, precious man, for the position he's in. And like now everybody that's had bad experiences with him will think that, no, you're an idiot, MJ, you're an idiot, he's an asshole. I can only judge by what I've experienced, not anybody else's experience. And it's been like what you said, that's the Hulk I know. Put in the extra hours when you don't have to.
We've dealt with, as you know, hundreds and hundreds of superstars over the past 20 years. And like I said, he is one of the most gracious I have ever seen. Not to compare one against the other, but back in 2007, at the very last minute, WWE and Lionsgate needed help here in Boston to host the premiere of Steve Austin's movie, The Condemned. And they came to their crippled old friend, Dan Marotti. And Steve wound up coming in for the movie premiere. He watched along with the fans, and he did a Q&A afterwards, and he did some autographs and some photos. And he was nice to the fans, but it wasn't the experience that Hogan gave, I think, in my opinion. And that's nothing against Steve, because like I said,
he's good too.
It was a theater with 200 people in it, and he tried to deal with as many people as he could, and and it was a different setup. It's not like they were sitting at a table like Hogan was in a confined setting. With Austin, when it was over, he was standing in the front of a movie theater. So he was kind of getting crowded, and so it was a little different. But
and that's always the thing too. The circumstances involved.
Right.
That day, you never know. What guy just went through what I went through last night.
Right. You can catch anybody on a bad day.
Right.
And you can catch anybody on a good day, I guess.
I was actually 3 weeks ago. I went through that. This is week 3 of today.
Oh, now I got you. All right, 3 weeks ago you had a rough day.
We're coming up here.
All right, wrestling fans, we want you to have the best day possible. Best way you can do that is to join the growing family over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Check it out while we take this brief timeout. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. What are you doing over there?
Well, I'm looking for my phone.
Well, it's right there. You don't, and especially now with that neon blue cover that you have. I don't think.
I had that for that very reason.
That's
so
probably,
I could see it from far away.
And I think you should get one that's glow in the dark at night, because I can see you losing it pretty quick.
I gotta get one with some GPS trackers on it.
Is it an iPhone or not?
No, this is a. What is it? Let me see. Not iPhone. I don't like them for some reason. LG 52.1.
I'll tell you that about. I don't know how many weeks ago it would have been based upon when this show airs, but 2 or 3 weeks before the day we're taping this, that GPS tracker on the inside of it saved my life.
Really?
Because it fell out of my pocket in someone's car, and I didn't know where it went. And I went to the post office, I went to the supermarket, I came to the studio, I sat down at my desk, I took out the keys, I went to take out the phone, and I'm like, oh, where is it?
Man, that's
and luckily, I was just as simple as going online, going to the website, and it was able to find it, and they were able to bring the phone back to me. But anyways, as we continue to look at 1990.
They brought it back to you.
What's that now?
They actually brought it to you? Or you mean they found it for you?
No, it fell in between the seat and the side panel of the car, and they found it, and they brought it down here to the studio.
Oh, that's nice enough.
All was well in the world. As much as I would love to go without having the phone, you know there's always something going on. And, you know, when you have kids in your world, you worry that anything could happen. But anyway, to maybe freshen up the bottom of the card, WWF brought in Pistol Pez Watley and Black Bart at that TV taping we were talking about. Do you think that was
1990?
January of 90.
Good God.
And, you know, it was kind of surprising to me as a young fan where you saw Black Bart. I think he was a champion for world class for the Von Erichs, and Pez Watley found some territorial success that I'd seen. I was very surprised to see them do so little in WWF, where they were all but, you know, the S.D. Jones and Barry Horowitz of that year, where they were just pretty much enhancement talents that almost never won.
Wasn't that later in their career, kind of?
It was closer to the end than the beginning, yeah. Right. Black Bart went on to WCW, I think, afterwards.
Well, they like you said, they both had good runs. Pez had pretty good down there in Georgia Championship, I think it was. Yeah. With against going up with, I think the biggest thing was the Buzz Sawyer feud, you know. But he was a big, you know, down there for us Georgia people was pretty big. Maybe it was just because it was on the downswing, you know. Yeah. The peak was over. But because they were both great workers.
Do you think it added credibility to having them on the undercard? Guys that were kind of known, maybe to a portion of the fan base?
Yeah, I mean, I think
putting over the WWF talent?
It's a solid, well, I don't know about that part. I mean, them working with each other would be great.
Oh, no, they weren't working with each other.
But I was saying if they were, that would have been great for opening a couple matches.
Yeah.
But if they were just used as enhancers, that's basically saying these guys are over, they're done, they're over the hill. But, I mean, you do that for house shows because not everybody sees it. And it gets the new guy and gets some really good experience working with a veteran.
Oh, with a young guy to be able to be paired with a Black Bart for a few months or a Pez Watley for a few months, there's some real value in that.
You're going to learn a lot. Yeah, it's a teaching.
That's what's missing nowadays. I mean, they don't, where WWE is such a youth-orientated company, they don't have as many grizzled veterans as they used to have back in the day that could, you know, do 90-day house show loops with guys and really teach them something new or teach them different ways to work or maybe to think in a different way.
And it comes down to what I always say, which is all these different people opening schools that had one match on WWE as a enhancer, and then they open a school. You can't teach what you don't know. You know?
Well, I can't wait for you to open your own school.
I can't
and I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to come down to. And when we do it, We're going to make a nice promotional video, and we're going to air it on this show.
That'll work.
I really want this to do well for you.
It might be open. When is this show?
Well, God, yeah, the school might be already open for a few months at that point. But I know, from the bottom of my heart, I know that you can do so much for these young people that might not even be in the business yet, that want to get into this great industry. What you can teach them with the success that you've had in the business and the failures that you've had in this business. There's so much you can teach them. I think if someone is in the vicinity of where your school is going to be, it would be to their extreme benefit to heavily look into getting involved in it.
Yeah,
you know me. I am, when it comes to wrestling schools, I'm a prick. There's a lot of the wrestling schools detest me because I look at it like this: unless you, whether you were Hogan or whether you're talking about an undercard guy in 1990 like Pez Whatley, unless you, in my opinion, worked in this business on a full-time basis.
Right, I agree with that.
You can't teach the wrestling business to someone that you never experienced or never lived.
Right, can't teach what you don't know.
I mean, I can watch the show ER when it used to be on NBC. That doesn't mean I can teach someone how to do surgery. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like what we was talking about earlier, well, weeks earlier, I think it was. You know, you get that psychology is the biggest part of pro wrestling. I mean, you can get a guy that can't do 2 moves, but know when and why, and those 2 moves are enough. The psychology is all the biggest part of wrestling. Anybody can teach arm drags, headlocks, and hip toss, or a slam even. One big move, a slam. There's a backstory on that, but later. You know, when you travel 300 days a year, you're learning even better psychology because you're seeing different crowds. And you know, like I said, this is the part I've told before. Different parts of the country, they react different to different type of matches. You know, some like groundwork, like wherever they got great college wrestling, say in the central United States with Iowa and all them. If you go down south or out in the west California, you got the luchador style that they love the most, and get an even mix more so in the northeast and down south. But you learn so quick from the psychology part of, you know, what do these people like and how fast do I need to adapt and adjust. You can't teach that if you never experienced.
Right.
You read it in the book and then try to say, okay, well, you got to feel it. It's got to come from experience. It's called hands-on experience that you're teaching with. The only one way to get that, you know. I don't begrudge anybody that loves the business enough that they want to be a teacher, teach the guys.
I do.
But, I mean, for that.
Because you know what the problem is? They send off people that are poorly trained and have a poor outlook, or maybe the wrong outlook on the business, and then the promoters are stuck trying to work with them, and then we're supposed to pay them to work the shows that they need work on to improve on. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they lost the race before it started.
Exactly.
And you know, it's a rebuilding. You know, once you get somebody that's already being trained, you got to break all that down. You got to throw all that out. You know, and teach them right. That's why I say with my schools, we'll get the foundation, which is what you build on. You'll get that, and it'll be solid as a rock. And you know, other people send the foundations that was just thrown together overnight type thing, and you build up maybe 1 or 2 floors. That 3rd floor, it all comes down. It's no good. So that what I was going to say about it. I don't mind, you know, somebody loving the business so much as to want to do that. What I do mind is that they follow through with it, and now you're putting a bad product out there.
Right.
You're harming the business more than you're doing it good. But you know, it's been that way. Probably, hopefully, it's changing from here on out with what WWE's doing with the complex there.
Well, like I said, WWE, they're not taking people off the street. They're taking independent talent that's already been trained other places.
Right.
That's not necessarily always the case. You know, Jerry Briscoe was out scouting amateur wrestlers, and they find athletes from other sports that they bring in. And they do have some that they start from scratch.
That's a new thing, too. You know,
but I'd say at least 3/4 of the people that come into that building have already had pro wrestling matches in
Right.
some way, shape, or form. So,
Or they have that it factor.
Yeah.
All they got to do is polish it, you know.
all right, well, before we go to the break, any memories of Pez Watley and Black Bot? In the ring, out of the ring?
Pez Watley one time was, you know, he was there towards the end. In the ring or out?
Either or.
Ricky Morton, remember Ricky from Rock
Oh,
and Roll
yeah.
Express? Man, he'll just say whatever's on his mind. Pez is on his deathbed, basically. I hate to say that. And Ricky walks in, you know, with everybody coming in, and you know, you want to give them encouragement and all. And they were good friends too. I said, but Ricky walks in, he goes, "Damn, son, I hope you made your peace with God. You look like shit." And Pez said he appreciated that more than anything, because everybody else had come in and said, "Oh, you look great." He said, "I know hell I look like death." But Ricky, but that was a Pez story. But otherwise, I loved Pez, man. We you know, we didn't really get much road time. I don't think we had one road trip ever. And that might have just been in town. He'll go up to the store to get something. I know we cut up a lot, because, you know, he was an amateur wrestler.
Oh,
I
was
think
he?
up at Chattanooga, you know, UTC. And, he helped, or he assisted coach there, because one of the guys I wrestled with in college went over there, transferred over there, and Pez knew him real well. But I, you know, and the collegiate style wrestlers are all bond anyway. You know, just as pro wrestlers, they got that special brotherhood. And I liked Pez. And Bart, we made a few trips. He was fun, man. He was a cut up, big old burly guy, man. You know, he was but he was fun. He was a lot of guys. I really have nothing that jumps out like this was extraordinary, except that Ricky Morton story, because people just don't do that. You know, go up and tell a guy who's dead, "You look like shit. You make your peace with God." But yeah, there were two super guys right there, and you know, they must have been okay with that position. You know, come in and help out. Which I was asked that by John Laurinaitis. I told you. Did I tell you?
Oh, yeah,
I told that. You know, after the match with
Angle.
Huh?
But after the Angle match?
No, after
La Resistance?
I think it was The Miz was the last one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did that thing with The Miz. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was
You
when the
ran into an
ankles
issue,
were a problem, and I wasn't moving good. And he asked me, like, man, he would have never asked me before that match to come be a guy to come help the talent out, the new guys out by coming in and working with them. In other words, an enhancer, a glorified enhancer, I guess. I forgot where I was going with that one. But anyway, yeah, that was what Laurinaitis asked me after the match with Miz. He was, "Hey, would you mind?" And I mean, I actually wouldn't have mind doing that, but I wasn't with my ankles, and I couldn't stay in good shape. You know, can't train right.
Right.
And I didn't want to, you know, visually be a piece of garbage on TV. So, you know, I didn't. I told them, I said, "I'm not ready right now." They actually appreciated I was honest with them. Said, "Look, I can't do what I should be able to do if I'm going to help these guys get better." And there's one thing, that's another thing I've learned from my schools and my students. Most all of them would tell you that I was always hands-on training, and it will be as much as I can in the future. Sitting outside the ring, just shooting the instructions is one thing, but when they're in there, you're doing it with them, they can feel it. It sinks in faster and more solid. So anyway.
No, once you decide to open up that school, you got a whole studio here we can use to promote it. It's a great thing.
I appreciate that.
All right, wrestling fans, we got the cue from Jackie the Joke Man right now. We encourage you to check out our eBay store. You can find the link in the description box below. Great merchandise with superstars of every era. You help keep wrestling legends working. You help us bring in more superstars. And you get an on-air shout-out from these wrestling greats. Be back after this brief timeout.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. We hope you've joined Patreon, purchased some great merchandise on eBay, given us a big thumbs up for all the fun we're having tonight, and subscribing to the YouTube channel as I spit everywhere. The world-famous Super
Did you
Chat
spit
button.
again?
I spit everywhere. Oh, really? Well, and the Super Chat button, again, is open for those that want to help the cause and tip the bartender. Marty, let me ask you this. We've talked about the TV tapings very slowly following the Royal Rumble in, where was it? Fort Myers.
Yeah, we ain't moved at all, have we?
Fort Myers.
We stayed more on subject.
I know.
On topic this time than ever.
At the Wrestling Challenge taping in Fort Myers after the Royal Rumble, it was the WWF non-televised debut of Scott Hall.
That was?
Yes. Now, any memories of seeing this?
That was a non-televised?
It was non-televised. He worked as Scott Hall. Any memories of Scott Hall then? Did you think, was he not ready?
Well, you already knew him from, you mean from there on?
Well, no,
you mean from Fort Myers?
Why do you think he didn't get a shot to come in at that point in 1990? Was he not ready for WWF?
I think whoever he worked with didn't give a good word. Who did he work with? Shit, I know. I remember that because it was, Scott and I were buddies from AWA. I've known him, and of course, Sean and Kurt, and we all knew him. But somebody, it was a bad words, although something bad was said. I think it had to do with the match itself, or they thought he had a shitty attitude, something like that, which I don't remember. I didn't get to. You said that wasn't a TV. That was a regular.
It was just a dark match at a TV.
But it was like his tryout type thing.
Right.
And it just, from what I remember, it wasn't so bad. The match didn't stink, nobody was booing or anything. But it had to, somebody said something negative. There had some power, somebody, and it had to do with who he worked with. I think they said he was hard to work with, and he was attitudinal, and the combination just, that was his tryout match, and if that's the first thing Vince gets told,
it's not looking good.
Yeah.
Well, 2 years later, he would come back as Razor Ramon.
I was going to say, how long before he came back?
In '92, he came in as Razor, so 2 years after the fact.
Okay. So he never did. That's right. He never did nothing in Scott Hall, with his Scott Hall name. I mean,
post WCW, he did. They came back as the NWO in 2002, and he worked with Scott Hall then, but not before Razor.
Yeah.
He went on to WCW as the Diamond Stud before he came in as Razor Ramon.
Damn, I forgot that too. Well, I mean, I remember it now. You said it.
It's a trip down memory lane on these great shows. So there was some kind of an issue.
The things though, it was funny about memory is I would have, until you said it, I would never even remembered that. I totally forgot that until you said it. It's like, oh yeah, that was a whole, I don't know about an era, it was a little while.
Well, for Wrestling Challenge, also for a match that aired during February sweeps, it may have been the first ever Shawn Michaels Bret Hart singles match when you guys were all still involved in tag teams. It went to a double disqualification when you and Jim Neidhart interfered. Any memories of the first time those two hooked it up, one-on-one, mano-a-mano, when one was a rocker and one was a member of the Hart Foundation?
I remember having that, but I'm trying to work. You have
it was a televised match on Wrestling Challenge for February sweeps when they'd give you some better matches from time to time, as opposed to just all squash matches.
I'd love to see that too. See how that was their first time singles.
I'm 99% sure you guys did some tag team matches the Thanksgiving weekend before, but as far as the singles match goes, this was the first. I know we've done some
tags, but I think that was the first single. I'd like to see how that went, because they now back then I saw Bret's biography, on A&E.
Annie's favorite cable channel.
And
Annie loves a little A&E.
I don't know what it stands for, but okay. Back in Denver, wrestling a sold-out crowd. But Bret had mentioned that he started out that he liked Shawn, and then other things got involved where he couldn't stand him. My memory, I don't remember he ever liked Shawn. I ain't saying that. No, only just saying that I can only go by, Bret would tell me things. I'll just leave it at that.
Wait, what was that again?
Huh?
Bret would what?
He would just say, he had little subtle comments. You could just feel there was maybe just a little animosity there.
With Shawn you're talking about?
Yeah. But
now this is back during the tag team days?
Yeah, during the tag team days, yeah. Because when I saw it on and I may be wrong, so in case I am wrong, Bret, I'm not calling you a liar, but I saw like what it said on A&E's Bret Hart biography, where he had said that he did used to like Shawn, but I just don't remember when that
was. So even when you guys were tag teams, there was still a little tension?
I don't even know any. Well, probably from Bret, because Shawn never said anything negative about at that point. at that point, because later he did, but he never said, Bret's a dick or anything like that. Only scratched the surface of something like that. Would have been. We was all partying one night at some room. Well, actually, Shawn and I came in. We had just come in late. Bret was there, a couple of other boys, and a lot of fans. Most of them female fans, but it was some guy fans. It was a big party, and as soon as Shawn and I walked in, Shawn had noticed that Bret's demeanor changed as far as at the party, and then I think I popped a bag of chips open to eat, and it made a pop sound, and I think I was standing close up to hear Bret say, "Well, it's time to go. Here goes the Rockers." But I just, I guess that meant it was a derogatory thing, meaning we're going to destroy the place or something. I don't know, but I didn't take it offensive at all. But I think Shawn, from that point on, had, he didn't trust Bret. He thought Bret was two-faced, sort of. This is just what I'm, coming up with from what I've seen and what I remember. Because I think they had they must have had some kind of, I'm talking about Bret and Shawn must have had their own off to the side little differences or something. Because I really saw out of neither one of them anger till way later, probably what, I guess when Shawn was doing HBK and Bret had won the championship or something. Would have been around 95. Would have at the beginning of that.
When they first had their program, or?
No, when Bret was champion the first.
Bret won the title for the first time in October of '92, and funny enough, Shawn won the Intercontinental title for the first time in October of '92.
I guess whenever it was looking like they were heading towards each other. I guess when all the animosity started.
Maybe towards when they main evented the WrestleMania in Anaheim.
Was that the one, the Iron Man match?
Yeah.
I know it was something.
I still think that match was terrible. I don't understand how people think it was a classic. I was bored to death.
How many hour matches have you seen?
I thought your matches with the Rougeaus were better
but that's
than we had in Boston.
That's a great
All
thing
right, you know what? Fair enough.
That's the great thing about tag wrestling. You got 4 guys
instead of
to
2.
get it done.
Fair enough. It just wasn't my cup of tea,
because it was real slow.
It was 45 minutes of rest holds,
Well, I'll say this. Yeah, well, and some of the best hour matches I ever saw were Kerry Von Erich and Ric Flair at St. Louis Kill Auditorium. And I remember like an hour, they're going to go an hour through. And I'd watch it. The first, I knew their style, both of them, right? And watch that first 15 minutes, I'm like, fuck, I ain't gonna watch all this. But you just have to build a lot slower. You pick up the pace, like, picking up a ball rolling downhill, picking up the momentum, speed as it goes. Because if you start out with a bang, you got 59 minutes left.
And I think the fans get bored with them too, because they know nothing of any consequence is going to happen until the end. Right? They've been groomed. I remember.
It's almost first half hours of popcorn.
I remember they did here in Boston. They did Brett and Ric Flair in a marathon match, and it was just. And they did. Brett won 3 to 2 falls, and the one at WrestleMania only had that 1 fall. And even that one was just a match I was looking forward to seeing. I was kind of bored with it. I'd rather see them have a kick-ass 30-minute match where you don't know.
I'm with you on that.
Where you don't know when the ending is going to come, and go from there. But again,
remember, like I haven't seen many movies lately, but remember like Dead Poets Society and movies like that were 3.5 hours long that you had. It was so great when it was over, but for the first hour and a half, you were like, man, I'm about to turn it off, and you luckily just stuck with it long enough. Like, oh, here it comes. Now it makes sense. Oh, that's because of that. Oh, okay. Now, that was great. But in the first 45 minutes, you almost didn't see the rest.
Well, and I mean, you hate to say it, but earlier in the night, and again, we fast forward in quite a bit. Look at the reaction Warrior got in a 90-second squash with Triple H. The place went crazy. They loved it. They had fun. They were excited.
Triple H too.
What's that now?
He was doing the 90-second jobs with Triple H too. I knew he was doing them with Andre.
That was Warrior's comeback at WrestleMania 12 in '96 for a very short run. But he squashed Triple H in a short order, and the place went nuts. And as opposed to just that match that just went on forever, where they just did nothing. I remember it's WrestleMania, and I was reading the Boston Sunday sports page as it was going on because I was just bored with it. But one man's opinion. We'd love to know what you think, fans. As Jackie the Joke Man gives me the signal, leave your thoughts in the premiere chat if you're with us on Thursday night or afterwards in the comment section below. As always, we ask you, give us that big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders in just a moment.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon. But we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Dan Marty Jannetty here, having fun on Wrestling Insiders as the Party with Marty continues. Different look for the man this week. He's got the new shades. He's got the hat on backwards. He's a man of style, if nothing else.
But truth be told, I ain't moved until right there in my suitcase in 4 weeks now. Is this the third? This is our third. This is the third.
I think, yeah. January 27th, 1990. It's the first televised Saturday night's main event of the new decade as Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior team to defeat Mr. Perfect and the Genius in the main event. Lanny,
sneak in there.
lifetime undercard guy, a man that didn't have to worry about quarantining alone last year. He was able to keep himself occupied in more ways than one.
You want to explain that to him?
Well, I think the fans that are longtime fans of the show know that Lanny enjoys a little bit of the self-service, the fellatio. You know, him and Annie could probably teach each other some tricks.
Did I tell y'all, though, that match in Denver, it was a sold-out
That's
crowd.
the new one now, Denver, and it was far from sold out in 1992. There was probably 2,900 people there for a classic match.
Where's this? For who?
That match you and Sean in Denver.
That wasn't in 92, February. Oh, was it? It was
92,
wasn't it?
yeah.
That's right, because we went into
Business was dead.
93 was that Rumble. But
yeah.
Him and that's right.
Yeah. See, it's good you got me around for something.
I could have swore that was trying to think. It felt full, or like you
could cut the electricity with a knife.
Was it even at McNichols Arena, or was it somewhere else?
That I don't know.
Because it felt full, but at McNichols you could see it all. You know, now that I think about it, on that show I told you where they've got that match, it does look like a smaller venue on that, and I just figured it was because it was a home camera. You know, they couldn't get the whole crowd in.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got off A&E, didn't we?
Do we have a guest? Oh, I think I know who that is. I can't see, but I guess he made it in. Someone very interested in meeting you, Marty.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Well, Marty, as we continue again, January 27th, the first Saturday night's main event on NBC of the new decade, and Lanny Poffo's in the main event. Did you ever think that you would hear those words?
Not as Lanny Poffo, but as a genius.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I like Lanny a lot, not so much.
I like Lanny too. I don't like Lanny as much as Lanny likes Lanny, but that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, but I just never couldn't grab the whole genius. I mean, I understood it, I knew what it was, but I just
was he a smart man in your opinion?
Very. That's why I think that's why they gave him that thing. And he writes poetry, really outside of the ring. But it's just the character, the gimmick itself, the whole frisbee. I don't know. I guess to me that's I hate saying it because I don't want Lanny to. You
think it was a favorite of Randy?
Well, possibly that, but I think it was a solid. Open match.
Well, and for the majority of it, that's exactly what he was. He was either a manager or he was a first or second match guy.
That does not.
How he wound up? He worked Hogan in a singles match on the Saturday Night's Main Event, ending '89. So I mean, he for a couple of months
looking good with it.
He got a good position in that managerial role almost, but. That match was more, if nothing else, to try and build the tension between Hogan and Warrior. What did you think of that being set up as the main event for WrestleMania 6?
Which one?
Hogan and Warrior in Toronto.
I'm trying to.
This fly is driving me nuts.
Yeah, I know what he asked me twice.
This feels like that episode of Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. But as far as that thing, I don't know, because. Which way did they end up going? You have to give me a little more to work with. Is that where Warrior won?
Yes. Well, we'll get to WrestleMania 6, but were you surprised to see
shit.
babyface versus babyface heading into Mania, world champion versus Intercontinental champion?
Only those two could have got away with it at that time, because that wasn't you didn't see that for a main event type thing.
You could see that there was something coming because, like we mentioned as we chronicled 1989, Survivor Series 1989 for the first pay-per-view ever, who ended the show? It wasn't Hogan. It was the match you were involved in with Warrior. Instead of Hogan posing to end the show, it was the Warrior doing his thing after your team went over, even though you were eliminated, went over the Heenan family.
Was that where he took the tape and wrapped around us for about with the promo for it?
Yep.
Warrior.
Do you think, well, you know what, I want to delve more into the Warriors title reign once we get a little closer, but at that point, do you think that was a solid main event, or do you think, would you have kept Mr. Perfect hot and maybe go with Perfect and Hogan?
That'd have been good.
They had some good house show matches, and they drew fair.
The Warrior and Hulk were blowing the ceiling as far as their popularity.
Yeah.
So and hadn't they already done the Mega Powers with Macho by then?
Yeah.
And him. So
that was at 5. Yeah. So that was the year before.
Yeah. So I'm thinking you couldn't do that again. Like here's the new, this year's Randy and Hulk. So I guess they got the idea. Let's have them go. The two superpowers go against each other, but I can't remember the match now, how it went, or I know I watched it.
You don't have to worry about remembering the match yet, because we're not at WrestleMania 6. I'm just wondering, that winter as the build began, just as a talent, do you think, if you had the magic pencil at that point, would you have gone with Hogan and Warrior in the main event? Or would you have groomed a heel for Hogan at that point?
I always think for the main event of a big thing, I would think you get a group of heel. And
babyface and babyface is tough though.
Yeah, especially for a big show.
Yeah. I mean, the fans were torn over that one, but again, we'll go more in that direction when we look at the event itself.
Do you remember the match? Was it a good match?
The first,
I hate to say there's two non-workers, but those two non-workers in the main event.
I think with Hogan and Warrior, the first time you see it, it's really good. But after that, it's kind of like Hogan and The Rock from WrestleMania 18. First time you see it, it's really good.
I thought it was good, but that's the only time I saw it.
Exactly. The second time, it's going, but one man's opinion. As we jump into February.
By the way, I said non-worker for Hulk. Hulk is the best worker because it's all about the asses in the seats. And that's the best worker you can be.
Not the asses in Annie's hotel rooms.
In Denver, I was the first one.
As we delve into February of 1990, the TV tapings, it's the debut of Akio Sato and Pat Tanaka, the Orient Express. Your old buddy Pat Tanaka from the AWA makes his way to WWF. Were you happy to see him debut with the company?
Definitely, and I'd known Sato from being over in Japan for so many times. So I knew he was a good worker and a great worker. Tanaka is a great worker. In fact, he's working some of my friends right now. I hope you give her some of that money back, Pat. But they were good as a team. Like I said, Sato was good, but Pat was just great. You could tag Pat with anybody. It's going to be a good team.
Very underrated.
Yeah. Oh,
I
God.
remember a good friend, the Jackal, that unfortunately passed away, a former commentator and a true wrestling historian. He called it spot on when he saw it live, that when they started to use Tanaka as an enhancement talent, in Worcester they did it, a Superstars taping, almost a squash match, 1, 2, 3 Kid against Tanaka, that he said was just completely off the charts. Unfortunately,
I can imagine
it was heavily edited once it made it to TV to put the Kid over. But live, he said, the unedited version of the match was out of this world.
I can imagine. Those two, oh, wow, they both do some stuff.
You and Pat have had some fun over the years.
A lot. Too much.
Too much fun.
At certain times.
A lot of medicine.
A lot of medicine back in the day. Too much.
A lot of medicine. I think you could make the Sheik blush on certain nights.
Did I ever tell you about the time we went 11 days? It was an 11-day tour. We pretty much, I think we took a nap on day 4.
There was that much medicine.
Yeah, it was
around the clock.
And we flew back home to Orlando. Right by it when I was living in Orlando at the time. Flew back to Orlando, and because we weren't ready, the tour was over, when we weren't ready to stop. We still had. You can't just have medicine and put it in the cabinet. That's not what you have to do at all. And, 11 days.
How would you travel with cocaine on a plane?
What, did I just say cocaine? I said medicine.
Well, you know what I mean. Well, what would you do?
Man, trying to get the police busted in here. Look, here's a pair of
Well, I think the statute of limitations have passed from 1991.
I got something in my pocket now.
No, you don't. No, but how would you transport it? I know Michael Hayes hit it in an anal cavity at one point, but
I don't know. That's him.
He looked like a packet of Kool-Aid when he burst.
You know what was funny? It was so prevalent in the. No, I shouldn't put it that way. Let me say it was.
It was prevalent. Maybe more than prevalent. Maybe you're underestimating it.
There was a time with you could when we were on the plane, and you didn't have any, you needed it. Because sometimes you needed the medicine to keep going. That was for real. That was why. Even guys that didn't really do, party too much, it was when they was putting us on the road 30, 40, 50 days in a row.
You needed a little medicine.
And they found out, the guys that never done it found out, oh, this keeps me alert, so everybody's, but you'd walk down the aisle of the plane and just slowly doing like this, and they called it I forgot, I think Jake Roberts, somebody called it, oh, you're doing the nut checker, right? Because you're looking back, and it looks like you're walking down looking at everybody's nutsack, but you're actually looking down in the sock because there would always be a lump. Everybody had it down there. And
so that was the key.
And you see a lump.
It was the sock lump.
Hey, come here, let's go run back to the bathroom.
Long before Mick Foley's Mr. Socko, you had the sock lump.
There was a time coming back now while we're talking about hiding and stuff. Jake Roberts were coming back. I think I've already told this, but Jake Roberts came. We was coming back from Canada, I think. And they sometimes they will and won't have the dogs out. They had them this time. Jake had it was as far as I know now, it was just a bag of weed. And one of the guys we're going through, and the dog is going crazy at Jake, and I'm behind him thinking, oh man, should I try to get it from Jake? And then they'll come from me. But the dog's going crazy, and the guy's going, Jake, snake robbers are going to got him. And he goes, how you doing, brother? And he's shaking his hand. He goes, I don't know what's wrong with him. And he's pulling the dog back.
The dog was just trying to do his job.
Yeah, he was doing his job. And the guy was getting mad at him. And Jake's like, well, I got to hurry now. See you later. Get the hell out.
My favorite that the Sheik ever told was the time that on a
when he stuck his
trip to Australia, Well, that's a little further down the road when he was Colonel Mustafa. But during the Sheik days, he and the Junkyard Dog hid their crack rocks in the bottom of a bag of popcorn that the two of them shared on the way to Australia.
Damn, the creativity when it comes to certain things. He ain't got none of that in matches.
Now, can you
putting a match together, but it becomes hiding a little bit of yahoo.
Can you imagine now if that's a plane with 3 seats in the aisle, being the third person with the Sheik and JYD, having the popcorn filled with crack rocks on the inside of it, all the way from wherever they were going from to Australia. I couldn't imagine the Sheik on a normal day flying with him all the way to Australia sitting next to him. Never mind with a popcorn bag filled with crack.
Yeah, well, I've always said, bro, we are so lucky, the boys, so lucky that it didn't have the cell phone cameras back then. We would have been in jail so much, or...
Can you imagine what social media would have looked like in '86 with some of the guys?
There would have been no WWF.
It would have been done. It just would have been the animals and the World Wildlife Foundation. Also in the February of 1990, we saw a bit of a transition, freshen up the tag team. As we mentioned, the Rougeaus hit the road. Jimmy Hart, of course, was the master, it seemed, of managing tag teams. He was given the formidable unit of former Intercontinental Champion, the Honky Tonk Man, and Greg the Hammer Valentine. Greg was certainly a new look. It was almost like he was trying to emulate Andy.
When did Beefcake and him do the
Dream Team?
Yeah.
That was 85 into 86.
Okay, so that was first, then came, okay.
Yeah.
Because that was on that biography. Man, that thing is, they covered everybody.
Why was the Dream Team on the whose biography were they on?
They were doing that was the Treasures. They were looking for the treasures
okay, so that makes sense.
Beefcake, and they were looking for that robe, Hammer's robe. And
I'm sure Greg added a lot to it.
Did
he look a little down?
Was that?
Did he look a little down?
You know, he would have stretched the tourist face if you ever make him smile. His lips were so damn tight.
Well, it's like what Beefcake said in his book. There was only one person and one thing that he knew of that could make Greg smile.
Who's that?
You know who.
Go ahead and say it.
B.
And guess who went over that Denver match?
Well, you know what? I don't even know if I ever told you this, but we had a man, semi-challenged, I guess to be kind, Commissioner Von Johnson. He was actually the driver of our car when we got hit with the Sheik. He was the middleman between Annie and Greg. Anytime Annie needed to get a hold, because Annie was afraid that the wife would answer. So the commissioner would have to call Greg to set up ass-eating sessions.
And so what happened, that match went 24 minutes. We had the fans on their feet from the beginning to the end.
Rocking. But anyway, in all seriousness, what did you think of Greg Valentine and the black hair? You talk about a rib.
Oh, that was horrible.
Yes.
After getting to see him, even if you'd never seen him before, because he's just got that snook, you know, that fish, like it looks like a snook. It just looks more like that fish when he had that black hair. You know, I mean, after seeing him from when I met him, and I don't know, to that point, probably 10 years, 8 years. Yeah. And we had a lot of road time together because we had a couple of friends in Buffalo that when we used to hang out with a lot. Because we, you know, anywhere in New York, we'd make our way to them or they'd make our way to them. So we had a lot of time together, Greg and I, with partying and girls.
Now, Greg was a medicine man, the Sheik said. He enjoyed his medicine, almost as much as his Boston visits.
As far as I know, he did, always did. I don't know too many boys. Yeah, I guess
weren't,
I could.
like you said, it was very prevalent, the medicine.
Yeah, I'm sure there was I know there was a few, but it didn't seem like many. Yeah, I mean, and the ones, no, I ain't gonna say that.
Oh no, come on now.
No, it wasn't bad. I was just to say, the ones that weren't into it almost seemed nerdy to everybody anyway.
Well, you know, this is an interesting one. Again, we're kind of jumping.
Not to say the Rougeaus,
but is that the second or the third, Joey?
Third.
That is the third.
That is unbelievable.
Actually, no, that's the fourth, because the last one we did was the fourth.
Yeah, he told you that.
We jumped. We did extra.
Yeah.
We gave them overtime this episode.
Told you that.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to ask the question I was just going to ask because I found it Very interesting. Well, because we'd kind of be jumping towards 1994.
Oh, okay.
In a very interesting period in the business. But you guys get so much. If you want even more than that, where do they go, Marty? You know.
To the Patreon store where you can join for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
That was a very weak plea. You almost sounded like one of those.
I can't do it as good as you.
What's that? The ACPS commercial for the animals at Christmas time.
Oh, those
when
are
they
horrible.
play that sad music with some dog in a cage
and
that
they
hasn't
want you to
eaten in
donate
3
20 a
months.
month. They
20 a month, and
can't go 10 or 5. It's got to be. If I'm donating, why can't I name my price?
And you get the free blanket.
Yeah.
Or some
and
other
a
piece of
doggy
shit
hair
that you
and
won't
one
use. All right. Oh, you never know where this show is going to go. Again, folks, give us a thumbs up. Join the YouTube channel. It's free. Share the link. The Patreon, you can give us a tip so we can bring you more legends. We got great merchandise on eBay that you can buy for your wrestling man cave and help keep Wrestling Legends working. They'll give you a personal thank you on the air. And, of course, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, including New Jack, the final interview series, all 6 episodes.
For how much?
Less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Dunkin' Donuts, maybe not so much. But you also get our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD series, which has been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show, thanks to the Sheik. Patreon exclusive videos, and again, the knowledge that you yourself, that fine individual you see brushing your hair and brushing your teeth every day, are helping keep wrestling legends like Marty and all the other greats that come in this studio working. That's what it's all about. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Join the family. We want to keep his hair brown, baby. Browner than Annie's tongue. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Ferrari.
And the Denver floor.
Good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Saturday, July the 8th, 1989. In the opening contest, Tim Horner, replacing Hillbilly Jim, beat Boris Zukov. Mr. Perfect with the win over Hercules. The Genius defeated Paul Roma. Brutus, the Barber Beefcake, victorious over Greg the Hammer Valentine. The Bushwhackers beat the Brainbusters. Superfly, Jimmy Snuka with the win over the Honky Tonk Man. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan retained the title over Macho Man Randy Savage. If you were in Edmonton live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantell, Zeb Coulter, JTG of Prime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, Help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger outprint, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Marty's back every Thursday at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Don't miss an episode. As noted, we need your help in creating our next Tuesday night tradition. As the Indiegogo campaign continues for Wrestle House 2 in Tampa in less than a month's time to tape episodes with 9 featured superstars. Great perks for you to immerse yourself in the Boston wrestling experience, becoming part of the team yourself. Again, folks, keeping wrestling legends working is a passion of ours, which is why we continue to push and implore you to join our family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For example, when Marty Jannetty is here, it turns into 3 very long days of taping, as it's the only cost affordable way to do it. Imagine if we could afford to have Marty come in once a month or even once a week in a more relaxed atmosphere. I think it would make great programs even better. Let's make these wrestling greats, these wrestling legends' lives even easier by giving them a platform to simply fly in, share their experiences with you to enjoy for decades to come, and go home. That's why we continue to push and plug it, because honestly, we need more of you guys to get involved on Patreon, or we risk not being able to do these shows or a modified version of them. We give you early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, plus help keep the wrestling legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, link in the description box below. Join the legends and icons like the Iron Sheik, Paul Bearer, Kamala, Harley Race, Vader, Demolition, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, and so many more in telling the stories of their lives and their careers. Up next, we wrap up this week's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Friday, which turned into John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Saturday because of the technical issues. But anyway, the always debonair John Cena Sr. shoots on WWE's disaster in hiring Kenise Mobley as a Raw writer, along with the recent WWE releases such as Tyler Breeze, Fandango, and August Gray, the potential of Carmelo Hayes in NXT, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Dan Marati, John Cena Sr. here. Not a bad way to end another WWE SmackDown. The final SmackDown, Johnny, that'll take place in front of no fans. Next Friday night, they're going to be LIVE live deep in the heart of Texas. They're coming back.
Y'all be there, yeah?
I'm excited.
Well, I think it's going to be good for the WWE performers. It's going to be good for the fans. We're getting back slowly to normal. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Maybe the only thing I'm more excited about, Johnny, is that we're going to have Wrestle House 2 in early August. We're lining up a unique blend, a mix of superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow to tell their stories for our Wednesday night Wrestling Insiders, a special edition program. It's kind of fun once a week to be almost have a field trip almost.
There you go.
And have those great walks down memory lane. I have a feeling it's going to be a little toasty in Tampa in August, but those are the things we do for our craft.
A little toasty?
A little toasty.
Oh, come on. The last time I was down there in August, it's like you melt. You go out in this 110-degree. You think this is bad? Go to Florida.
The only Busch Gardens you'll be worried about is with Majo, not the
No.
theme park.
No,
Yeah.
no, don't worry about that.
Well, we missed out on so much news last week, Johnny, as we had to cover so much with your almost in-laws and Marty and the sad Paul Orndorff situation. There was one that really I'm passionately angry about. That I don't know how much you are familiar with at this point, but did you hear about the podcast with, at the time, WWE writer Kenise Mobley, stand-up comedian, that really went on the Asian Not Asian podcast and really did a number and almost exposed what WWE has turned into behind the scenes right about now. Did you hear about the interview?
No.
Well, to try and push the women's movement, they hired a couple of I believe this woman was in her early 20s, stand-up comic, no background in wrestling, and as she said on the podcast, no knowledge about anything in wrestling.
Right,
she was hired to write for the Raw brand. She referred to the WWE World Champion that she's supposed to be the writer for as Bobby Ashley. She said she was hired with no knowledge of wrestling. She wasn't expected to have any knowledge of wrestling. And it didn't go over too well in Stamford as she was future endeavored the next day.
Bye. Yeah.
And you know what? I don't know the woman personally, but professionally, what a disgusting human being. To talk so low about our industry on this podcast, almost as if it was a joke that she knew nothing about it. She was handed a job at a time when so many are losing theirs, and she spit on the face of everyone on Raw. She spit on the face of everyone at Titan Towers when she did that interview. Maybe she didn't realize what she did, but no matter what company you work for, I don't think anyone wants to employ you if you're going to go on a podcast and talk about and laugh that you know nothing about that industry. What was she thinking?
How long was she writing for there? I thought
just a few months.
Yeah, I thought I read that. You know, all I know is this. Sometimes when you get onto a podcast, you and I have done a ton of them. I'm scheduled to do another one sometime in August. All I can say is this. Sometimes you start a conversation, and then the next thing you know, inadvertently, you digress into a topic and expose what you never intended to talk about. For her to go out there, no offense to Vince McMahon, but wasn't he the guy that said, wrestling's entertainment? You want to talk about an expose, nothing like saying wrestling is entertainment. Watch TV, watch the soap opera. I just think that what she did was, because she was so new at it and not involved in it, the brotherhood or the sisterhood, the kayfabe that goes with this business, she didn't know what to expect. Why wouldn't you go out there and say, yeah, I got this job. I didn't know the first thing about wrestling. Bobby Ashley, you know what? That would have told me right there that you don't know anything about what you're talking about. You don't belong in the position that you're in. And the Titan Towers did the right thing the next day.
I think it was an expose on a very dysfunctional, failing system that while as ratings continue to free fall, they look at Kenise Mobley as someone that is going to enhance the product when it's the polar opposite. She knows nothing about the product she's trying to write for.
Well, how about the announcer that they hired? And now
Adnan Ver.
There you go. Same thing. You know what? Whomever is making these decisions needs to look in the mirror and say, why? First of all, why would you hire somebody that's a stand-up comic, one? Nothing against stand-up comics.
No.
I love them.
No.
And there are a lot of stand-up comics that would kill for the job that she had. But bring her in, put her in a room and say, write, but you don't have to know what you're writing about. Wait a minute. That's like you're going to play brain surgeon and prescribe surgery, but you don't know where you're going to cut or what you're doing. Doesn't make
Or
sense
never
to
even
me.
watched ER
Well,
or Grey's Anatomy.
Who's the guy that put her in the position?
Who hired her, I don't know.
Well, there you
Probably
go.
would have gone through the Kevin Dunn offices.
Well, then guess what? That's where it all starts.
I tell you, and you know what, Johnny? What bothers me even more so is that you have to imagine that she's just the one that spoke about it publicly. She's not the only one.
I would agree with that.
Which is why we had, I believe, as we taped this, it was the third lowest rated Raw in the history of the company this as of the week we're taping this.
That's right.
I mean, at some point you have to realize what's wrong. It is this quote-unquote sports entertainment system they have put into place almost right around the time when the bell rang at the end of WrestleMania 17 in 2001. A lot of things went wrong in 2001. You had the XFL calamity. You had turning Austin heel and turning him into a comedic joke. You know, running around with Deborah and cookies and cowboy hats with Kurt Angle and milk and all this other nonsense. You had the WCW invasion that was a disaster. You had the ECW invasion that was a disaster. And you had a fan base that could not run quicker from the product. And other than one small blip in the radar screen in those 20 years since then, it has been a complete nosedive in every form of popularity for WWE since. And I'll give you a little credit here, your loins at least. The one time there was that little increase was after probably the worst year in company history in 2004 business-wise, when they went with two heel world champions on two brands. At WrestleMania 21, they atoned Batista and John Cena Jr. As the new champions, and that did help increase business for a bit. But then, you know, as fans got bored with the same presentation, and you have more and more people that don't understand the industry trying to help produce it, you know, it continued to go down and go down and go down and go down to the point where we're at now. I mean, we have, you know, 1.5 million people some weeks watching a show that, you know, when Austin took on The Undertaker in July of '99, had over 10 million people watching it, while Nitro was on the other channel at the same time, head to head. Johnny.
All I can say is
Kenise Mobley.
All I can say is this. Somebody's approving what's being written.
At the end of the day, there's one person that approves it.
Well, maybe there's more than one now. So, and I have to defend the person that we're trying to hang it all on, because I think that even though he is the one that controls, and rightly so he should, he's allowed delegation. He's allowed people to make decisions. You know, certainly Stephanie's involved in that. Paul Levesque is involved in that. I'm not so sure if his son isn't involved in that. You know, so all I can say is this. I sit back and say to myself when I see these types of situations, is it more about the money than it is the production of the product? Where I've got what I want, billions, and whether it's good or bad, you're still going to watch. So,
but when you have the fan base eroding, and it's probably eroded a couple of times over 20 years.
You know what? If I don't have any fan base, you're still going to give me the check? Do I have a contract?
What about when they have to renew the TV contracts?
Well, after 5 years, I really won't care. I really won't care.
Well, like we said, I think they expire in October 2023. So if you go by the same timeline when they made the announcements, you'd think the negotiations and the contracts would be signed by the May of next year. So you'd think they'd want to boost those ratings over the next year some way, somehow.
Well, they're going to try to bring back some of the old timers.
That always works for a couple of weeks.
Yep, they're going to do that. You can see now Edge is going to go against Roman Reigns for the pay-per-view, Money in the Bank. That should be good. I don't know who else they're going to draw into the picture, or who else they're going to face. I just think that somebody is not paying attention to what's on the screen. Somebody's not paying attention to what me, the fan, is seeing. It almost, and again, it's like, you know what? I own 4 furniture stores. It's like the guy that was selling hot dogs in New York. He was selling hot dogs for $1, and he was selling them like crazy. And people say, you probably have the best hot dog in New York. It went to $1.50. Wow, they still bought the hot dogs. And he said, wow, they're so good, I'm going to go to $2. He went to $2 and lost 50% of his business. Couldn't understand why. He said, well, maybe I'll just get a better brand. and go to 275. Nobody bought the hot dogs. Look at what's happened to WWF, WWE. Oh, we got the best hot dog in the business. Well, okay, we'll go up. What happened? You saw the fan base begin to slide. And look at all the people who are letting go. Some of these people I can see, yeah, you got to go. But some of the ones they let go, I'm going, why? I sit back and say to myself, and everybody says, no. If I were a businessman, I say you're getting ready to sell. Maybe not right away.
We have discussed that.
Yep.
I tend to agree with you. But I don't know why at this point they'd be so opposed to saying, you know what, all of these Hollywood comic book, soap opera, comics writers have failed. Why not go back to wrestling people and see if that does any better? It couldn't do any worse.
Okay, so all I'm going to say is this. You've got Bruce Pritchard. You've got Michael Hayes. You've got Vincent Kennedy McMahon. You've got Triple H. You've got Stephanie. You've got Shane, all in the wrestling business, all who look at these cards, look at these storylines.
All of them are out of the age demographic they're looking to hit, other than Stephanie?
Well, so the question becomes, what are we trying to achieve? And again, I go back on the premise that, look, if you watch, you watch. It's like when you wrestle. Win or lose, the check's the same. Win or lose, you watch or don't watch, CBS, NBC, Sport, they're going to pay me, right? It's already there.
Like I said, let's see what those numbers look like when they have to renegotiate next year, or maybe even before they renegotiate those next round of TV deals. Like you said, maybe they'll be the
well, they're misusing all the characters. I was not a Roman Reigns fan. I said it publicly. I said it with Mick Foley in his comedy show. But you know what? What they've done with Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman, hooray. If they'd have done that right off the beginning, Roman, because he's talented, because he can wrestle without that stupid spear and that fist of doom, whatever it is, super punch.
I still think that version of Roman could have worked. But they Kevin Nash him.
They should have healed him. They should have healed him to start with.
Could have worked. We're getting ready to go to the break. But the Roman that they had as a babyface could have worked. They just presented him all wrong.
They shoved him down your throat. It doesn't work.
Well, they do that with every top guy.
Well, Cena did it for 16 years.
And look at the reaction they would get.
16
the top
years.
guy in the company.
But you know what? Let me ask you a question. How many asses did he put in the seats? And there's only one wrestling star he has never outsold in merchandise. And who is that? Only one. Only one.
They did make a lot of different shirts, though.
You got it. That's right.
That's right, baby. All right, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders after this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, Wrestling's Scariest Night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Johnny, I'm hungry, baby. What is Hacksaw doing to me down at Red Rose?
No comment.
Are you hungry?
No, as a matter of fact.
You don't want any of Jack's Chinese food?
I never said that.
Oh, all right.
I never said that. When we're done here, I'm headed for Maine. And I'm going to get
a busy day
I got a busy day today. I have a wedding at 1, and I've got to perform a service. And anybody need a wedding done, JP will take care of it. We'll put it together, make it fun. And then I'm going to Maine. I've got a couple of antique booths up there. I've got to change some stuff around. Grab a nice meal at the Fisherman's Catch.
Oh, now you're going to get me wanting seafood on top of it. Thanks.
The Bull and Claw. I just found a nice little Mexican restaurant up there, El Toquita. I didn't think it was going to be good. The food is outstanding. So Condon's Donuts, you can't go wrong if you like donuts. Great space. Anyway, we're not here to do advertising. La Casa de Chocolate. I have to tell you, I got a wonderful gift from them. I have never seen it. I should have brought it in. It's a hand-carved chocolate ashtray with a chocolate cigar. You cannot tell the difference between the real thing and this. You know, Tom Nash, thank you very much. Hats off. I'll bring it in next time.
All right,
we'll put it
look
on
forward
screen.
to seeing it.
Yep.
I want to know if Majot enjoys the cigars as well, or just your own personal cigar. Yeah.
Anyway, moving right along.
Johnny, another batch of releases from the world of WWE. They keep going and going and going and going. It's like it's going to look like Toys R Us the day after Christmas if it keeps going at this point.
Santa Claus is out of business.
Dear
yeah.
Lord, Johnny. What you know? It's some names I was familiar with, at least most of them, but we'll go through with what we have. Certainly in a promotion that is lacking tag teams of every gender, I think Breezango certainly could have been a solid undercard tag team, if nothing else, putting over teams on Raw and SmackDown, but instead, Tyler Breeze, Fandango, sent packing, they were released. C'est la vie.
Goodbye. I think that was a mistake.
Big mistake.
I agree with you 150% that if you got no storyline and you don't have anything good that you want, keep them. These men have the experience to help the younger stars, which is what's wrong with this business, to bring them up and put them over. No, it's easy to say goodbye.
I think that's why they sent them back to, or let them stay in NXT, I should say, as they recovered from injury, was to help with the younger guys.
Yep.
You know, it's funny, even though Fandango is kind of a local guy from Maine and is only, I think, a year younger than me, I've never crossed paths with him. I don't know him.
I have.
And what do you think of him?
I think he's a wonder, and again, fans are going to hate me. He's a great guy. He really is.
Would you like to see him here in the MWF?
I would love to see him here. He is a great guy, great performer.
What were you going to say?
He lived at a mobile home up in Maine.
Oh, did he?
Yep, and I've had several occasions to meet with him and discuss with him. He's a great guy, great human being, takes the business seriously. They changed his character several times.
Have you ever done that little dance, though, to his song?
No, I never got a chance to do that.
No. Well, there's always a first, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think
like getting kicked in the head.
I think, like I've said about a lot of the times about different characters, I think if they had a show that was exclusively for kids, I think that would be the perfect bad guy
on a kids wrestling TV show.
Definitely,
You know,
yeah.
The cocky dancing guy.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll say this, in the case of Tyler Breeze, Johnny, just if you talk about missing the boat, there is a guy that if you saw his original NXT presentation, I don't know if he was ever going to go to WWE and be a main eventer, but he could have been a guy that was used in TV main events to get the top main eventers ready for the pay-per-views. He was that good. He was like a slightly smaller version of a 1992 Shawn Michaels. I was told by a mutual friend about how things went wrong with him, the little high school political games that go on sometimes. He drove to the next town instead of picking up everybody's beer and water bottles when he first was brought up to the WWE roster. But is that a reason to castrate someone's career?
You got to understand something. Business is business.
No, that's not business to me. That's nonsense.
Well, but you see, here's the whole thing. You and I look at it from a different standpoint than the man that sits at the head of the table. You own stock. You want your stock to make money?
Yeah.
You want your stock to grow?
Yeah, and I think Tyler Breeze, being executed as he was in NXT, would have made more money than turning him into a comedic joke dancing with Fandango because he didn't pick up veterans' beer bottles.
Once again, all I can say this, once again, somebody's calling the shots.
All right, we also lost, I know you're a big fan of for a show that goes head-to-head with us on Friday nights, 205 Live on WWE. I can't even say it without laughing, Johnny. That's how bad 205 Live has become. If you look at the original roster of talent compared to what they have now, they do go head-to-head with us on Friday nights, and I'd be interested to see which one is more watched. But I can't think of anyone I know that watches 205 Live. Can you?
I watch Fabulous Fridays.
Because you're fabulous.
Oh.
You'd watch it even if you weren't on it.
I would. I definitely would.
Tony Nese, who was actually part of the Cruiserweight match in front of nearly 80,000 fans at WrestleMania 35, as well as Araya Daivari, the younger brother of WWE producer Sean Daivari, both depart the company. Certainly not main event talents, but certainly serviceable talents that worked well. 205 Live, NXT. You know, even if you wanted to put them on one of the main brands as undercard talents, they'd make anyone they were in the ring with look fantastic. A shame to see them, again, two guys really never get a chance to do a heck of a lot on a show that was seen by very many people.
Well, once again, there's an overabundance of talent. You notice they're going to have tryouts in the UK. They're just getting...
SummerSlam weekend, they're having a massive one in Las Vegas.
Okay. More and more and more and more. So how much do you really need? And if you don't have a slot, you don't have a storyline, then what do? Why keep somebody on the payroll? It's sad. You know, this business, everybody thinks it's glory. It isn't. It's hard work. You bust your ass. You work hard. You finally get there and you say, wow, I'm in. But then somebody turns around and said, well, you know, Dan, you got a good... Anthony Green, you got a good gimmick, but we're going to switch it. You know, that retro Anthony Green gimmick was great.
Well, you know, that's an interesting point of discussion. Why don't we save that for the flip side? Howard Miller came out angry a minute ago, giving us the cue. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Fabulous Fridays. Stand by.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon. But we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Howard Miller is trying to calm down. We don't need the second coming of that backstabbing Cecil the Lion, who threw many tirades here at the studio, then started text wars down here.
Wow.
But that's a different story for a different time. One story we wanted to get into as we discuss some of the recent NXT releases over the past couple of weeks by the time this episode airs was the man known in WWE as August Gray. Anthony Green, who I think we both enjoyed. I personally, I like him a lot. I don't know about you. I thought he was a great in-ring talent for the events that he competed on here in New England. Happy to say he had a couple of matches under our watch. A younger version of him, when I was busy, was snuck on to one of our events as a referee on a pre-show that I never knew about.
That's right.
And was not happy about it when I found out about it several years later. But what can you do at that point, right? I'll be like Nikki Bella and give an apology.
There you go.
But August Gray, not even a year in the system, is out the door.
He signed in August. August Gray is gone before July 4th. I think.
And not to laugh at his situation, but that was kind of a
no,
funny
but it's
pun.
funny.
Yeah.
It is. August Gray, whoever came up with that name, is whacked to start with.
At least he got to keep AG.
Right, but you know what?
He wasn't September Gray.
Retro Anthony Green. I tell you, I worked several shows with this young man. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I remember when he said he wanted to get in the business, I was in Rhode Island, or New Bedford, and he was a referee. Skinny, brawny. You know what? If you asked me then if I thought he'd make it to where he is now, and I've said this to his face, you know what, Anthony? Congratulations, brother. You spent time, you worked hard, you learned the business from the bottom up, setting up the ring, selling the tickets, working as a referee for zero sometimes, and look where he is now. When he gets out, back out, and I don't know if there's a 90-day clause in this kid or not.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. If there is, he's going to be in demand. He's going to be in demand. I'm not so sure that AEW wouldn't look at this guy. I think Millennium Wrestling Federation might look at him.
Would love to have him back.
Well, then
would love to have
reach
him
out
back.
to him
and
now.
I think he knows that.
Huh?
But again, you don't want to make it sound like you're knocking someone that you like, but from a professional point of view, do you think the WWE ring exposed him at all?
To what?
As far as size goes. He looked awfully slight in the WWE ring.
He didn't have the mass, if that's what you're talking about. He didn't have that wrestler mass. He was that thin guy that came out that looked like a Jake the Snake Roberts. You know, you could have...
Well,
no. With the face and the mustache and stuff, when you look at the side view...
Jake is about a foot taller than
No.
Oh, okay.
Facially, I'm talking about facially.
And weighed 270 pounds.
Right, but my whole thing is this.
You're talking about the mustache.
Yeah,
it was
the whole,
kind of a Jake
and the long
mustache.
hair.
Yeah.
If you look at it.
Okay, all right, I'll
My
I'll
whole
take
thing
that.
was, the gimmick he had was good. The gimmick he had worked.
Was August Gray a good gimmick?
No.
Was there a gimmick other than the name?
No.
There was just nothing.
And that's what buried the kid.
He just looked like a young, thin guy going
That's
out there.
going out in the ring. That's right. Now, when he did the retro Anthony Green,
That was a lot of fun.
it was fun. He had the two beautiful blondes with him. Well,
Maybe one.
one of them
kind of
was...
reminded me of Greg Valentine, but maybe it took her 15 minutes to get warmed up. I don't know.
Wow, boy.
Maybe one of your fabulous women.
The young lady from Maine, she was champion with another promotion. I don't know if she's back working for them or not, but I certainly wouldn't mind having her in the fabulous world of women's wrestling. Outstanding performer.
What about the Hammer?
There are two blondes there. I forget.
Right. There was one more svelte, and there was one that was a little
heavy.
Heavier, yeah.
All right. Look like a. Excuse me.
Well, wait a minute.
Could be the Pope.
Could be Majot.
I'm going to take this call.
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Fabulous Fridays.
Hello.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Johnny is a busy man, here, there, and everywhere. More women calling.
I'm telling you, that wasn't a woman. That was one of the
wasn't a
big
woman?
promoters. Nope.
Oh, all right.
Was one of the big promoters, one of the major wrestling organizations. You never know where you'll see the fabulous one.
You never
or
know.
John Cena Sr.
Indeed. But in closing, August Gray, just a disappointing situation. It almost feels like a waste of time.
Yeah.
It's like, why did they bother to bring him in for no reason? Or was it maybe they had high hopes for him, even though they really gave the character nothing of any substance? Maybe his in-ring could make up for it, and they just, sometimes when you see that WWE ring is bigger than those that you see on the independents, once you see the body in that ring, sometimes
I've been there. I was in that ring.
You fit that ring, brother. You main evented Raw.
Thank you.
You main evented Raw. You were featured on pay-per-views. August, he never got that chance.
Well, here's the thing.
But who knows? Maybe he will in the future.
I
He's
wonder.
He's an outstanding athlete. He's got a great attitude. If they ever let his true persona shine, I think wrestling fans would have had a lot of fun with it.
Well,
I think they missed the boat.
AEW may say yes, and the other thing is,
AEW has so many people that they're signing, though. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
I mean, they have those 2 internet shows that they do on Monday and Tuesday that have over a dozen matches each.
They have nobody like AG.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. They don't
Nobody like AG.
All right. Well, like we made a good point. Once AEW came to fruition, WWE tried to sign virtually anyone with any talent
To
under
stop
the
them
sun.
from, that's right.
Right. And it failed miserably, as AEW is still in existence and is growing rapidly as their new primetime show begins August the 13th on TNT, which will go head-to-head with us.
Well, let's see what happens.
We'll have to see. I don't
You know,
know.
and
It
again,
was
with
hot
Anthony
enough
Green,
with 205 Live.
He likes to contribute. Anthony likes
Yeah.
to contribute. I wonder sometimes if you contribute too much and they think that, you know what, we don't need it. We don't need it. So there's another wrestler who's pretty well up there now that was here that had that situation when he first got brought into WWE, was let go and then went back. So
and look at where he is now.
That's right,
Yeah.
because we all grow up.
One of the elite talents in the industry.
Right.
I'll say this, though. You know who I think looks like $1 million, and it was the one comment that I made to him, and what I thought was lacking is now known as Carmelo Hayes on NXT, Christian Casanova, who I always thought had just tremendous blue chip potential. I just said, which I'm sure he heard a lot, was just get bigger. And while, wrestling regionally, he really didn't. And then I saw his debut on NXT, and it was almost like, the cartoon where the eyes light up with stars. I said, that was all he was missing. That's all he was missing. And now he looks like $1 million. Where he goes, again, is he a guy that's 6'2"? No. But you know what? There are a lot of guys right now that are in a good place in WWE and other places in wrestling that aren't 6'2".
I've worked with him a couple of times, several times as a matter of fact. Nothing but good words for him. He listens. He wants to get better. He wants to learn. So let's see what happens. Time will tell. And the thing is, they're opening the floodgates. They're bringing in a lot of water. You can't hold all that water. So there'll be more, trust me.
Well, as you know, because of a situation that went on a few weeks ago, I had many conversations with WWE, but we actually did speak a little bit of wrestling. And one thing is they are looking for bigger people again. So I don't know if that's going to hurt the cruiserweight-sized individuals. But then again, there's always Ring of Honor, Impact, AEW, and so on and so forth, as we have a guest here in the studio as we begin to wrap up. But Johnny, would you like to see anyone listed from that list, or maybe that we didn't even get into? I know the Bollywood Boys were the former sidekicks of Jinder Mahal. I think they will let go more of the fact that they're in Canada and can't get back into the United States more than anything. And that's really unfair.
They were good. I enjoyed them.
They were really, once they turned into that Bollywood gimmick, but they made Randy Orton look like $1.5 million with some of the big bumps they'd take for him when he was with Mahal. You talk about lacking tag teams. They let go of Ever-Rise, who were kind of a mid-card tag team in NXT. I didn't see much in them. I wasn't surprised by that release. Nikki Cross's husband, Killian Dane, who was part of Sanity, that WWE brought up for a spell to try and get that post-WrestleMania pop, and then they did absolutely nothing with the faction, and then released all of them as time went on. Eric Young and Alexander Wolf were the other members. Nikki Cross, the superhero, is the only member left of Sanity in WWE, which shows insanity.
Right now.
You wouldn't be surprised to see the superhero gone sooner than later.
Nope.
Well, other than that, Tino Sabatelli, former NFL football player, had 2 runs in NXT. He said, "C'est la vie" to him. Kurt Stallion, I have no idea who that even is.
I was lost at that one.
Is there anyone else I'm forgetting from this list? Ever-Rise, Toro Ruiz, I have no idea who that is. And the wife of Roderick Strong, Marina, we did have it right. Chauffeur, who was part of the, when they at one point were planning on doing the 4 horsewomen of wrestling against the 4 horsewomen of MMA.
First Indian female wrestler from India. She was great, this girl. There are other female wrestlers, but who do you know?
I think you're thinking of someone else.
She's an Indian. She's from India.
I don't think so, is she?
Yes, she is.
The one that was the friends with Rousey and...
I think she is. If you check
Shayna
her out.
Baszler? I think you could be right. I don't know.
I don't know.
I know she married Roderick Strong, and nothing against profiling, but she certainly didn't look it.
I think she was an Indian, not American Indian wrestler.
No, I understand
from
what you
India.
meant. Yeah, no, I think you're thinking of someone else.
Maybe.
I don't know. Well,
anyway,
the MMA star is gone. The income level in the Strong household is about to drop. Sad when anyone loses their job. I'll say this, I think where tag teams and good females are such a commodity in pro wrestling, I think they have an easier time landing with the national company than some of the plethora of male stars that have been released do, because you know what? Other than WWE Raw and SmackDown, it seems like every wrestling promotion is stacked with male wrestlers. Agree, disagree?
No, I agree. And I think you're right about that Indian wrestler now that I think about it.
Is there anyone from that list you'd like to see here in the MWF?
Well, Anthony Green, obviously. I would like to see Fandango.
You want to do the dance with him?
Not me. Tyler Breeze might be. Monique will do the dance with him.
Oh, I could see that. Well, she could take Summer Rae's place. That's who he was paired with originally.
There you go, Monique. Go do that dance with Fandango. Yep. Bump, bump, bump.
Come on, Johnny.
We can do it. There you go.
Did the light flicker a little bit?
It'll be worth watching.
Oh, he's probably having a little laugh if
Couple
he's
of
watching.
vodkas and everybody's going to be happy.
There you go. All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time again. Don't forget, there's so many different ways you can help us. If you're watching the premiere, the Super Chat button is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender. We have the Indiegogo going for Wrestle House 2 coming your way. The first week in August, we're headed down to Tampa. It's almost 99 degrees the day we're taping this, so I had to wear the shorts. I'm going to have to be running around Tampa naked if I want to stay cool. And then no one will leave the house.
Yeah. First of all, you'd scare everybody in Tampa.
Yes, that's exactly what would
You'd
happen.
be arrested. A lot of people would be happy. And then it'd be over. I'd take over. Me and David Reese, we go for it.
You and David Reese, baby. Don't forget the eBay store is open 24/7, anywhere, anytime. You can find the link in the description box below. And as always, the world-famous Boston Wrestling MWF family over on Patreon, folks. You get early, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, including the mini-series we're putting out, New Jack, The Final Interviews. You get our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library as seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show, thanks to that lunatic Sheiky baby. You get some Patreon exclusive content, and most important, not only do you get first crack at those tickets to WrestleFest back to the 80s Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, but you being a part of our Patreon family helps keep Wrestling Legends working, which is very important to him, to I, and everyone involved in this organization. You can find us at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling or in the description box below. We appreciate you joining us because without you, there is no us. Well, maybe not him. I don't know about that. He's a big time.
The fans are without the fans, there's no Fabo.
I'm small peanuts.
No, same here. I know my role.
Well,
as
my
James
Joe
Johnson would say,
know
your role.
It wasn't small at all.
Well, Fast and Furious 9, I saw it. Don't miss it.
Are you going to be in 10?
There's talk I may be.
Really?
Yep, I might be the guy getting hit by the car.
I still think if they make a Daddy's Home 3, you need to play John's father up against Mel Gibson and John Lithgow.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Let me book that movie.
You're in. You're my manager.
All right, I love it. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We'll be back next Friday night when the fans return to WWE. Wow, what a year and a half it's been. We'll see you next Friday night, folks. You and yours, be well, stay healthy.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Saddle Dome in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, Friday, July the 9th, 1993. In the opening contest, Owen Hart beat Damien Demento. Mr. Hughes with the win over Kamala. Sensational Sherry defeated Luna Vachon via disqualification. The Head Shrinkers victorious over the Smokin' Guns. WWF Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels retained the title over Mr. Perfect. And in the main event, Bret Hitman Hart beat Lex Luger in a lumberjack match, days after Luger slammed Yokozuna on the USS Intrepid. If you were in Calgary live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11 by 14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8 by 10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. As always, interesting insight from Mr. Cena. Don't forget all new episodes of Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays premiere at 10 p.m. Eastern after SmackDown each and every week. Again, folks, let's keep doing this 7 nights a week. Hit up that Indiegogo campaign. Again, the link is at the top of the premiere chat box if you're watching with us on Saturday night, or in the description box below. Help us find the new permanent co-host for our Tuesday night Wrestling Insiders after Tony Atlas took the cash and abandoned ship. 1 month from right now, I'll be in Tampa chewing the fat with one of the 9 featured superstars we'll be taping content with, followed by a live cyber autograph signing for you. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did if you're still watching, please, folks, please give the video a big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It is free. It lets YouTube know that you enjoy what we do, and they'll showcase our video to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet. Again, there are millions of fans that don't know we exist, but I really believe they're going to love us once they find these shows. Like any fine, high-quality human being, if you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender using the amazing Super Chat button here on YouTube. It's that little gray $ under the premiere box. We have a big week of news ahead and truly need your help. If everybody helps a little, it will go a long, long way. Really, a long, long way. These interviews, these productions are not cheap. Believe me. Our eBay store is open 24/7 with great rare items of superstars from every era. Every purchase not only helps keep wrestling legends working, but it gets you an on-air shout-out for helping the team from one of our Wrestling Insider co-hosts. The link to the eBay store can be found in the description box below. Finally, we need you guys to go from being our friends, from being our fans, to becoming part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, access to our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, thanks to Sheiky Baby. You get some Patreon exclusive videos and the knowledge that you, yes, you, are helping keep wrestling legends you know and love working. You'll also have first crack at tickets to our Back to the 80s live event in Fanfest Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Again, how can you join us? Well, folks, that link can be found in the description box below, or if you have a good memory, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans, I have said it before. I will say it again this week. It feels like the ending to the old NBC Saturday night's main events. While we have to say farewell, it's always a little sad, as we'd love to talk wrestling with you all night long. Would love to hear your feedback on all of this week's episodes. And again, a big week ahead for you to sink your teeth into. We can't produce the shows without you, folks. We listened to you about that time change we were working on for the summer. You like the late night better, so that's what we're going to stick with on the weeknights. Let us be your post-game show to whatever is going on in the world of professional wrestling that night. And let's let Boston Wrestling MWF on fire this summer. I know we can do it because you guys are the best wrestling fans in the world. I love you. We just have to keep the family growing. It's that simple. You got to tell your friends. You got to tell your family. You've got to tell wrestling fans anywhere you can find them, folks. Again, until we speak again, enjoy these summer weekends. There aren't too many of them. We're going to be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. with myself and former and first Boston Wrestling MWF heavyweight champion Tiger Mulligan for Wrestling Insider's Stern But Fair. If you've never checked out that show, I think you'll really enjoy it. It's more of a current events look at things. Tiger is about my age. We chew the fat. I might be even a little bit more relaxed on these shows. So I hope you'll join us. Again, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can check out, I believe there's 10 episodes in the YouTube archives as we speak. With that said, love you all. Good night from Boston. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Fleet Center in Boston, Massachusetts, Friday, July the 10th, 1998, a makeup from June 27th, for an event that was postponed due to numerous injuries. In the opening contest, Steve Blackman beat Marvelous Mark Mero. Farouk with the win over The Godfather. WWF Tag Team Champions, the New Age Outlaws, retained the titles over Los Boricuas. WWF European Champion Triple H retained the title over WWF Intercontinental Champion The Rock via disqualification. The Legion of Doom battled DOA to a double countout. X-Pac defeated D'Lo Brown. Mark Henry victorious over Vader via disqualification. Ken Shamrock beat Owen Hart. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Undertaker defeated Kane and Mankind. If you were in Boston live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times